Okay. Oh, right next to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, and this is a joint workshop of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County and the Manatee County Tourist Development Council. We're going to start this morning the way we always start things in Manatee County. We're going to start by honoring our God, and then we're going to honor our great nation. Today, we will be led in prayer by Vincent Carloni, who is with the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Manatee County, after which Marine Corps veteran and County Commissioner Jason Bearden will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able, please stand at this time.
O thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated by the message of thy glad tidings. O God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees. And render this just government victorious. Confirm this revered nation to upraise the standard of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. O God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors and is deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious and near to thee through the bounty, thy bounty and bestowal. Abdul Baha. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your service. Before we start today, we're going to go ahead and open up to public comment, and then we will hold public comment again at the conclusion of the morning session. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward now to speak on any items that are on today's agenda for the morning session? See how efficient that is? Okay. Dr. Hopes, would you please get us started?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and TDC members. Just for a little housekeeping, the outline for today, we're going to initiate with Elliot and his team with the presentation of the tourist development. And I just wanted to let you know that I've been able to spend a good bit of time with Elliot and his team over the past year, and have gone with them on a number of meetings where they have thoroughly impressed me with both their determination, their diligence, and the focus with which they have had on marketing the greater Bradenton area and our beaches around the world. And you are going to find in today's presentation, when these numbers come in, that it's paying off, and it's paying off in a big way. And I couldn't be more proud of the work that he has done with his team. And I think as you go through the presentation with, I believe, is this the first joint meeting of the TDC and the County Commission with our new commissioners joining us. So I really look forward to that. Then we will follow for the board your workshop on the 2023 legislative priorities, and then we'll move into an opportunity for our new board members and our veteran board members to just have an open dialogue and discussion about strategies and priorities. So with that, Mr. Director, would you like to go ahead and kick things off?
Good morning, everybody. This is exciting. Like Dr. Hope said, it's the first time that the TDC and the Board of County Commissioners have been around one table since Manatee County started levying a tourism tax in the 80s. So it's really exciting. So what I would say is Dr. Hopes, thank you for your support. I started my 30th year on October 18th. I can assure you that this employer has been better to me than I deserve, and I say that with the utmost sincerity. The TDC has been great supporters, from Mr. Childs to Mayor Bryant and Dave Wick, who is now our Crosley Foundation chair for many, many years, is now on the TDC. Mayor Brown with the city of Bradenton, known him for years. Jiten Patel, the Sarasota Holiday Inn, that flag will be changing as well soon. We got Norma Kennedy out in the parish area, been highly involved in the arts and culture. And then Eric Cairns out on Anna Maria Island at Cedar Cove. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but that team of TDC, they are your advisors, obviously. You all appoint them, but essentially they're my advisors as well, because we talk a lot. The advantage of having a TDC meeting every other month is I have the pleasure of meeting with each TDC member one-on-one in the off month, so we can communicate effectively and efficiently. So it's such a great pleasure. And then finally, we have staff here. Just staff, raise your hands. They are what drives the economy. It's not me, it's about the talent that we have, that we're blessed to have, that this board allows us to hire. I can assure you that the day that we lose creativity is the day we'll do something else. The day that we lose our passion is the day we will do something else. I can tell you we have a lot of passion and a lot of creativity, so just buckle up with us, hang on, and we're going to run you through kind of a state of tourism. We got Ken Burton and Michelle Schultz here is going to give you a tourism tax collection update. I'm sure you're all kind of intrigued to hear what that's all about. And then we have Mark Stuckey, the Executive Vice President of SRQ, to give you an airport. So here we go. Let's have fun. Let's relax, and we'll give time for questions towards the end. Like most organizations, it's important to have a mission and a vision. It is the mission and purpose of the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau to stimulate travel demand to the area to ensure the highest degree of economic impact. Really, really important. It's all about who we're targeting. And positive outcomes for Manatee County, including, really important at the end here, preserving the values of the community and help maintain the area as a top choice for visiting. We've always said, how do we bring visitors in that drive the economy, that enhances the quality of life for our residents, not compromise it? The vision is for the area to become and continually maintain itself as one of the top destinations within the state of Florida, consistent with the destination's character, identity, and community values. Really, really important. It's really important that you all know this, and we say this with the utmost humility. You're looking at your tourism bureau wears more hats than any other tourism bureau in the state of Florida. And really where the rubber meets the road is starting on number 4 to number 7. So about 6-7 years ago, we took over the Arts and Culture Alliance. Quite candidly, we tried to help the region create a nonprofit organization of that, and they just weren't ready for it. And so the county stepped up and said, why don't we let the Tourism Bureau oversee it? We'll manage the proceeds of the arts license plate. And now we're the communication and education liaison to the arts community. And then managing the day-to-day operations of the Convention Center, Paul Crosley Estate, and Premier Sports Campus. Most tourism bureaus contract with a third party. We manage the day-to-day operations there, and you can see where we separate ourselves from some of our competitive set. What does that mean from a competitive set standpoint? It really creates a turnkey operation for the customer because we control the calendar, we negotiate the charges and fees, we evaluate the sponsorships, whether it's leveraging in a sports tournament, a future convention with what's going on in Palmetto as well. We'll help promote those events, and we can do it all with one staff person. That's where we separate ourselves from the competition. Meeting planners don't want to deal with 6 different people, 6 different areas of an event. We can do it turnkey under one person. Really, really effective. I love it, okay? Now, how are we funded? Really important that your constituents know this. We are funded fully through the tourism tax and the revenues generated by the facilities, okay? No ad valorem tax needed to operate our department. If we did, we're not doing our job, okay? Some of the TDC and the commissioners, I usually give this to you 1 year, but this is in a nutshell how the pennies are allocated. You can see about 30% is to promote the destination. A lot of tourism bureaus around the country are usually close to 50%. You can see the breakdown. Our administration is 7.9%. I can give you a more detailed background after this meeting. We'll give you a little report. We'll talk to the tax collector here shortly. We give Ken Burton and his team commission for collecting the tax. Keep in mind that 1 penny out of the 5 is allocated specifically for beach renourishment, piers, groins, etc. That's been in place for a long time. And then we also provide about $900,000 for beach maintenance. Okay, so that's during the holidays, beach cleanup, raking the sand and all that. It's great that our tourists pay for that and not our residents. And I'm going to work my way and call up Ken and Michelle. And Christian, if you can come up as well. Christian Kraus is a graduate from Florida Gulf Coast University with a major in marketing, and he is the author of this PowerPoint for me. So great job, Christian. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good to see everybody. Tourist tax is near and dear to my heart. Back in 1989, my boss was Sam Cornwell. I was the geek over at the tax collector's office, and he says, the county's going to pass an ordinance to collect this tourist tax. We'll be the 3rd county in the state of Florida to take it on locally. He says, I want you to go over to St. John's and talk to Dennis Hollinsworth, the tax collector, and see how they do it, and come back and write a computer system. So that's what I did, and I remember getting 1,800 accounts from the Department of Revenue, and my grandparents were on there as inactive accounts. So this was 1989, and they had been deceased since 1970. That's how outdated the data was from their records. And we were hoping to collect $1.5 million to $2 million that very first year. So a lot has changed, and Elliot talks about them in pennies. I talk about them in nickels. With the hurricane that we just had that impacted south of us, I really do not see this tourist tax slowing down. I think it's even going to get worse, because there's going to be fewer places to go for people that want a vacation on the west coast of Florida. So we're ripe. So when we talk pennies, I talk nickels. We're talking maybe 600 million nickels in the coming years, or $30 million. We're getting close. So that's all I have to say, but I want to introduce my director, Michelle Schultz. She directs our field services and collections, and one of those responsibilities is the oversight of the tourist development tax. So get ready to go. She's going to wow you.
We knew this would be the exciting part when the tax collector took the microphone.
That's all right. We get that a lot. So first and foremost, Elliot, thank you again for inviting us today. Just a little bit about me. I've been with the tax collector's office 19 and a half years, and I've been involved with tourism tax for the last 12. So I am very passionate about it and very thankful to be here today. One of the things that I wanted just to start out before I get into the presentation, this is really just high level. Elliot asked us to show you the growth over the last 5 fiscal years. So I'm going to kind of let you see that, and then I'm going to kind of explain to you you the breakdown of what short-term rentals look like in your corresponding cities and districts, so you have an idea of what's going on with your constituents. I think that's really important for you all to know. And then I'm going to end with just kind of an overview of our services. I know Commissioner Boggs heard me speak before, so she probably knows a little bit about what we do, but there's a lot of new members here today, so I'm excited about that. The other thing I wanted to make sure that you understood too is, of course, our fiscal year is like yours, so we go from October 1st to September 30th, and so what you're seeing here is the collection over those 5 fiscal years. However, we distribute tourist tax dollars to you twice a month. So we distribute to you from the 1st to the 15th, and then we distribute to you from the 16th to the end of the month. So sometimes Ellie and I have had these conversations. You all might be looking at numbers from distribution periods month over month, or you might be looking at a calendar year. So at the end of the day, the money's still being collected, but sometimes you can look at the figures a little differently. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear today that what you're seeing here is the 5 fiscal years from October 1st to September 30th. So what does that look like? And, you know, this is a pretty exciting number. So over the last 5 years, we have collected $96,551,000 to 1960. So we are getting close to that 100 million marker over the last 5 years. In 2017, 2018, when we look at that increase from those 2 years, it's about 7.2%. And then, of course, COVID hit. And everyone took a hit, about 7.1% down. We, I think, fared better than some others around the state, but overall, as we know, Florida did very well during COVID. The doors were open and we still had tourism coming in, so I think this was probably a lot lower in a lot of other areas. And then you had a huge jump, 35.4%. That you rebounded in 2020 to 2021. And then this last year, we were up another 20%. And we ended the year at $28,461,326. So a very good year. Just so you know, this year so far, the other thing is too, I will have this presentation for you. I'm going to provide it to Elliot when we're done. And so you're going to see a lot of numbers today, and he'll certainly share those with you. Already for this year, if you remember, tourist taxes collected in the arrears. So customers that are renting in the month of November have until December 20th to pay their taxes. So for this year, what we have already is October's figures, and we are up 24%. We collected $1.43 million for the last year in the month of October. This year we collected a little over 1.7. So we are already on track to probably hit that 30 million marker this year, which makes us in a high impact county. All right, so that's good news, right? I know you guys are excited about that. So this is our growth over the last 5 fiscal years. So total of 48% increase over the last 5 years. I think that speaks to what Elliot and his team are doing, what Dr. Hope said, just getting out there and continuing to promote our county as a great place for our guests to come and live. So what does that look like, though, in regards to your areas and what's happening in your areas? So one of the things that we looked at is what is the municipality report over the last 5 years. So understand, when we get the information from the property appraiser's office, this is kind of the areas that we put it in. Lots of numbers going on here, but what you want to focus on is the bottom number. So if we look at the last 5 years, Holmes Beach has brought in 26%. And Manatee County has brought in 35.6% of that entire 96 mil. And what you have to understand is Manatee County, when we say Manatee County, that is every area that is not in these. So that's your Lakewood Ranch, your parish, and your unincorporated Manatee County. Then you can see City of Anna Maria brought in 13%, City of Bradenton 8%, Bradenton Beach 7%, Longboat Key 10%, and then City of Palmetto 0.4%. So these are the figures throughout the last 5 years. And so you guys will have an opportunity to really kind of do a deeper dive into these. But I think this is kind of a good picture. I know Elliot's going to be talking about the corridor of growth. So when you look at that, it probably coincides with what he's getting ready to share with you a little later in his presentation. So these are the numbers. This is where the money's coming in from. So I think very important to understand. The other piece, though, is just short-term rentals in general. So, when you're walking through a neighborhood or you have your constituents coming to speak to you and they're talking to you possibly about short-term rentals, we know that we have property owners that are very excited about renting their property. And then we also have the property owners that have some concerns. So I think for you all, it's good to understand what the makeup is in our county. So right now, as of November 7th, when we pulled these figures, we have 7,849 accounts, short-term rental accounts registered with our office. And that breakdown is condominiums are 49.4% and single-family homes are 31.8%. So we have currently 3,873 condos that are short-term renting throughout the community. We have over 2,490 single-family homes that are currently providing short-term rentals. Okay, so that's something to be aware of what's going on. There's duplexes. We have property managers. We have 340 properties that are being managed by someone else. A lot of those are our international customers. We do have international property owners that don't live here that have a property manager that is managing their property. So that breakdown is there. We have multifamily. We have mobile home parks that are renting out their mobile homes, apartments. We have 43 motels that are registered with us and 37 hotels. Again, these are designations that come to us from the property appraiser's office. And then we have 2 bed and breakfasts and 2 travel trailers. Now, this might change a little bit when we hit season, January, February, and March. And because we do have seasonal rentals that come on board. And so these numbers will flex during that time. And so this is just kind of a visual of what our breakdown is. And then again, I wanted to kind of show you what does that look like in your areas. When you're out talking to your constituents, when you're out having conversations, what does that look like for you all? So this is kind of the breakdown. Now, I didn't put every rental type up here. I put the majority of the ones that we have. So when you look at how that breaks down, even though you have 1,032 properties that are renting in Bradenton Beach, obviously you have the majority of your hotels that are residing in Manatee County. So you have 28 hotels in Manatee County, and then you have a few that are scattered out throughout the cities. So you have 874 properties currently renting on City of Anna Maria that are registered with us, 728 in the City of Bradenton. Bradenton Beach is 1,032. Holmes Beach is 1,684. Longboat Key, 854, Manatee County, 2,610, and in the city of Palmetto, 67. Yes, sir?
The hotels and motels, how many rooms do we get?
We don't keep track of your room nights. That's more if this...
I mean, the number of rooms, inventory.
Right, we don't keep track of the rooms. We just have them logged by... Oh, you're asking Elliot.
10,500.
10,500.
So roughly 25% is short-term rental properties.
And if you could turn the microphones on so that.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
just for some decorum here, everybody has a comment card, so if you would like to have the floor, just wave your comment card, and I have a list down here, and I'll put you on the list, and then I'll call on you specifically, and then you'll have the floor. You have to press the button on the base of your microphone. When it turns green, then you're live. So just press your button, sir, and go ahead, Mr. Patel.
No. Yeah, I got my answers. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
So just to understand...
Oh, wait, I have several people that want on the floor here, so.
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about it. Now, hotels and motels are usually counted as unit rental. Now, these are all the accounts, but volume-wise, hotel motels collects a lot more taxes than
Correct.
short-term rentals.
Right, and I think you can see that when you look back at the 5 fiscal years where the majority of the money is coming in is Manatee County. So 35.6% of that was coming from Manatee County, and 28 of your hotels are residing in Manatee County. So I do think the figures show that, yes, we have a lot of single-family homes and condos, but when you look at where your hotels and your motels are residing, those are the areas that the majority of the monies are coming from. So they certainly do bring in that big portion.
Okay, Mayor Brown, and then Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. From the matrix there with the City of Bradenton, obviously, I'm looking at the single-family homes. I mean, I've probably had more phone calls than 200 over the last year that somebody's renting their house next to it and it's a problem. So how is the matrix of knowing that those numbers are correct or close, or what are we doing as a a tax collector's office to make sure that's happening, or is it going to come up? Because we've passed some ordinances
You sure
that we're
did.
going to be monitoring it, and we're
Right.
out of the 728 that we got from your office so far, we've got about 90 registered, and it's hard to get the rest registered because.
Mm-hmm. is.
And I don't believe in additional tax to them, but it's more of a, how do we know that stuff's happening and the party houses are going to continue? Because that's the complaints we get. So,
Sure.
I mean, are we at really 1,500, but people are just kind of sneaking it?
Well, I can speak to that, and we'll talk to you about our services. But here's what you have to understand. The purview of the tax collector's office is to collect the tax. We do enforcement as well, and we have field work, and I'll get to that. It is based on, it's a discretionary tax. It's based on them coming forward and registering. We have people that do not want to register. That's never going to change. So it's coming down to what code enforcement do you put into place to control those party houses? What ordinances do you have? What legislation is out there? Right now, there is a lot of legislation. We're going into year 11. I probably shouldn't get started on legislation because it's not part of my presentation, but I could go there for a while. Trying to combat the issues that you just shared. And it is coming down to a state versus local rule. And so, yes, we have field agents. I'll speak to that. We try to get out there. We have some services to help us with the GPS hot mapping to understand it. But at the end of the day, it's feet on the ground, trying to report that to us. And, of course, educating. So we'll get to that. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I will address a little bit of that.
Okay, so the order of the board is Cruz, Hopes, Ron. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I just have a quick. I'd love to see these charts and numbers that I get. These are accurately reflected from a tax collector standpoint, where you're wearing your hat. But to the points over here, those hotels, some of them have 200 rooms in them. I think this skews people's perception. Because if I just looked at these blindly, if I had this on mute and I'm looking out of the corner of my eye while I'm doing something else, it looks like we're a town of condos and single-family homes and Airbnbs, when in reality, those hotels and motels make up a vast majority, 10,000 and change rooms.
Correct.
I'd love to see where the overall revenue comes from, where the percentages lie, when we don't treat one condo as one, but 200 hotel rooms as one. Because I think that may shed a little more light in terms of where the tourists are going, where our revenue is being generated from, and that's important in terms of where our focus is.
Right.
Because I don't think it's as skewed towards the Airbnbs and quote unquote short-term rentals. It's more the the transitory rentals for the hotels.
Right. And I understand that, but the way that our system is set up is a hotel is registered as a hotel. So they deposit one amount of money. So
Understood. I think this is honestly, while I'm looking over by you and the screens behind you, it's more of an Elliott question. Because
Gotcha.
You're looking at it as this is one tax parcel, whereas I'm
Right.
looking at it as this is 200 individual opportunities for somebody to rent a room.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's why I wanted to show you the numbers that Manatee County really is driving your growth as far as that 96 million, because the majority of it is coming from there. And I think that is where your hotels and your motels are.
I'm sorry, I had one more question while I have the floor. It was on a previous slide. I don't know if you can go back.
Sure.
This is, I was just going to ask you after the fact, probably one more back. It's where you had there.
Yep.
Do we know why? I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. It's an honest question. We are growing massively in terms of our revenue here, but City of Anna Maria went down. Is there something they did out there? Was there some dynamic? Everyone else was up 10, 20, 30%. City of Anna Maria not only has been pretty stagnant for 5 years, but that's a significant decrease between the 2000 and the 2001 year.
It is. And so on the last slide when I talked to you, there are several, the City of Bradenton, the City of Anna Maria, and the Town of Longboat Key have all put in place registration programs. There are fees associated, pretty hefty fees associated with being able to register out on the city. So I think some of that has curbed that a little bit. I can't say that that's 100% of it, but I do know that, they do require that. Now, we don't oversee that. That is their choice. So other than that, I wouldn't know why it decreased, but I do know that they put that program in place.
Do you think that means that they just pulled themselves out of the rental market, or they're just not collecting these taxes and giving them to us because they're not licensed?
I'm sure there's a mix of it. I have no doubt. I mean, you start to put those listen, they're putting there into place, but I'm sure there are people that are stepping offline and trying to find other ways. I have no doubt that's happening everywhere. Absolutely.
There's proof in the pudding that regulation means money. All right, speaking order is Hopes Ron Bryant. Dr. Hopes.
So first, I just want, for the commissioners and the mayors, Elliot and his team are prepared following this meeting to meet with you one-on-one and go through a deeper dive. 311 may kill me when I leave here, but what I would suggest, and I'll have them set up a registry, if you are aware, whether you're a city, whether you're a resident, that it appears that someone is short-term renting out their home or their condo, call 311, give them the address and report it, and then we can have some follow-up, because this administration is very focused on this tourism and tourism revenue. So we're happy to help you capture those individuals that are renting out their property and not registering it.
Yeah.
So call 311 and report it, and we will follow up.
And Dr. Hopes, I'll add in there, we also have a tip line you can call in. So I'll save your 311 people a little bit. But they can also call us as well, and it's out on our website. So we do take those information.
Okay, Commissioner Ron.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
morning.
Quick question. I don't know if this is a question for you or for Elliot, but do we know, is there a matrix out there that shows us how many of these units and the rental types are controlled by Airbnb or VRBO?
No.
Okay, Mayor Bryant, and then Commissioner Bearden.
I was just curious about the collaboration between.
Might pull your microphone a little closer to you and point it at your, there you go, bins. It's green.
It's green. I just don't want to break it. No, I was curious about the collaboration between the property appraiser's office and the tax collector's office regarding the homestead exemption, because that's really double dipping
Yep.
to that they are appreciating a homestead, but.
And I'm going to talk about that on our last slide. I have some figures for you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner Bearden, and then we'll let you move forward.
I'm just only wondering, same with Commissioner Cruz here, why it was lower. Could it be possibly that each one of these rentals are on different platforms?
Sure.
And so there's only a specific amount of platforms that are reporting and others that are not?
Well, we use a service, and I'll talk about that goes out and looks at over 36 platforms. So yes, and here's what's happening with a lot of third-party platforms. People are utilizing those platforms to get the ground traction, and then they're hopping off of those platforms, and then they've got their customer base. So I think everything you're saying is absolutely correct. I'm not going to stand up here and try to give you opinions of what I feel. I think talking about the third-party platforms is a whole different conversation. We've learned how to navigate those, and we're trying to do what's best for our county for fair and equal collection. And so, yes, I agree. There are people that are going to rent and they're going to come off. We have services, and I can talk to those here in a little bit. And I think all of your concerns are very validated. And yes, I think there are people out there that have found a way, and there's new platforms every day. We have a piece of vacant land right now that's being rented out. There's nothing on it, but people are letting it be rented to be used. So everybody will do. We get room nights. We get all kinds of different type of rentals. Our job we do our field work to go out and make sure they're collecting the tax. But as far as understanding how that is a dynamic in your districts and your cities, that's stuff that you all need to tackle through just lots of, the registration programs you're putting in place and talking to your constituents.
Okay, I said I was going to let you go on, but Commissioner Baugh has filled out her entire notepad
That's
there
okay.
with notes. So we're going to give her the floor, and then,
Oh, my gosh.
Then we'll let you move on.
You know me better. I haven't done that. Just a couple of things. I think it's really interesting. I've been here for a while, so I've seen both of you here and always appreciate it when you join us. But I find it very interesting, and I'm so happy that, we've obviously come a long way, baby, in what we're doing with this, especially the Airbnbs, because that has been a major issue in the past. And I'm shocked to hear you say, however, vacant land. That's amazing to me. But
One piece. We have one property
canopies,
that's registered.
Tents, it's great. But, I think I just wanted to mention to the administrator that any action that this, the administration makes is because of a policy that this board sets. And I think we need to put it down for a workshop, because we do need to make sure that we stay on top of this, especially with the additional tourist development dollars coming in. So if you could schedule that, it'd be great. Thank you.
You're
That was
welcome.
it
No,
for
there
me.
is an ordinance out there. We've always been, I think it's 1457. is your ordinance. I live and breathe this stuff. And in there, it allows us the ability to go do golf course transfers, and we can go in and gated communities. It allows us to go in and try to assist you in your areas. Okay, but in the essence of time, I know Elliot's got a lot of exciting, great stuff, so let me get back to where we were at. All right, so our services, I talked a little bit about this. I wanted to share with you. So first and foremost, everything is online reporting and collections. So over 90% of all of our taxes are done online. So we have very little foot traffic that comes into the tax collector's office. Tourist development tax is actually housed downtown. And I am able to keep my staff low, which allows us, because that reporting and that communication is done online. We have a dedicated call center just for tourist development taxes that they can call. And so we have a regular call center that fields the majority of calls, but if they want to talk about tourist tax, that's my staff, and we certainly handle those phone calls for them. We average over 7,000 calls a year. That's not just tourist tax, but the majority is. So always something to consider. We also get a lot of phone calls as well that we're trying to help you, and if you get them, send them our way. We're happy to address those customers and help you with them for sure. Electronic communications, everything's done through encrypted email. When we say send a welcome letter versus adding accounts. Anything we do through communication, so we can stay as paperless as possible. To educate, how do we educate? How do we let people know that this is something they need to do in Manatee County? Is we send inserts in all your property tax bills. I know you were probably super excited to get them in the mail, and if you opened them and read all the pieces of paper that come in with it, you would have seen our insert for short-term rental. So we try to get out there. We're in the process of making a video series that we are going to get out onto our YouTube channel to try to educate people, and we're constantly on the phone with our property managers and working with them as well. Service too, one of the things you ask is how are we out there? How are we identifying things? So 4 years ago, we partnered with LTS Technologies. It's a software program. Their software is Hamari. I think Holmes Beach is probably pretty familiar with it as well. And they help us go find these short-term rentals. Again, your majority of your monies are coming in through your hotels and motels, but we're trying to assist with that feet on the ground, what's happening in your neighborhoods. And they have helped us find over 618 short-term rentals for a little over $571,030.19. So that has allowed me to keep 2 dedicated staff to tourist tax. So you think we've grown 48% in dollars amount, and I still have the same 2 people working those tourist tax dollars along with my field deputy group. So I have not increased my staff, but the money's increased. And we attribute that to everything being able to be done electronically. We attribute to that bringing them in to assist us with trying to find those short-term rentals and trying to assist us there. Then, of course, what do? We still have field agents. We still get out. We get out in the field weekly to go try to assist in these neighborhoods out on the island. We get out there when we can get out there in a timely manner. We drive out to the beach and we try to educate. And we do take the approach of education because third-party platforms and the way that they are set up can be sometimes very confusing. So we're not out there beating people's doors down. We are out there trying to get them to communicate with us so we can work with them. We also do liens. Currently, right now, we have 16 liens are unpaid, so we will walk a lien down to the clerk of court's office, and we will file a lien against your property if you do not pay. A lot of times, and especially in this last year, we've actually recouped those funds because properties are being sold. So we at least can put that lien out there to protect our collections, and then maybe it'll sit there for a while, but if the property is sold, then we'll be able to collect it. I can tell you it's very effective when we have someone that hasn't been wanting to remit or come on board, that once you say you're going to go file a lien on public record, that they tend to speak up and come pay. We also can do garnishments. It's kind of a last resort. We do not like to do garnishments if we have to, but we can. We do have the authority to do that. When you talk about Service 4 is partnerships, and I think to the mayor's point, we are a very strong partner with the Property Appraiser's Office. And I think, speaking to fraudulent homestead lien. So over the last 5 years, they have collected, or we have collected 2.2 2,272,837 in fraudulent homestead liens. There are currently 92 liens unpaid. Now understand, those 92 liens might be one property with 5 or 6 years. Okay, so it could be, it's not necessarily 92 properties. I want to make sure that that's understood. But as our colleagues at the property appraiser, and I always like to remind this of that, is we are the tip of the iceberg. The tax collector, tourist tax collection, it's what you can see, but there's this whole other chunk of ice underneath the water, and that is the property appraiser. And they are the ones that are out there. They utilize our system. They're allowed to share information with us. We have a RISE agreement that is signed, and they can come out and utilize our system to help them with double assessments. Our people making sure that homestead, if they are renting out their homes, is homestead being handled properly. So we have a very strong partnership with them. Finally, we do have partnerships with our municipalities. So that, as I mentioned, the City of Anna Maria, the City of Bradenton, and the Town of Longboat Key have all implemented their own registration programs. And so one of the nice things that they have incorporated in those programs is to have the person that's wanting to do a short-term rental, they must show a certificate of registration with our office. It's very easy to do. You can go out. Once you have an account, you can print a button and you'll get a certificate showing that you are in good standing with us and it's registered. So we appreciate that because it's just another step in letting your guests that are coming into your area know that the short-term rental is in good standing. So that is really all I had for you today. Again, I was so appreciative. Elliot was giving us about 15 minutes. I know I went a little over that. And again, this will be out there for you all to see, and we can take additional questions. We can certainly address those at a later time if we don't have enough time today.
We do have a couple members on the board. Mr. Patel, followed by Commissioner Ballard.
Okay.
Actually, my question more towards our honorable commissioners, county attorney, Mr. Clegg. Main concern that as a hotel owners we have is we spend millions of dollars to cope up with the code enforcement, the building the proper facilities to provide proper service as per the local, state, and federal laws, while all these rental properties do not have to abide to those things. So what we can do at the county level as to play the level playing field, create for everybody to be on the same page.
Well, I mean, I first of all, I agree with you. It's difficult because the county attorney works with the Board of County Commissioners and doesn't give legal advice to anyone else. So that's the predicament he's in here. But I would say, one, I'm an anti-regulation, pro-free market guy, and we just saw, proof in the pudding that regulations on the previous slide, regulations hamper economic growth and the economy. And so I would agree with you, but I don't believe the county really regulates hotels to any great extent. I think you're mostly under the Department of Agriculture, if I believe, under the state regulation, and not so much the county, the other DeVeeper. So that partially should answer your question. Mayor Brown, did you want to weigh in on this?
Well, I just wanted to respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Chairman, because we saw a slide that showed a decrease in some money in an area that didn't show a decrease in the city of Bradenton, and I'll give it to you that we haven't been implemented very long, but we don't know what the circumstances are in that other municipality yet, and before we could say that that's definitely the reason why that decreased, maybe we should get a little bit more information.
Your pro-regulation mayor disagrees. That's fine.
And again, I was not for the way we did it in the city of Bradenton, but obviously we have to manage through it when the council votes on something.
Right.
But my comment is, it's more about safety, and that was one of the things that we did. Obviously, you were involved in it, going through it with the Realtors Association with the city of Bradenton. And we came up with some issues there that we probably can correct, but ours is not about a monetary figure. We have a very low monetary figure over a long term with the city of Bradenton, but it's for making sure that we're registered. And the numbers I saw today, and this is a guess, but I think we're probably only collecting half of the money we really should be collecting from these rental properties, because those numbers are very low when you look at 200 Airbnb type homes. Condos are different, but when we have more homes in the city of Bradenton, than more than 200, I would guess. Now, I don't have any statistical proof, but I really do believe that we're leaving a lot of money on the table as people are renting these and causing neighborhood problems. That's the biggest thing. So I'm not for more regulation, as you know, but I'm for regulating problems and people calling at 2 o'clock in the morning because there's a party house. That's the problem we got to deal with. And when it hits your neighborhood, which it has hit others on this board's neighborhood that I've talked to, then it becomes a problem for everybody.
I'll just briefly weigh in.
Okay, Mr. Clegg, if you want to weigh in anything that
Yeah,
we're
I'll just
leaving
make a
off.
couple of points, because I started working on tourist development tax when I was in my 20s, which is longer ago than I'd like to admit. And I started in Orange County, and I was given a good talking to by the Orange County attorney when I began working on this, because it's a lot of money over there, and it's highly controversial. It's governed by a very tight Florida statute, 125-0104. And in most counties, it's collected by DOR, but there is a local collection option in the statute that allows for counties to designate their tax collector to collect instead of DOR. And that's what we've done here for many years, along with some other counties. We're not unique in that respect. When I started on this, it was a lot simpler. It was big hotels with hotel rooms. And the hospitality industry has changed a lot in the last several years with the advent of Airbnb and these other platforms. And I think we're probably in a better position with the local collection option to deal with it than those counties that are relying exclusively on DOR. And it's going to continue to pose a lot of challenges. But your question delves into land use regulation, which is a little bit off topic from what we're talking about in this presentation. This is about tourist tax collection, and the authority to collect tourist taxes is the taxing power of local governments. It's completely different from the police power and land use regulation. That's a whole nother world to get into. And the legislature has weighed in on that. I mean, it's told us what we can and can't do in regulating short-term rentals. And, we can have a discussion about that another day, Mr. Chair, if the board is so inclined. But that's a pretty deep pool to get into. And respectfully, I think some of that is really a question of state law and not a question of what local governments can do to level the playing field between those two sides of the industry, given that the legislature's already kind of weighed in and cautioned us about how far we can go in that area. So those are my thoughts, sir.
Thank you, sir. You still have the floor, Mr. Patel.
Actually, my question is to enforcing some of those violations that they create, as Mayor Bryan said, that, the party houses, they just use it for significant purposes and all that, so we can enforce those laws, or somehow there are citations being issued, so that way we control all those nuisance in the communities.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
I just had a quick question for Michelle. So you were talking about the Harmari software, and we brought in about $500,000. What is the cost of that software and of administering it?
Pay $50,000 a year. That's
Awesome.
it.
Thank you. Yep. Sounds like the juice is worth the squeeze then.
All right, commissioners or TDC members, any additional questions? Yes, sir.
So there is one issue when hotels are supposed to collect and remit taxes. We have to do it on a monthly basis. There's a timeline. We follow everything. But when it comes, and it's auditable, and we do get audited. And but with short-term rentals, it's like they collect the money and they just give a bunch of money that, okay, this is the money I collected. It's not auditable, it's nothing, but as our attorney just mentioned, can we do it at this county level where it's allowed to do?
Just so you know, we do audit individuals. They are required by Florida statute to hang on to their documentation for 3 years. So when we have individuals that are running out of short, whether it's a single-family home or a condo or an apartment, if they're not in compliance, we will send them an audit letter just like we send a hotel or a motel and tell them they have 60 days to get their documents together. And if they do not have them, and in most cases they do not, because most short-term rental property owners don't really understand, they haven't really dived into what they need to understand to be conducting short-term rentals. Most of them do not have 3 years' worth of documentation. We do have the authority then to go to the IRS and say, well, what did you report as income? So we do, I don't want you to feel like you're not being, we do get out there and do individuals. I can tell you it is much nicer to audit a hotel or motel because we can walk in and you have your documents in a row, and you guys are always spot on. We spend our time with the people that we're trying to educate, but we do audit individual property owners.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the speaking order is Commissioner Thatcher and Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to, I guess, make a general statement. I think, the county attorney brings up a valid point that there are, and we've run into this a few times. Sometimes I've taken the commission and headlong run into things that the state would much prefer to be in charge of. But I think to your wider point, what I would hope your wider point is that hotels are a huge driver to our economy, and doing a great job of respecting the laws. I just want to say, I think on behalf of everyone here, we recognize that, we appreciate that, and we do want to be partners in helping, because obviously, that's ideal for us. It's efficient and working well, and so we will look for, or I personally will look for opportunities to be a good partner to our hoteliers in Manatee County, and I imagine I speak for most of us when I say that. And your point, though, is well taken. Y'all are doing a great job and bringing in, people that come here, taking good care of them, and they're getting to enjoy our beaches and our wonderful county. So we appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any way we can get a copy of this whole slide deck?
Absolutely.
sent
I'll
out?
be supplying it to Elliot afterwards, and then he can send it out to all of you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Mr. Childs.
Very good presentation. And I'm wondering, do you have numbers on the amount of single-family homes that are short-term rentals that are managed by property management companies?
We do. I can take a look at that. Just keep in mind that tourist development tax is confidential information under 213.53, but I'm pretty sure I can, property managers, single-family homes, we probably can get you some numbers.
Knowing a little bit about it being out on the island, I would assume it's a large percentage of the single-family homes, especially on the island. And
Yes.
I think that goes to your comment in terms of, those property management companies are making sure that tax gets turned over. They're getting their fees based on the gross receipts. And so that's easily trackable, and it's a big percentage of this pie.
Yes.
The other thing that I would comment on is Anna Maria Island, and looking at Anna Maria Island's numbers in terms of the other numbers and wondering why is that down. I think part of that is Anna Maria Island matured earlier in terms of single-family rentals, right? They got started earlier. And there's a smaller number of single-family homes in the city of Anna Maria, way smaller than Holmes Beach. And Braden Beach is about the same. Braden Beach is bigger, or about the same size, but Braden Beach did not mature earlier. Now, Braden Beach, you see a lot of redevelopment going on in the last 4 or 5 years in Braden Beach. A lot of those people that are doing multiple homes, there's a couple of players out there doing that, moved in, and Braden Beach became more desirable as the other ones filled up. So I think part of that is just Anna Maria maturing, actually, and getting into the cycle earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cairns, did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, you did. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with why the Anna Maria, the city of Anna Maria numbers may be down, but I know that over the past few years, there have been a lot of different companies which have switched hands as far as real estate companies that are basically governing, 200 to 300 to 400 some different homes up in that area. So I'm not putting blame anywhere, but I'm just saying that has occurred within the last 2 to 3 years.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg.
I think everyone should realize, the tax collectors, and I say that plural because a number of them, they tried to hold the platforms accountable as the place from where they should collect tourist taxes. And they took the position that they were just a marketing service, and so they had to go to the individual property owners to hold them accountable, which is a lot harder. And the platforms prevailed. I mean, they fought the fight, but they lost. And so that's what puts you in the position of having to go to each individual property owner to enforce this, which makes it a lot more challenging. It's a lot more work.
All right, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Great job, Michelle.
Dr. Hopes? Or Elliot?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Christian's getting me back in order here. I misspoke. Ann Wittine, Ann, raise your hand. Ann's been working with us since 2004. She's our research firm. Incredibly talented, has all the institutional knowledge, so I put a microphone in front of her because by far I don't know much about anything, but Ann knows pretty much about everything. Hotel motels, the amount of rooms is about 4,500 from Ann in Manatee County, out of the 10,500 short-term rentals in Manatee County. So we're seeing growth there. Ann and I talked this morning. Regionally, the Sarasota-Bradenton area has picked up 6,200 more hotel rooms in the past 6-7 years. So when you see some statistics here, the county's doing really, really well with demand based on that added capacity regionally. So one more thing on the short-term rentals. Yes, whistleblowers are important. Code enforcement is just as important. You'll see 2020 that we were only 10% down in visitation. That's really, really exciting. There's two reasons for that. One, we were able to shift to more sports business because of our relationships we have in the marketplace. And number two, the consumer was more at ease or peace to rent a single-family home or a condo than a hotel room. Because they just felt safer. They felt more comfortable, less germs. So that diversity in product is really, really important. And I know you all believe in that. I just wanted to share that as well. It's really important. We have 3 new county commissioners here, a few new TDC members. But the brand has played a big part in our success. And this goes back to 2011, where we hired a third-party vendor to evaluate the brand. And why brand? You can see it right there. Message clarity, easy choice of targets. Most important is the geographical locator. Really, really important. They know who we are, where we're at, and the characteristics of our destination. You could see that the economic benefits is obviously higher visitation when times are good. And I try to educate this a lot. Faster recovery when they're not. Hence, we were 10% down in visitation in 2020. Really plays a part, because when we get into success, record-breaking success, every once in a while I'll get a resident or a stakeholder say, why do you need a market? They know where the Bradenton area is. Stop marketing. And we say we're preparing for the next adversary of occurrence. You always got to keep your brand out there. If we get into a depression and you got to buy tennis shoes, Nike's probably going to win because they have the #1 market share in the world for tennis shoes. So it's really, really important that we drive that point. Obviously, it drives the average daily rate, and it's a greater return in our marketing investment. Okay, what we did was, as part of the process, is we had a team come in and evaluate over 70 points of interest and activity. You got to know what the characteristics are of your destination. And this was a 5-month process. We also interviewed over 57 stakeholders back in 2011. Commissioner Baugh, you may have been our TDC chair right around that time. So we interviewed all the commissioners, all the Tourist Development Council, all the mayors, the chamber presidents. And what we were doing that we didn't tell them that we were doing was creating a SWOT analysis. And I looked at this. I hadn't looked at this in a while, But if you look at the weaknesses, I hate the word civic center because we're trying to rebrand it to a convention center. But now we're addressing that weakness, right? Lack of downtown hoteliers. We're addressing that with the new Spring Hill. Mayor Bryant, 0.4%. You and I aren't worried about that because you got a $90 million hotel being built, and we know that will spur more development of limited service properties around that geographic area as well. The nightlife with the old Main Street, etc. The beaches, multimodal transportation from the urban core out to the beaches. We always knew what our strength was. We're going to address the Bradenton revitalization working with the cities. Sports marketing is now about in a normal year, almost a $400 million a year business as well. The regional cooperation was a threat. Guess what? We have great partnerships with Visit Tampa. We have great partnerships with Visit Sarasota, with Mark Stuckey being the glue at SRQ. So that has really cleaned that up. So this has really made a lot of strides since 2011. And what we do is once we know the characteristics, we go into the marketplace for focus groups. Remember, the worst thing we can do as a destination brand is ask our locals what the brand should look like. As crazy as that sounds, how many people watch ABC7 and we hear the Sun Coast? Well, if I was in Manhattan, New York, and I'm saying, come visit the Sun Coast of Florida, nobody knows where that is, okay? I wish I was like Sarasota, where I had a county and a city name being the same, but we don't have that luxury. So what we do is we put these different types of characteristics in front of them. We gather all the information, and then we go back with different focus group members to confirm the brand. You see all ladies there. We always do focus groups with 100% women around the table because in almost every case, they choose where the household goes on vacation. And these are some of the words that came out of the focus groups: turquoise, the water, unpretentious. That was pretty neat. Well, we have some communities that are part of our competitive set that were known as pretentious. Anti-city, Florida like it once was. I run around the globe saying Anna Maria Island is Florida like it once was 20, 30 years ago with modern day accommodations. So we take all these words and we integrate them into the brand elements. Remember, the brand is more than a logo, okay? It's the brand description. It's the positioning statement, the brand promise, the brand reinforcement that the Board of County Commissioners approved several years ago on the buses, the bus stops. You can see the current county logo. Look at the geographical locator. That's the most important thing that we can do. If you took that off, remember Bradenton or Bradenton area, like the greater Fort Lauderdale area, that was the most prominent geographical locator from our focus groups in Boston and Chicago. Okay. Would we love to use Manatee? Absolutely. It didn't resonate in the marketplace. So you would spend a lot more money getting that to be reinforced as well. But Florida's West Coast shrinks it from Pensacola to Naples down to Clearwater to Naples. So it's really worked. Okay. Is it penetrating the market? I'd love data. Look at when we launched the brand. Remember, the real estate crash was right around here. And we could show you bars that were flat all those years. And then you can start seeing the visitation grow. And we'll show you 2022. There's when you got more capacity. So now we're up to another 6,200 added rooms. Remember, you got to look at capacity in the region, just not Manatee County. Visitor doesn't care whether in Sarasota County or Manatee County. We had severe red tide. Look how the community weathered severe red tide. Look at COVID-19. We hung in there during toughest time probably in our careers. Household income, 89,000 to 121, okay? If I'm selling a Maserati, I'm not targeting somebody that may only be able to buy a Chevrolet, okay? So we need to know who we're targeting, and you can see the growth. Kelly and Colby are two marketing dynamic duo. They're targeting a visitor at 125,000. Okay, they're landing at 122,000. So what they're targeting is working. There's the brand launch, new hotels. Look at the growth of the household income to the area. Look at the occupancy rates. Normally, when you're right around here, 74% is one of the triggers where you're ripe for more hotel development. Okay? So now you got all this extra capacity coming in, and it's weathered it pretty good, even during red tide. Even during 2020 COVID, it's still hanging in. And then look at the rebound, okay? You have diverse assets in our region, good relationships that we're able to shift on the fly, okay? Look at the visitation, and Ann just gave us 2022. I thought we'd land around 3.45 million, and that's everybody. That's overnight visitors. That's people coming in for the day, people staying relatives in your home at nighttime. Is the $3.6 million, up 32.2%. So the brand is working. You can see still growth there. Red Tide hung in there. It's pretty amazing. I love this slide, and we're just going to look at these two areas right here. Look how the Bradenton area fared during COVID compared to our competitive set. We weathered really, really well. Why were we kind of flat here? Well, we really don't have many attractions compared to like a Hillsborough or Pinellas County, but did pretty good. One of my favorite spreadsheets, y'all should have this. We'll get this to you. It's great for your tool belt. If you say, gosh, Mark just got a nonstop flight to Indianapolis. How many people normally come here? So it tells you how many people, the party size, the per capita per person per day. That doesn't include the travel to the destination. This is once they're within the destination. So you can see some of the markets. I think Minneapolis, St. Paul is one of the higher per cap stays. So that's a growing market for us. Washington, Baltimore is another growing market for us. The first-time visitors, that is a really good gauge of if we're penetrating the market. Case study industry standards would say if you're bringing about 30% first-time visitors to the area or higher, then you're penetrating that particular geographic market really, really well. I shared this with Dr. Hopes the other day. First-time leisure visitor to the Bradenton area returns 94% of the time within 12 months. Who do we target? First-time visitor. The sports corporate visitor is about 74% return rate within 12 months. Really, really important. So this is a great chart. The average age, we land, our average is 49 years old, okay? But you can look, actually Jacksonville is a pretty strong market, up-and-coming market for us, so we're going to probably attack that area a little bit more. There it is right there. That kind of surprised me for being interstate. West Palm Beach is part of our competitive set as well. The UK, Central Europe, Kelly's our global affairs director. That market is starting to rebound now. Ever since the feds lift the requirements for COVID coming into our country has made a big difference. So we're expecting to see some really strong pent-up demand starting July of next summer. Remember, the Brits and the Germans mainly start coming in around July 15th, and they come and go until like January 15th. That's that push that we need when the domestic visitation tails off a little bit, okay? So you really won't see much fluctuation in seasonality. Canada now is starting to become a little bit more ripe. Air Canada just launched daily service on November 4th. So we got some Ontario residents coming. A lot of the license plates that you see, the Ontario license plates, they're snowbirds staying in the area as well. There's our target. We're not just casting out a net trying to grab anybody and everybody. We're very targeted. So that's the range. Why aren't we going after really millennials or Gen Zs? We don't have the characteristics that really intrigue them. We may never. I don't see Anna Maria Island having extreme nightlife someday. I may not want it. Getting a little bit of nightlife in the urban core as well. But that's really, and then we land at 49 years old. You can see the household income. We're focusing on females as well. Family, couples destination, not a singles destination. So you got to remember who you're targeting. You can't be everything to everybody. The sports segment, we got into the point where we can pick our poison a little bit. We're really, it would be an oddity for us to really put a lot of equity in a sponsorship in February, March through Easter. We're 10 pounds of sand in a 5-pound bucket. So Mitch Connor in the back and Anna and their team are going after sports tournaments from May through about January 15th. And really the benefit is how can we give the mainland properties an extra push all the way to East County through sports, the segment. I always, when I'm speaking to the community, I always call the sports segment an economic stimulus familiarization tour. And I think they wonder why the county doesn't drug test a little bit too often. That was a joke, by the way. You guys are all looking real serious. Economic stimulus, new dollars are coming in because the teams are coming in. Familiarization tour, we have the parents that have to come to Johnny's soccer tournament. So we share with them the other characteristics of our community. They go out to the beach, they go into the urban core, they go to the shopping. And what do they say? Honey, we got to come back for vacation. So it's a really, really easy way to bring first-time visitors back again, okay? You can see why we shy away from mid-January through April on the sports segment. You never say never, but you really got to analyze it. Same with the group corporate. As the convention center evolves and all that, and the meeting planners aren't going to spend $300 a night for their attendee to come to a convention center in February, March. So you're going to see a lot of that business come in really from May through the fall into the urban core as well, okay? Marketing tactics, I just wanted to share this with you. There's a lot of different tactics. The most effective, I've always said, if you're poor and you need to market a brand, public relations is the most efficient and effective way to do it if you're really good at doing it. Digital advertising, these ladies would say it's about 87% of our advertising buy because you can zero down to a zip code if you want. It's really, really good. And then, of course, social media. Colby's working with Madden Media to build us a new website. That's the heart of what we do. So everything that we put out in the marketplace to create brand awareness is driven to the website. Please keep in mind, and I say this with humility as well, we are accredited through Destination Marketing Association International. We're one of about 1,300 tourism bureaus in the world that are accredited. The binder is about this thick. There's 2 of them. And it confirms that we understand best practices doing what we do. We felt it was really, really important to get that accreditation to showcase to individuals like you all, our hospitality industry, that we're supposed to know what we're doing. We go through a reaccreditation process every 6 years, and I think Leanne said we have to get reaccredited this calendar year, so stay tuned on that reaccreditation. At this point, I'm going to mix it up a little bit and bring up Mark Stuckey. Mark and I travel around a lot together, and he's got the fastest growing airport in the United States. We've known each other for about 29 years, so we're real candid with each other, but it's a lot of fun traveling with Mark, but we thought it was important for him to kind of give you all an update because what he's doing at SRQ is a big part of driving visitation to the region. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Elliot. Good morning, commissioners and council members. I'll give you a quick update on the airport. I think these, you're okay.
They're right.
Some of these slides are already outdated, and I just sent them to Elliot 2 weeks ago. We keep growing so fast. So this was where we were 4.5 years ago in 2018, early 2018. We had 6 airlines and 12 nonstop destinations. And so today, this is where we're at now. And like I said, this is already outdated. So we have 11 airlines, 54, we actually have 56 nonstop destinations because last week Southwest Airlines notified me that starting in March, they're going to add Buffalo and New York as well as Providence. And they're going to start a new service a new destination that they don't currently serve, which is Minneapolis. But Providence and Buffalo are 2 new destinations that we currently don't serve at our airport. So we're up to 56 nonstop destinations now. So we've seen massive growth. I think a lot of you've read in the paper what's been going on. We've had to add more fuel capacity. We've had to add checkpoint, additional lanes. We've resolved those two problems. We have 400,000 gallons of fuel storage now. We're going to have 6 lanes next month. We have 5 now, but even over Thanksgiving, if you flew through our airport, you did not wait in line more than 5 minutes. It was absolutely excellent through there. So our only issue we're dealing with now is parking, but we're working on resolving that. So we do have $165 million worth of construction projects that are starting this next year. The biggest one is the ground boarding terminal that we're building. This was the cheapest, fastest way to get more gates at our airport. We currently have 13 loading bridges, but we're going to be adding this terminal, which will add 5 more gates. We already know in talking with the airlines that the minute it's opened, we have one airline in particular that said we'll take all 5 gates and we'll double our fleet at your airport. So we'll continue to grow, and they are very interested in that. We also are going to be adding a new ground transportation area, a new general aviation federal inspection station for clearing GA customs flights. We're going to be adding a new car rental facility, quick turnaround where they fuel and clean the cars. So we have a lot of different projects, and also with all this additional passenger traffic that we have, we're adding another additional up escalator and down escalator and more concessionaires on the concourse. We just added a Jimmy John's, and then we're going to be adding some additional concessionaires going forward. Our passenger numbers have increased dramatically. Let me show you another picture of the inside of what our new ground transportation, or our new ground-based terminal is going to look like, where the 5 gates will be. This will eventually tie back into the original checkpoint as we build another wing with 4 additional jet bridges, and then they'll have a down escalator that goes into this area. But when we first open it, this will have its own 4-lane checkpoint to get started with. The 5 gates, will be able to add additional 2 gates onto this facility, but we'll have to build some apron space into the shade parking lot. So once we get our parking lot situation completed, we'll end up being able to expand this terminal. Economic impact, this is another slide that's outdated. This was the 2018 study for calendar year 2018, showed that we had a $1.3 billion economic output impact to the area. Last night at 6:30 p.m., I got the email from Florida Department of Transportation that the calendar year 2021 numbers are in, and we are now showing a $3.2 billion economic impact with over 23,000 jobs created by the airport. So that was great news. That's based on 2021 numbers. 2021, we had 3.1 million passengers. For 2022, this year, we expect to have 3.8 million passengers, and for next year, we'll definitely go over 4 million passengers. We are the fastest growing airport in the United States by far. We are really recapturing a lot of the service that we didn't have for the 25 years when we peaked in 1990. We really were stagnant for a long time with just legacy carriers. A number of you know the history of the airport, but we used to be very expensive to operate out of. We used to be twice the cost of Fort Myers and Tampa. And in 2014, we paid off all of our debt. We've been debt-free ever since. We pay as you go, rebuilding the terminal and everything we do. We've been able to lower our costs. We're now about half the cost of Tampa and Fort Myers Airport for an airline to operate at our airport. Of course, that has really encouraged a lot of growth. In addition to that, Elliot and I have been out working together. We're one of the few airports that actually bring their executive CVB director with them on the road to meet with the airlines. I know County Administrator Dr. Hopes has been with us a few times. It really makes a difference. We're able to close the deals. Where the airport and the tourism tax ties in together, when we add a new route, a new destination, we do offer incentives. From the airport side, we waive all fees for 2 years. That's gate use fees, terminal use fees, landing fees. So it gives those new routes an opportunity to get established. And then in addition to that, we give marketing money. And that marketing money, when we go to an airline, we tell them we're going to make sure that these new routes that you add in are going to be successful, and that we're going to make sure all these seats are filled. The airport will put in $1 to marketing money, and both Bradenton Area CVB and Visit Sarasota will put in 50 cents. That marketing pot of money is used we'll take that tourism tax money and we'll go to that new destination that we're adding. Let's say it's Providence or Buffalo. And we will spend that money in that destination and do destination marketing. So people in that area understand that, hey, this is, what's the Bradenton areas down here? We have a nonstop flight, and it brings people here and ensures that we fill the airplanes. And we found that to be very successful. We probably have the best incentive program in the entire United States. I've seen a lot. Not every airport has a tourist tax collection base like we do in this area, but our airport, we're on the county line. We're able to draw from 2 CVBs, and then we also double that up by bringing different people from either whether it's Elliott or somebody from Visit Sarasota County along to meet with the airlines, and we're able to close those deals. And we'll be meeting and going up to Chicago and meeting at their headquarters tomorrow. Elliott will be joining me there. We're going to be looking to try to get them to triple their service for the summer. Right now, it looks like the schedule looks like it will be at least that much, triple of what it was last year. So it's very exciting. Even though United's only our 5th largest carrier, they still provide an enormous amount of service to our airport. You'll see 5 flights a day just to Newark, New Jersey on mainline aircraft. You'll see flights to Denver, Houston, Washington, Dulles, and Chicago. They fly a lot of passengers, and they're not even our largest carrier. Our spring break time period is our busiest time. We have 154 commercial service air carrier operations on our peak day. That's aircraft, almost all of them are 150 to 200 seat aircraft. And we're going to probably put through our terminal approximately 24,000 seats on Saturdays in March, which is our busiest day of the week. So 154 operations and 24,000 people a day roughly will come through our airport. So we've seen a lot of change, and we're going to continue to be aggressive. We're going to try to get more flights and more service. We know that the airlines want to add more service and more destinations. Some of the growth carriers we've added, I'm on the wrong slide, so I didn't have the slide for it, but just in this last year, we've added 2 new airlines, Avelo Airlines and Breeze Airways. We've added 9 new destinations just in 2022. So we've seen great success. We're going to continue to push for more destinations and more service. We want the community to be able to go to our airport and go to any destination they want to out of our airport and get a price that is really good, either the same as Tampa or cheaper. And we think a lot of people remember back in the days when it was expensive to fly out of our airport, and that's not the case anymore. So we're really working hard to make sure we keep this going in the right direction. We're very dependent on the cooperation, the partnership we have with both CVBs. I can't tell you what a difference it makes to have the Bradenton area CVB assisting us and bringing in new service. It really has made a huge difference, and it's one of the reasons we're successful. I call it our secret sauce, because other airports, when we go to these speed dating conferences where you have 20 minutes meetings with each airline during the day, and you'll go through 8 or 9 airlines. I'm the only airport that has our CVB director with me helping close the deals, and comforting the network planners, letting them know if you add this new destination, we will make sure we market in that destination to bring people to our area and fill those seats. And it's been extremely successful. And I just want to thank the commission and the council members for their support, for Dr. Hopes, who's been on a few of our trips with the airlines, and for Elliott and all the work he and his staff have done over the last few years to take us from that 12 nonstop destinations to 56. It really has made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elliott, we are 7 minutes from our scheduled recess. I have Bearden, Baugh, and Childs on the speaking board
For the airport?
For the
just in
airport.
general?
But
Okay.
I know that as soon as I rip the top off of that, or I open that bag, it won't be 7 minutes and just the 3 of them. So is there anything you want to add or conclude with
I do, if
before?
that's okay.
We'll break and we'll come back with questions after the break.
Just, you can see all the business going into the Northeast and the Midwest. We're working on trying to get nonstops to the West. So stay tuned on that. You've read about it. Crew shortages, pilot shortages. There's one airline that has 50 737s sitting in the desert because they don't have the crews to fly them. That's a problem, but that'll be mitigated. It's interesting. If I put $100,000 of marketing dollars on the table for a twice-a-week, year-round flight, you're going to get an economic impact of $10 million to the region split it in half, 100,000, return 5 million. It's easy numbers that a lot of other destinations just aren't doing as well. The other thing, like for United, you have United and Delta and American that go international. So another reason why we go to their headquarters is try to get them, their network planners, to align those flights, whether it be O'Hare or Newark. So you got people coming out of the UK or Europe that connect into the SRQ as well. We are constantly meeting with international carriers, so stay tuned on that. It's negotiations on steroids. I wouldn't say it's an if, it's a when. We're going to get there because we're starting to resonate really, really well. But you talk about a game changer when that day comes to be able to offer a nonstop flight from someplace in Europe to SRQ. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. So then we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:35 for questions for the presenters. We're in recess. Okay, welcome back. We're continuing our first TDC BOCC joint meeting, and Elliot has concluded his presentation, as is the airport. You gentlemen have anything else that you want to add?
Mr. Chair, I thought some of the board members had a couple
Well,
questions.
they do, yeah. I just didn't know if you wanted to get your last word in before I open the gates and
No.
the floodwaters
You know
start.
me.
Okay,
No, sir.
so the speaking order is Bearden, Baugh, Childs, and Ballard. Commissioner Bearden.
First off, Elliot, wonderful presentation. I just had just a few questions in regard to our Canoodle Convention Center that's being developed and built. We're investing a large amount of money into this convention center, and we're essentially entering into a new market, right, to have larger companies come here to have their conventions. What is our strategy to ensure that our new convention center is being filled continuously for the majority of the year? And also, what are we doing to bring those larger companies here to have their conventions here? Is there a strategy that you have in place for that?
All due respect, Mr. Chair, I'm an idiot. I want to show some slides of our facilities. I thought you all had questions specifically for the airport. Anybody have any questions specifically for the airport?
The next agenda item is the next 5 years and what we're doing and moving
Commissioner
forward.
Bearden, and then I'll answer your question.
He's a step ahead of you.
Okay.
No worries.
Let me roll through these few last slides, and then I'll
let me
address.
see. I have Baugh, Childs, and Ballard still.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where's Mark?
He's right here.
Oh, I couldn't see him. I just am so excited about what I'm seeing at our airport. I mean, I call it our airport.
Yes, absolutely.
Which I think is appropriate, but nevertheless. It is tremendous. It is like a dream come true. I never thought I would see it in my time on this board. So I can't just praise you and of course, Tom Piccolo and the the Airport Authority enough with what all you've done. But I do have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Number one, I know that, it seems that we've spent, I guess, probably TDC funds, I guess, for the traveling with Elliot, and of course, I hear Scott's been on a few trips with you as well. So I know we're spending TDC monies to do that. What I'm curious about is SRQ. Are we paying the same amount as SRQ, or how does that work exactly? I've never heard.
Well, as far as the marketing incentives, for every dollar the airport puts in, the CVBs will match with 50 cents. So if we put in 100,000, then the CVBs will put in 50,000 each, and that'll be dedicated. A lot of times people think we're subsidizing the airline with that money, and that's not what it's for. That money is strictly for marketing the destination, Bradenton area, or the Visit Sarasota's money will go to market Visit Sarasota County in the new destination that we're adding. And it's only for a specific time period. So of all the money that's been spent over the last 10 years, we've brought, of all these 56 destinations, we've probably brought in 40 new destinations. 90% of them we're no longer providing any marketing money for. So it's only a 2-year period. The FAA is very strict about how long we can provide incentives to a airline that's adding a new destination. It's 2 years max, and so that we give the maximum, and that's how we do it. And then as far as like spending the money on the travel and things like that, most of these different things we do are headquarter visits with the airlines or the speed dating conferences that they have throughout the year.
Understood. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I was going to be bringing up and referring to. And I guess my question, I don't think really, I know what you're saying and what you responded, but I think my question is more of this. Does Sarasota travel with Manatee on these same trips? And if so, are we spending the same amount? I'm not criticizing supporting the airport by any means. Don't take it that way. I'm just asking, is Sarasota paying the same amount of TDC funds to the airport that we do with the trips and so forth that Scott Hopes and Elliott make as well? Are they equal?
determine whether it's exactly the same, but yes, they do go on the trips. If we're doing a Allegiant headquarter event or visit, they are a partner in that, and they pay their share of it, and they do travel on, it just depends on which airlines and their availability.
So
It'll
I
either
know
be
when ours, I don't think you're realizing what I'm saying here, I'm sorry. I realize that when Dr. Hopes has gone on these trips, and I think Elliot, Sarasota has not been there, but they do go on other trips with the airport, so they do spend separate funds on that as well, was
That's
my.
correct. There's some events. For instance, let me give you an example. The Visit Sarasota County has the Atlanta Braves ball team in their county, and this
sure.
past summer they get a suite as part of their sponsorship of the field and everything. And they did invite both the airport and Elliot and Dr. Hopes to come to that suite and entertain the Delta Airlines. I think we probably entertained 15 Delta Airlines network planners at that suite.
And I'm not
They
finding
paid
fault with that,
for-
Mark. I
they
mean-
didn't. The Manatee County didn't pay for any of that. That was strictly Visit Sarasota County doing that. So it's
Might
just
need to
different
turn
on
that in on the expense
each of our travel.
Yeah, let me share.
Elliot, you go ahead.
Yeah.
That's,
it's a good
I can really
question.
get to the point pretty quick
Yeah,
that I'm trying
no,
to make, which isn't where
yeah.
you guys are going. I'm sorry I brought that example up. Maybe it
Yeah,
was the wrong
I'll
one.
be real candid and
Yeah.
very professional.
Okay.
We have a great partnership
Yeah.
with Visit Sarasota. In almost every case, they match every marketing incentive dollar that Mark and I ask. If you have, now speed dating, like Dr. Hopes hasn't come to the speed dating with us.
That's
but
weird.
if you, and I say this with the utmost humility,
Yeah.
if
Speed
there's
dating.
3 of us, it almost looks like an ambush. So to have somebody, I'm really representing the region when I'm around that table. And really, I'd give anything for each of you to come and see what we do, because it's about intimate relationships and really having an artistic pulse of what they need to move forward. And it's a lot of fun. So we communicate well with my counterpart of Visit Sarasota. Anytime we ask her to partake in marketing incentives, she does. Now, the only thing between this board and Sarasota, and I say this with humility, and when I've met with the new commissioners a couple years ago, I said, look, I'm the only tourism director that you'll probably find in government that has made financial decisions before the board has approved it from time to time. World Golf Championship being one, okay? But I'm held accountable, okay? It's okay. It was in the newspaper. So sometimes you have to cut a deal at the table to get the deal done. And I've heard too many times, I've been around tables where someone in my position in the United States would say, well, yeah, we're interested and I'll commit that, but I have to go through a 6 to 8 week approval process. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to go to a different community destination
Elliot, let me
to do
help
that.
you.
So
We're way off track here as to where I was going. I'm sorry that I brought it up. It's okay.
It's
I
okay.
think you guys rock. I think y'all are the best ever. You got my total support. That is not where I was going. And Elliot, I know you, and you would come back and say, look, I had to do this. I hope it's okay. And, you know, I'm, none of that.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm your biggest fan.
thank you.
What I was getting at, Mark, was I fly Sarasota a lot, the airport. See, I just said it too. But the bottom line is it's really a little bit aggravating when we try to be such great partners at the airport that it doesn't seem that we ever get any recognition whatsoever. And we spend a lot of TDC funds, which I love doing. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. But, you know, when you're on a plane and you're leaving Sarasota or you're flying back in, that's all you hear is welcome to SRQ or welcome to Sarasota. Well, you know, it doesn't take a lot. And I know Elliot knows I've harped on this for 10 years. And nothing seems to, it's never that important for some reason, that Bradenton, which I'm not even crazy about, it should be Manatee, but nevertheless, you know, it's like we get no mention. We're not important enough to be recognized. And that does start at the airport. And so I'm bringing it up because, again, I'm saying, when do we grow up and we become the same? And it should be Sarasota, Bradenton. And I'll leave SRQ to somebody else to bring up as far as why it is SRQ. I mean, we seem to have somehow the other that has just grown and gotten even worse over the years. It's a pet peeve, and it should be of all this board.
Commissioner, if I make a quick comment, you and I are aligned. We both probably have ulcers about it. That Mark knows it. He grins because the subject comes up almost every one of the speed dating. It's harder to get Delta, some of the big signatory carriers, because they're weaned off of incentives.
Right.
But I can assure you that Breeze, Avello, Southwest, Allegiant, there's strings to the deal. That if their crew, their platforms aren't consistent, then we may pull back our marketing incentives. And my point is don't forget about Bradenton. People don't know geographically that Sarasota and Bradenton are only 10 miles apart. And I said, if you want to lose about 500,000 in population and a visitor base of 3.6 million, it's going to negatively impact your carrier and our business. I get a little passionate about it. So yes, we're there. It is a long. I just flew in from New York and I heard too
Really
much Sarasota.
aggravating.
Where I went to the flight attendant. I said, "Am I going to Bradenton? I'm not sure I'm on the right plane." And I rattled her.
Maybe it'll take a visit to the Port Authority and speak at one of their meetings. I just feel like,
I can tell you that from
we're
the
growing and
airport,
it's time
we
that
spend every meeting talking about that very issue with the marketing team, the network planning team. We make sure that their branding, whether it's on their website, whether it's at their gate, back wall signage, no matter what it is, we do everything in our power to try to change that so that it's represented with Sarasota Bradenton equally. Even our airport name, we make sure that it's always Sarasota Bradenton.
except when it's SRQ.
Well, SRQ is a three-letter government identifier that was given
I know
to
what it
us.
is.
Yeah, I don't think we can change that.
No, you can't change that.
Why not?
And I just wanted
Correct. Except LAX is probably the only one.
What is the process for changing the identifier?
Okay, that's a bag of
It's
worms.
a good
Sorry,
question.
Mark.
I'd have to look into it.
it's an international identifier, and I've seen it done just a couple of times with
So it can be done.
I'll research it for. I'll come up with a process. But I just wanted to let you know that the name of the airport, the actual international name of the airport in aviation charts is the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. The airport identifier is something that gets assigned around the world. But we can look at the process.
Commissioner Baugh?
I'll vote for BSX.
Commissioner Baugh,
Sarasota Exchange.
Commissioner Baugh still has the floor.
I just want to say, I realize that, no one is more impressed and happy with our airport than I am. You're probably one of your biggest fans, okay?
Thank you.
But it's just, for heaven's sakes, let's get it right. And if we had started 10 years ago, when I first brought this up, maybe, we could be a little bit further. I'm just saying it's time that we get the respect that, honestly, Manatee County's due, or I'm sorry, Bradenton is due, with all due respect.
It should be the
So-
Bradenton Sarasota Airport.
I don't care about that, but I do like that.
I'm very competitive. I'll start doing it when I come into land. Now I'm going to say Bradenton Sarasota Tower.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
right.
all I would ask.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. It could be the Minnesota Airport, too. Commissioner Baugh, thank you. So the order of the board is Childs, Ballard, Ron, and Wick. Mr. Childs, his question was answered. Commissioner Ballard,
Sorry, Ed.
My question is not regarding the airport, so I'll wait.
I will put you further down. Commissioner Ron.
Hey, Mark, can you tell me real quick, what's the percentage of commercial traffic versus private traffic at the airport right now?
I would say, as far as aircraft operations, the private is much larger, probably 80% of our traffic. And then the commercial is 20%.
Mr. Wick.
Make a comment.
Yes, sir.
My wife now volunteers at the airport. She's been doing that for a couple of months. She's what do they call it? Ambassador.
Well, they have plenty of money. She should ask for a check.
And out of fear, they just always, they gave her that, like, fear of God. it's the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport, and always say it. She said, oh my God. I said, yeah, we got some connections. So she came home and told me, said, my God, these people, they was just, don't say Sarasota, say Sarasota-Bradenton. Welcome, so they are doing it.
It's just the planes
ask ours,
flying
she'll
in
tell
and
you.
out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you. And, I just flew into Tampa the day before yesterday, and Jane Castor comes on and welcomes me to Tampa. Probably make us all feel a lot better if Gene Brown came on and welcomed you to Sarasota-Bradenton.
Yeah.
Great idea.
It'd be great.
And he could tell us he could tell us about the regulations and the do's and don'ts of Bradenton. Okay. Are there any further questions on the airport? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll finish up my slides here. We can get into some other questions. Okay, give you a little update here on the expansion project. Foley Bryant is the hired architect. I did have my good friend Tom Yarger in the audience, but I think he had to go to another meeting. And this is what we're looking like that they're designing right now. So you could see the existing, y'all had the Republican meeting at the conference center. And then right now, the objective is to add that footprint. That 25-foot clear ballroom space would be multi-purpose that could accommodate 900 people banquet style. And then you can see where it says North Plaza, that air-conditioned connector will connect to the hotel. Okay, you can see right there, North Plaza, slightly to the west of that is the air-conditioned connector into the 252-room hotel. Okay, right here is we're working with Dr. Hopes to consider a parking deck. We're currently turning over every rock to see what kind of grant opportunities could be out there, so stay tuned on that. These are keyword conceptual. These are the conceptual elevations of the convention center. The objective has always been, how do we build a $90 million Marriott hotel beside a convention center that complements at least the look of the hotel. We didn't want a very generic looking convention center, so that's pretty nice. A lot of glass. That's the conceptual. So stay tuned for more on that. Here are some conceptual interiors as well. This would be the ballroom here, the air-conditioned corridors, pre-functions as well. The main arena, the good news is we'll redo the floor and put some brighter paint colors on the walls, but not much there. This is actually the main lobby to the main arena of the convention center. So you can see our business model would change compared to what it is today. Okay, there's the future parking deck. So hopefully we'll figure that out in a few months. Right now, Tom reminded me that we should be given a construction budget to the county administrator, hopefully sometime in January, so we can bring it back to the TDC and the board for consideration. Because you all have seen it, the hotel's moving really, really good. The 8 stories over here to the left is framed up. You can see the lower steel. That is for the 10,000 square foot of ballroom meeting space. I think you all know it was earmarked as a Sheraton Marriott flag. And if you've stayed at Sheratons around the country, they're not being renovated as fast as we would have liked. So they convinced Marriott to drop the Sheraton name, and now it's just a straight Marriott. So that brand enhancement is powerful for Palmetto, for the urban core. Resort style pool. This is the 8th floor restaurant and bar. There will be an M Club also in that hotel as well. So it's nice to have an M Club for a certain status as Marriott. Premier Sports Campus in Lakewood Ranch. Keep in mind, this brings in a normal year about $50 million to the local economy. So thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for buying it off of Schroeder Manatee when they did. What we're going to be doing here is, and Tom and his staff are working on it as we speak, is that permanent frame tent. And this is all requested by the customers that we do business with. That's going to be a net $6,500 permanent frameless frame tent that'll have a wooden floor, some air-conditioned bathrooms that we'll use for banquets for the kids, registration. There could be trainers' rooms in there, very multi-purpose. And it's also going to allow us to diversify our business and rent that to other types of business that the private sector doesn't have the size. We're also going to be building, I like to call them multi-purpose rooms. We don't want them to be specifically locker rooms. That'll lock us into not using it as much. So it'll be very multi-purpose rooms where you could have coaches' rooms, ice tubs, trainers' rooms, and then locker rooms as well. There will be permanent bathrooms on the south side of that that'll be used for the public. But when we have teams in there, we can close that off and use it for the teams. We want to keep a lot of versatility there. More importantly, we're going to add about 400 additional parking spots. A lot of you have been out there. Parking could be a challenge. Development is coming closer to us, so 400 parking spots will be added. That'll include ADA, a asphalt driveway with a drop-off circle as well, and some asphalt parking for daily use, mainly for our staff and league play as well. So you're going to see a lot of progress there. Powell Crosley said, I want to touch upon that. Oh, gosh, that's a beautiful aerial. What we're going to do, Dr. Hopes has been now engaged in communicating with the school. And the idea is this parcel right here is 8 acres. It's really not used at all right now. And what Dr. Hopes is working on, the university is moving forward with student housing that we desperately need for this campus, but it's shifted from the conceptual being on the county property to the university property. So student housing, all the vertical structures would be on the USF property, and Dr. Hopes is working with the university to potentially lease that property to the university and use it for a park for the students, park for the residents, a little bit of recreation for the students. And this line right here, that multimodal trail will connect to the neighborhood north. The residents in that corridor have requested that. Right now when they bike or they run, they got to go out on Tamiami Trail. And as most of you know, it's like a runway out there. So we're patiently waiting for FDOT to design that road with some roundabouts, clean that up, but we're going to have connectivity that'll basically be open all the time. So if the Crosley is closed or has a private event, the trail could still be open running through the university up that land to that north neighborhood. So that would be a great amenity. So stay tuned on that. Dr. Hopes is having good communication with the regional chancellor of the university. Just a quick update. This logo is not finalized yet, but kind of gives you a sneak peek of what it's going to look like. There are the 2 49-passenger ferries that are now ordered, so they're being built. It's got a 5 to 6 month lag time. It is a Florida-based builder that's building it, so we're excited when that gets done. We are working on brand elements, so we may wrap that boat with our brand elements as well. Many of you know the routes that we're initially going to be going with, the day dock in downtown Bradenton to the Anna Maria Pier, down to Bradenton Beach Pier, and then the South Coquina boat ramp. When the hotel is open, we have plans to come north of the river to Palmetto, whether that's Riviera Dunes or Regatta Point. Really, really important to be able to give those attendees of conventions day trips to the island as well. Friday, Saturday, Sundays only initially, 10:30 in the morning till 9:30 at night. We're going to be doing, Ann Wittine is doing interceptors, asking our visitors that come in questions about the water ferry service. So we're going to enhance, shift, adjust based on consumer feedback and demand. Fluidity is the key here. We hope someday, Rahul has mentioned it, gosh, how cool would it be if you had students who didn't drive that lived in Parrish and went to the Fort Hamer launch and was able to go to Anna Maria Island on a boat instead of trying to figure out a way to drive all the way out there. We see that being a possibility at some point in the future as well. So there's where we're at. We will be bringing back an agreement for the BCC consideration to partner with Clearwater Ferry. as well as interlocal agreements between the 3 cities involved. And Colby has the marketing plan ready to launch when the time is appropriate for that. Okay, here's where, and I'm going to get to the commissioner's questions on the facilities. But let's just, I think this is the meat of why we're here today, is things are going well. Revenues are coming in. I could be real candid with you. I kind of hate it when people say, oh, Elliot, you guys are doing a great job. You're breaking records. Well, guess what, folks? Coastal Florida is breaking records. Okay? So I like to speak in a real manner here. I told the TDC the last meeting, grade us when times are tough. Okay? When we're having success, yeah, we play a part of that puzzle. Grade us when times are tough. And you all have given us the ability through putting assets in this community that we can shift on the fly to keep that flow of money coming in when times are really, really tough. 2020, red tide are some good reasons to do that. So I kind of want you to think and just pull me away from it. I don't exist. Where do you all think you want to head in the next 5 years? And we don't need to decide it now. But of course, we're blessed with Premier Sports Campus. And then you got the evolution of the new park north of Premier Sports Campus with the pickleball courts, the swimming pool, the softball fields, etc. How do we utilize both of those? You have Terra Nova. If any of y'all haven't been to Terra Nova, let me know. It is 5-star plus. Dr. Hopes was out there. It is an unbelievable equestrian center in Mayaca City, right on the Manatee County line as well. And then, of course, the PGA golf opportunities, with our partner at the concession. Lakewood National is going to be doing the Corn Ferry. That's changing from from February to April. So PGA is really, really important for the future of East County as well. You look at an area like Parrish, of course, the Florida Railroad Museum is on the cusp of getting finished. You have the shopping component. You have Fort Hamer, and then you have an agricultural component. Ed Childs owns Gamble Creek Farms as well, and he's doing some neat things out there. Urban core. When the media asked me, where's the future in tourism? Not that we want to shun the islands, but it's, hey, the future, the focus has to be the urban core redevelopment and the evolution of East County. Those are the 2 years that we recommend that we focus on, from University Parkway all the way up to Palmetto. We've all talked about how we build around Lecom Park, Village of the Arts, how that becomes more of a vibrant area. You need assets there that drive people to that area year-round. We love the Pittsburgh Pirates spring training, but you need more than just spring training baseball to drive people into that area as well. The university is going to be a big seed of redeveloping from University Parkway to Cortez. If we want to attract and maintain a millennial workforce, we need more density. We need the retail with the housing and the multimodal transportation to make that happen. There's prototypes like St. Pete that showcase that really, really well. And as much as I'm glad when I drive to Crosley and I see a new Wawa or I see a new Starbucks, it's almost like if we have just retail up and down it and that's it, that I don't think we've done our job. We got to figure out a way to put some housing in there with some retail, with some multimodal transportation to really stimulate that area. And then we can't forget about Lake Flores. There's hotel development opportunities. Of course, there's going to be retail. And we've had discussions of how cool would it be that you can go from University of South Florida, Sarasota, Manatee, through a multimodal trail all the way to the island through Lake Flores with the new Cortez Bridge and everything. I think that's realistic. How many years off? Don't worry about that. We just need direction on moving forward. So I just want to kind of get some blood flowing a little bit, see if we can get a little dialogue, because I know we'll communicate well. You're going to trust us because we're going to earn it. You're going to respect us because we're going to earn your respect. At that point, I'm a community servant. So with that, Mr. Chair.
Add something to it because I saw the thing about USF and I want to correct a few things. There had been a number of discussions around the county donating that property in between USF and the Bay. And in meeting with the president and the chancellor, it became apparent that they did not need the land for the dormitories or the science buildings. they needed it for recreation facilities. So what we've been working on is to be able to bring to the board options with regards to that property. And the option that we're working on, in addition to the board being asked to donate the property, is, since they're looking for recreation facilities, for it to be a county recreation facility that the students could have use of, and the residents that are west of 41, where there are no public recreation facilities for those residents. Many of you visited, I believe, New College, and you saw there was that vacant piece of land just south of Crosley. That's actually USF land, and that's where the trail connects. So the idea is to bring to the board an option where that trail connects that, which could be a multi-purpose field, through Crosley, through that Crosley property that could be recreation facilities, and then up through Lake Flores. So that's what it was. It wasn't leasing it to them or anything like that. It's to give an alternative to a donation, which, you know, I believe that there's another way to provide that benefit without donating the property, but that's going to be up to the board. So that's all the clarification I wanted to make.
Okay. So this speaking order, first, I have Ballard that I had moved down the list, but now you're at the top of the list. Are you, okay. So I'm going to go Ballard and then Baugh and then Patel. Okay.
So thank you so much. I think that we have so many great opportunities going forward with tourism. I'm excited for all of the growth that we've seen. I did have a couple of questions. So we did this major study in 2010, and I was kind of looking at all of the adjectives and things that people use to describe Manatee County, and we've had some major changes in the county since that time. I mean, we've had a lot of growth. Number one, how are we accounting for those changes in our marketing, in our tourism development? And also, do you feel that it's important to retain some of those aspects, like the Florida as it once was, old Florida kind of feeling as we develop and grow larger in Manatee County?
Well, great comment. You're tracking us really, really well. We do go back to the marketplace when was it, probably 2 years ago? We went back working with Ann, because since you have a really fast-growing community, if your characteristics start to change, then your brand elements may do the same. Keep in mind, there's times, depending on who we're pointing to. I'll give you an example. A Brit in almost every case is coming here to go on Anna Maria Island. And they want that kind of difference from, they don't want to be Clearwater, they don't want to be Fort Lauderdale. We're the only low-rise, low-key, probably island you'll find in Florida. So those key words are really, really important. But when we went back into the marketplace a couple of years ago, I think it was right pre-COVID, it confirmed that our brand elements are still aligned with the characteristics, but we'll continue to reevaluate that to make sure, because if it's not resonating, I can't come and ask you all someday for more marketing dollars if we haven't checked all of our boxes of is Colby and Kelly buying properly? Is the brand elements penetrating the market like it should? There's a lot of variables there to make sure, or that we bring in the first-time visitors in at a rate that is we need to. So I'm sure that probably in about a year, we'll probably be going back into the marketplace, because what I said was urban core redevelopment in East County. You know, we're going to have to relook at the brands there, depending on how we're going to redevelop it or develop it to make sure it's resonating quickly. There's an adage: when you are exposed to a brand, if it doesn't resonate in 3 seconds to where they want to dig in further, they're gone forever. It's that quick. That's how simple, stupid it really needs to be. But I really appreciate your comments. I think we're really aligned on what you just said.
I have another question. So I'm excited to see the growth and the focus on Palmetto, and I think that there are some really great opportunities there. I was just wondering, why is Palmetto not included on any of the branding?
Well, if you look at it, Lakewood Ranch isn't either. And that's going to be bigger than Venice to Palmetto combined. Commissioner Ball, it's going to have, you know this, a landmass size in 15 years when it's all built out of two Manhattan, New Yorks. Okay? So that could change as well. It goes back to my simple stupid. If we put too many names in front of them, it's going to confuse them. And this is all marketplace study. In almost every case, the consumer, the prospective consumer, is really determining our brand based on a lot of variables.
And I figured that was the heart of it, was just you can't put too many names on there.
Now, Commissioner, when you go into our website, there's brand elements about Palmetto. So it's not that they're just Lakewood Ranch. We meet with Laura Cole every 3 months because they're invaluable to our future and all that. So it's just that initial get their blood flowing, get them to dig in further, and then we got them. If you looked at our sports collateral, there's a lot of Lakewood Ranch in there.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Commissioner Ball.
Can I take a 5-minute break?
No.
I'm going with you.
Actually, she never ceases to amaze me. She's good. She's good. Very good points. I totally agree with everything you just said. And what we did 10 years ago, we need to look at because we are changing quickly. I don't know that, Bradenton and Anna Maria and Longboat Key, it's only one part of the county. And the rest of us kind of you stay out of this. Everybody else gets left out. It's like, but yet, where's the growth? But then, again, that's not what I wanted to talk about, though, Elliot. We'll have a private conversation on that one. Elliot knows. I just think, we're blessed here in Manatee County to have Elliot. He does a great job. As our administrator does, I think sometimes perhaps they both get a little carried away before they bring it here, though, and then we're in like this with some of the things that they come up with. I wanted to mention, and Scott, I know you brought up the housing, student housing, and I'm glad you did, because I know that a previous board had already dealt with that. So I find it interesting to find out that you're in the center of this. I knew nothing about it, and I know that we're trying to play catch-up now. But I think that's probably something you should have a more of an in-depth conversation with the board than what we're doing here, because a previous board had already dealt with that issue. And, to just arbitrarily change it and we don't know anything about it, this board's not fully aware. We need to have more.
Yeah, and I'll bring it to you. That's why, and I will tell you, it's very interesting. Obviously, I was on the board of trustees. Rick Piccolo took my seat, and Mr. Piccolo and the president and the chancellor I met, because I was led to believe when I was on the school board as well, that they needed the land to build the student housing on. And it's amazing what comes out in the conversation. They never needed the land for the student housing.
You might want to know before you go much further that I had several meetings out there with them as well in the past. I'm pretty knowledgeable, just so you know. So
yeah, at any rate, we'll have a deeper discussion, but nothing was to sidetrack it from the direction it was heading.
Yeah, the board needs to be fully.
That's why I said I wanted to make sure that we could fully inform the board.
Yeah.
About
don't get too far in the process
haven't spent any money
until you come
on
to the
it.
board and we give you direction.
It's not far along at all.
Because I'm concerned about that from what happened previously.
Yep.
So that's all. I just wanted to mention that. And then you mentioned, Elliot, the parking out at Premier. And I think you said it was 400 spaces and it would be ADA, some of it ADA parking. That's wonderful.
Correct.
I just, and I wanted to bring that up concurrent with the pictures that you showed us of the changes out at the convention center.
Oh.
It's pretty impressive. How many parking spaces are you think that are going to be out at the convention center when you build this this parking tower?
Yeah, we've Anna and Mitch and his team done more due diligence to look at other case study out there. I can't think of the number offhand. Remember, as we speak today, the old Civic Center, when it was built, it really didn't have enough of parking. You know, when y'all go to graduations there and all that. Yeah, so, but we know where we need to be from a parking infrastructure standpoint.
Yeah.
We're just making sure that the footprint is finalized, where the civil engineers can move around the retention ponds, because obviously surface parking is a lot less expensive than a deck or a garage. And then we're looking at, to make sure all the land around that, how we would cooperate with the hotel developer, because they're looking to put some retail around the plaza as well. So
I knew that.
When we bring
I
that
had a
back to
meeting
you
with them.
with a budget, you definitely will know exactly where we're at, where we need to be in regards to parking.
You brought a lot of stuff up, and I know that, most of the stuff you brought up, some of it I was familiar with, a lot of it I'm not even familiar with. So I know the new board is totally in the dark. So I would ask that before you go any further, get with this board, brief the board so that we can give you direction on how this board wants to move forward. Because I would be scared that, y'all would move forward, make all these deals, and then bring it back, and we'd have the same situation that we had with the parking lot where the hotel is now, that used to go at the convention center, and the board wouldn't be aware. Elliot, you know what I'm talking about. So, just please, before you go any further, y'all have gone a long way, and it looks really nice. I'm not saying that, but, brief this board. We need to have a more in-depth meeting. So we're
Commissioners,
familiar.
We will, and I assure you, what was presented was the thinking.
Yeah.
We're well aware of what the approval process is. With regards to the parking deck, we believe we can get it 100% funded with grants. And so we're pursuing whether or not that's possible. So when we bring it to you as an option, you'll have that information with regards, because as you know, I'm not going to bring anything to you without being able to tell you where I think we can fund it.
And Dr. Hopes, I totally understand what you're saying. My concern still is that when you're out there talking to the people involved in this process, and you're talking to them about their needs and what they're looking for and so forth, sometimes it can get a little carried away before it gets back to us, and
Sure.
we're on the right
We're
track.
looking at
That's what
priorities.
I'm
I just wanted to
concerned
make a
about.
note also with regards to Premier. In addition to the library parking and the expanded parking, we'll be bringing to you an economic development project, which I think includes, an additional 650 parking spaces? Project Class A?
Okay. I think it's 500 to 550.
Yeah, so it's
I know.
a considerable amount of parking at Premier, fully paid
Project
parking.
Class A?
Class A.
Is that something this board's familiar with?
No, and we'll one-on-one you on that one.
That's a good
It's through
idea.
an economic development, non-disclosure.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
When we meet
Understood.
one-on-one, you may know of it.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So the speaking order is Patel, Bearden, Brown, Ron, Cairns, and Van Ostenbridge. Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently, we call it the Civic Center, and it's going to be a convention center. We've had some questions about this in past. Right now, we have a unique situation. The rentals are pretty, reasonable, and we have a customer base of heavily occupied Civic Center all the time. It's economically impacting us really nicely. When the convention center and the Marriott Hotel comes into the picture, how does the rental, the control of the rental, everything changes? Would it still be a community civic center kind of place where the community has access to it, or would it become a money-making machine?
Yeah, Raul, I'm going to meet with y'all one-on-one and tell y'all how we're going to handle the current business in the convention center, and it's called the Bradenton Area Convention Center right now. Civic Center is just, if you're a native here, you grew up here, it's just you're accustomed to call it a civic center. But the good news is the marketplace will know it as a convention center. But you're right. I mentioned the business model. It has to change. The economic impact, post capital improvements of the convention center and the hotel open, and we'll tell you conservatively around $25 million a year that will feed the urban core. And that's not talking about the return rate, the 74% return rate once we get that first time attendee here for an event. Okay, so I'll one-on-one you. Like I said, we're part of a non-disclosure agreement through the EDC, so but we'll clue you all in very soon.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the convention center or it's bringing enough visitors, and that's what the growth. There's a reflection of growth through that.
Yeah.
Something important. One competing convention center would be Punta Gorda, and they have a commercial kitchen that they rent out. So would we have a situation like that here?
The kitchen will be large enough to accommodate the expansion if the board goes down that road with the expansion. Punta Gorda is a one-room facility. This would be a two-room facility. So you wouldn't find a facility of this size from St. Pete to Naples based on the footprint that's right behind me there. Remember, when you need an additional room for your keynote speaker breakfast session, and then you go into the main arena for your trade show, and then you go back into that added room for your lunch session keynote speaker. Something like Punta Gorda has a different business model because they don't have that second large mass assembly room. So during our study, we couldn't find anything, a prototype between St. Pete and Naples. So when we do our job, we'll stand alone on the west coast of Florida, driving small conventions to the urban core.
And Commissioners, from a perspective, if you think through the Florida Association of Counties meetings, when the hotel is completed and the convention center renovation and expansion, we could host a Florida Association of Counties meeting with the County Attorneys, Association and the County Managers Association, providing those rooms as well as all those meeting facilities. That's about the size of one of the types of conventions or meetings that we can host there.
And the great news is the Ellington properties and the downtown Bradenton properties are going to get all kinds of bleed and compression from that because, certain government per diems, they won't be able to afford the Marriott rate, but they may be able to afford the Hampton rate in downtown Bradenton. So, a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, so I would suggest, the whole board here to make sure we do have a commercial kitchen because there are some unique needs when all these conventions come in place. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Going back to my question.
Yes.
I just want to, the reason why I asked that question is I want to ensure that our convention center is filled 70% of the time, right? Or 80%, a high number, high percentage, because it does us no good to have a convention center with nobody in it. Right. So that's the reason why I ask, what's your strategy in regards to filling that convention center up?
Yeah. We've done a survey with meeting planners in the Northeast United States and Midwest to gauge if we build a footprint of certain size convention centers with a hotel connection, what type of business they would bring to us. And it came out really, really well. Years are going by, but I actually think we've shared that. I shared it at a workshop pre-COVID. We can dust that off for you. We'll continue to survey the meeting planners. Amy Blankert in the back there is she is on the board for Meeting Planners International, Helms Briscoe, Tallahassee Society of Interior Designers. More importantly, Aimbridge will manage the Marriott. Aimbridge is the largest hotel management company in the world. And their relationships are going to really help over and above how we market the convention center. But they also manage the Myrtle Beach Convention Center and the Lancaster, Pennsylvania Convention Center just east of Harrisburg. And what we're going to do is, I'll give you an example. There's RFPs sometimes for meeting planners, they want to close deals on 3 years in a row. So we can go in there with Lancaster and Myrtle Beach and say, okay, year 2025 is Lancaster, 26 is Myrtle Beach, 27 is our convention center. So all kinds of different ways of getting our brand out there. But we're ready to go. Colby almost has a marketing plan done, but we have to be holding hands too with Aimbridge to make sure the right hand knows what the left hand's doing in the marketplace, so we're not duplicating sales efforts.
Got it. And now, since we have the Marriott going in, are they going to have exclusive rights to all the vendors, or are they going to provide like all the services to the people who are coming into the convention, or are we going to have a certain percentage that's coming back to us for that?
In regards to services or?
Correct, like for catering, for example, are they going to have the exclusive rights to catering?
No
for the
one's going to have
convention?
total exclusivity.
Okay.
We know the meeting planner wants that turnkey operation. So Aimbridge will have some kind of involvement in the food and beverage. We're not there yet. We're still talking to them and the hotel developer. We'll be talking to procurement as well. We're trying to find the best model that optimizes that process for the meeting planner. And stay tuned. We'll bring it back to you when we feel really good about the plan. But we'll retain a lot of the services ourselves, like for AV. We'll outsource that, and we'll get the commissions on that.
Got it. And it's supposed to be done when? 2024?
Well, the hotel, if it stays on track, there's a lot of variables there with supply, and they plan to open January of 24.
24.
Yeah.
And what year do we plan on marketing it to get people filled in 24?
Really soon. Once
Okay.
we come to the board with the construction price, the plan, and based on your approval, we'll hit it hard in the marketplace. We got to be careful because we can't pre-sell with the risk of the building not being ready. So
Yeah,
we got to
thank
be
you.
real careful with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Van Ostenbridge. I think the branding part is what I just wanted to kind of make a comment on. And I know there was a lot of, in 2010, going through some things. But, City of Bradenton is 14.4 square miles. If you look outside those boundaries, there's a lot more what's called Bradenton. So in reality, sometimes people kind of get their, angst up on different things about that it's because of the City of Bradenton. It's really not. It's Bradenton area.
Yes, sir.
So when we really market it, I think, and I agree with some of the other areas. I went to a event last week in an area I'd never been to, south of by ODA and University in Sarasota there. That was I was on Lakewood Ranch looking for the food trucks and took a picture in front of a great jewelry store, but and set a selfie, but. Yeah, so, and it is Christmas time, so, but then all of a sudden, there is a lot out there that we don't even, I didn't even know was out there, and, I'm pretty connected, but I think when we look at that, we've got so much, and I think it's not just downtown. Bradenton isn't just the downtown part of that Bradenton.
Right.
It's the whole community, and we've got to figure out how to tie it in.
Yep.
And I think that's very important as we go forward because, there is other areas that people don't know about when they get here.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but for those focus groups, all those ladies had to have spent time in the Bradenton area because we needed some of their experience as well. And at the same time, I'm not defending the brand. What we like about what we do may not resonate with the visitor. So we really drill down. The really good news, if I said we haven't reevaluated this brand since 2010, that would be a problem. That's part of our accreditation for best practices. We're required to do so many things so many times through that accreditation. So we'll have to dust it off. I assume we're probably maybe a year away from reevaluating that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elliot, great presentation. Thank you. It's a world of information, and I didn't know what was going on, and we appreciate it today. I'm glad you brought up the urban core. I'm glad you brought up US 41, which is in my district. If you're a tourist and you land at the Bradenton Sarasota International Airport. If you land there, you get your rental car, you come out, you make a right-hand turn on US 41. It's the gateway to Manatee County. It's the gateway to what we are, and it's junk. I mean, it's really bad. I'd like to know what we can do on the tourism side to clean that up. I've met with the folks at USF, and they are very interested in figuring out what we can do. But I think the first impressions we have when a tourist and a visitor comes into our marketplace is that right-hand turn onto US 41 there to visit our Great Barrier Islands, to go into our beaches, and to come into our great city and stay. So I need to figure out what we can do together as the tourism folks to enhance that area from University Parkway all the way up to Cortez, to where they get to start. They're going to make those left-hand turns and head out to the bridges to go out to our other great amenities we have. So is there a plan that you have in mind that you were thinking about? I know you mentioned a couple things that you had brought up. I know that US 41 is a US 41. As a county, we might not have a lot of control what goes on there. But I'd like to see some improvement coming from tourism side. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It starts with FDOT. Placemaking is prominent in community after community, and where we were always hesitant, working with county administration and all that over the years, is let's just say we put a really nice marquee welcoming the visitor out of SRQ to the Bradenton area.
Sarasota Bradenton International Airport.
Yes. And then FDOT designs the road where we got to relocate stuff. So, with all due respect, I'd love to see this room push FDOT to get those designs done, because that is a huge first step in cleaning up that blighted street. And then behind that is placemaking. And then behind that, now you can sell to prospective businesses, because you have the characteristics that are appealing to that prospective business. So I think, me not being an urban planner, a redeveloper, but I think the FDOT, the road, and then the placemaking are the first two steps.
I can tell you that this board has spent a considerable time building a very productive relationship with FDOT. When I was on the board of trustees of the USF system back in like 2013 to 2017, we had difficulty getting them to focus on the traffic coming out of the university, because students were getting into accidents and things like that. Where today, the chairman and others have hosted the chair of the Transportation Committee for Congress, two FDOT secretaries now, I think?
Just one so far.
FDOT secretaries. And so I think now is the time that the board can work with FDOT to put attention as we're collectively, because we've got joint projects with FDOT for the street lighting and some of the other things, and now probably is an ideal time to work with a receptive Department of Transportation to look at how we can improve the image when you're coming out of the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport and entering Manatee County.
So I'll just chime in and say that I share that vision, and IMG, which is now in your district, but at one point in time was in my district. But we did a lot with on county roads around IMG as far as streetscaping and improving the look around that area. And that is obviously an economic driver in this county. They have 1,100 employees, but they're bringing in an awful lot of money from out of town. I'm sure Elliot has some kind of statistic. He usually gets those folks by the ankle and gets the last quarter out of them before they get back on the plane. He's very good at that. But we did dress things up around IMG. We used TIF money for that, and now we're trying to do the same on Manatee Ave as you approach the island. But people, as they approach Anna Maria, it's not the same as 41, obviously. But we don't have trade workers on the sidewalks, on the way out. But it's not necessarily as nice as it could be, or as attractive as it could be as you drive out down Manatee on the Causeway and you head out to the island, or on Cortez. There's a lot of improvements I'd like to see, especially along the Causeway. So I totally share your vision for the airport as well.
Well, I think when you have USF with their new STEM facility they're going to be building, that's going to be a huge economic driver for Manatee County, and I think that we need to do something with that. That's going to, to bring those students. That they're going to bring a lot of students with that STEM facility here from all over the world are going to come and use this facility. And the first peak you get at Manatee County is 41 and University Parkway.
I agree. I would advise you to talk to Charlie Bishop and to talk to LK.
Already have.
Okay. and I would speak with LK, our district secretary, our district FDOT secretary as well. He is extremely supportive. LK is great. He's extremely helpful on these things, and he can probably get you going in the right direction.
Commissioners, you got two gateways in the urban core. You got right at the airport there, University and Tamiami, and you got 30141 coming in the Palmetto right at the convention center. That first impression is vital to the success of the urban core.
Yeah.
We can
That's
get you
one
the,
area I will concede that Lakewood Ranch has done an excellent job, superior to the rest of us.
Make a note.
Okay.
And Commissioner Ron, we can get you, Commissioner Ron.
Commissioner Ron.
Commissioner Ron, we'll get you the Royal Palm count
Yes.
for District 3 for comparison.
Was there anything else? Commissioner Ron? Okay, so the order then is Cairns, KVO, Baugh, and Kennedy. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Elliot, just another great presentation. I mean, all our TDC meetings, they're just, you're fabulous at what you do and certainly well respected by everyone in this room. I'd just like to talk about something that's pretty much near and dear to my heart, and that is veterans. And you're talking about parking, okay? I'm sure there's a veteran right down here. I'm sure there's a few veterans perhaps in the room here. A lot of people don't know this, but only 3% of the population are veterans. And I'm seeing many places that are taking down parking veteran signs in many businesses that supply home goods, et cetera, and they're putting up 15-minute quick pull-up, get your 2x4s in or whatever, and leave. I would just like to ask that at least when you're talking about parking, signs could be placed perhaps for just a few veterans. That would be appreciated. I know you have them at the convention center. And it's something that is near and dear to my heart. A lot of people that I've known are not with us. Just want to say that. The other thing too, Mr. Chair, you're talking about the causeway coming onto Anna Maria Island. It does look great, but I have noticed that there seems to be a few businesses that perhaps may be popping up there that I don't know if they're licensed because it looks like they're working out of the back of a pickup truck with jet skis and whatnot, and I don't know about that.
Well, you're in an unincorporated Manatee County. We do not require a business license. We're the anti-regulation. If you've ever had this conversation with FDOT essentially feels that their right-of-way and their property is public land, and they encourage the maximum use of any and all public land by the public. So it's a difficult challenge to convince FDOT to go in there and eliminate any of that.
Even with that, it is a beautiful view driving down that causeway after the island.
That it is. And it's certainly being utilized by the public. If
Yes,
that's
it is,
FDOT's
yes.
objective.
Yes.
They've achieved it. But I think the visuals could be better. I'm with you. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Elliot.
yes, sir. So I'm next on the board. Elliot, Urban Core. You've peaked, ma'am. You are on the board. You are on the board after me, and then Mrs. Kennedy. No, I went ahead and put myself on because it was filling up quickly. So Urban Core, my question is, from what my understanding in my conversations with the mayor, his target at least on the Bradenton side of the river is basically from the river down to McKechnie. That's the area he's targeted for gentrification and revitalization. Water taxi at one end, obviously. I heard you mention the pirates at the other. Is there some sort of, do you have some kind of strategy in your head? Do you have a plan? You sort of glazed over it, but you emphasized Urban Core.
Here's the good news. I'm around the table with Rob Perry, the mayor's city manager, and the CRA director a lot. So I'm humbled to be a part of that dialogue. All I could tell you is based on talking to visitors is, they're looking for assets that they can visit year-round. The seasonality of assets is really, really tough for restaurants, for craft beer places and boutique shops to survive. So I think, is it thinking big? Yes. But we have a chance one time. The time is right now to get it right. And but the dialogue has been great. and now what's going on in Palmetto, these people are going to be looking for things to do every night when they're here outside of the convention.
And so one of my thoughts is, obviously the water taxi would be a great benefit for downtown to get people out to the island and bring people who are on the island downtown. McKechnie is fantastic for 6 weeks. I go to the occasional Marauders game, but essentially we're talking 6 weeks. And a model, this is, obviously we're a microcosm of this, but a model would be, look at what Daytona did with a speedway that really has 2 races a year, but they've managed to have bike week. I mean, there's something going on almost year round at that speedway where they've managed to monetize that asset year round. Is there potential to do at least extend the 6 weeks for Pete's sakes at McKechnie? Because it's a great facility. It's an awesome facility. Yeah. Can we make more out of that? And of course, can we get the city to pitch in CRA money as leading the way?
Me being a baseball guy, the low hanging fruit is to figure out a way to add a diamond or two outside of McKechnie Field in the outfield, and then our sports division can bring in tournaments in that urban core during the off season. I mean, that's the low hanging fruit. So not only the CRA and the city and the county, but the Pirates should be a partner in that as well, Commissioner.
All right. And what about concerts? Any kind of other? I mean, I'm all for baseball tournaments. Is there anything else that we can do?
Yeah,
on the
we've had
property?
discussions with Jeff Podobnik about concerts. They've been a little skittish coming out of COVID, but we've talked. The producer that's doing the Anna Maria Island concert series, I think Eric was just at the Beatlemania. He's known the Pirates for years, so stay tuned on that. To be candid, that will generate revenues for the retail and the restaurants like in Village of the Arts.
Right.
But it's going to be probably a high percentage of local-based residents.
Okay. And before we go to Mayor Brown next, but I will say there is sort of an elephant in the room on that, and that's that there's the homeless population in Manatee County concentrates literally across the street from McKechnie, and that's something that needs to be addressed, at some point in time, because you're going to have, it's just going to be difficult to turn that into what I would like to see it turned into, with that, if that continues to be the case. Mayor Brown, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm not meaning to jump ahead of anybody, but since we're on this topic, when you look at LECOM and the way things are going there, and some of the construction that we're going to be doing with our public works, and opportunity is there at this moment because we're moving our public works from there. So, and obviously the Pirates would like a third field, not only for the 6 weeks, but what that opens up an opportunity to do is now make that a 12-month area. And as we make that a 12-month area, it also will bring in development. And as we bring in development, obviously you've got to talk about services for the homeless and other services for individuals that need it. And I think that there is some plans that have been talked about, and I'm hoping that we can work with the county as we go forward in doing that, because as we know, Ninth is getting 2 housing projects that are coming a little farther to the north and then a little farther to the south, that at the city, the CRA, and the county are now partnering in development that's going to go on there to change it. We've also been talking with our SIP through putting some roundabouts on that street to try to make it a more consumer-friendly street that ties in. So these opportunities are there, which, I'm looking forward to. And I know this is a joint meeting of the first time city had with the county, a first meeting a few months back. We're looking forward to that next meeting to get the information amongst the city and the county boards to say, okay, how much? And I love Elliot's statement. We have one chance to get it right, and the time is now, because we have people that are working together to make those opportunities, which is now. We're not bickering or fighting amongst each other. We may all disagree on little things, but we've got to get the whole out there. And if we're going to make our urban core from basically south of LECOM to north of Palmetto, which will be all of us, this is the opportunity to do that. And I think, we're all going to have to put a little skin in the game, but we're also going to have to ask our legislators and some of our previous legislators of how we make some of these things happen. Because, we're working hard on the homeless population around LECOM, and it seems to be building a little bit, but, I know we can't police our way out of it. We've got to figure out all of the issues with it. But it can be, the time is now that we go down because of some of the issues. The time is now to make it right. And I think we've got the whole community is ready for that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Chair. And I think there's a huge opportunity for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing it, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
I was already on something else. Real quick, Elliot, would you do me a favor? I know a couple of years ago you gave us like a profit and loss statement of Premier. Would you do that again for us?
Yeah, I'll
Give
get
us-
with Sheila. We'll put together for the board. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
just so the board has an idea of where it's at this time.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Kennedy.
Y'all are gonna have to excuse my voice. I've lost it with this sinus stuff. But I wanted to take the time, because most of you don't know me, is just to say this is an exciting time for our county. There is a lot going on. We also have the problem of being the gateway. I'm in Parish. We're the gateway on the north end of it. And when you drive into Parish, you don't see pretty stuff either. So, but things are happening out there, and if any of you have not been out there in a long time, you will not recognize the place. The growth is there. We just don't have the amenities yet, but they're coming. And I just appreciate all of you and what the board has done to help us, and this one here to help us. So, as you say, Mayor Brown, anything we work together with, we can make it happen. So that's all I had to say.
Well said. Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy. All right, I don't have anyone else on the board at this time.
Mr. Chair, I can wrap up if you'd
Yes,
like.
sir.
Just tidbit, we got, Ann gave us a report, 26,000 jobs are hospitality in Manatee County. Hot off the press, the domestic visitor brings $972 a day per capita. The international visitors, $1,200 and change per day per capita as well. And then more importantly, I do a bad job of remembering, we talk about tourism tax generation, state and sales tax generation, $80.2 million that helps feed services for the residents that live here. Keep Commissioner Satcher in your prayers. He's got to deal with me for the next year. Sincerely, y'all are very good to me. And I say that with the utmost respect and sincerity. Don't let that not challenge me, okay? Dr. Hopes has a protocol with the board and how the board communicates with directors. If a county commissioner calls me, in most cases, if not all cases, Dr. Hopes is good with that because I'm hanging up and letting him know our discussion. So with all candor, if I have anybody come to me and say, hey, this is between you and I, Elliot, nobody else, it'll always between me, you, and Dr. Hopes because I'm going to be really loyal with the guy that is good to me and lets me do my job. Finally, I'm a communicator and I work hard to build relationships. What I do really, really well is hire really talented, educated staff that's behind you and over here and hire someone like Ann Watine. And my philosophy as a manager is to hire great people that must have great people skills. If they don't, we won't take the education and the experience. So you'll see happy people that get along with our industry. We give them the tools, the education, and the empowerment to go do their job. And if I do that successfully, then I can work with Dr. Hopes to look downfield to maintain and continue to build relationships, whether it be with airlines, CRAs, cities, other businesses that we court, then I think that's a really good thing. Because if I'm in the mud on the little things, I'm not doing my job. Okay, so that's my philosophy. I can't thank you enough for your time this morning, your support this past year. Pretty cool the first time. We'll follow up with some minutes and some reports that y'all asked for, and happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to Commissioner Satcher, and then we'll hold public comment, and then we will adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I'm going to give this all to you. This is great for your tool belt. This is what the board has approved that has supported nonprofits in cities since 2010. This is great for your tool belt. If you have a constituent saying, hey, what have they done in parish lately? You can reference it right on here. So take this home with you. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I don't think anybody says what's been done in parish lately. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elliot, I was going to address you, so if you pause for just a moment, I'd appreciate it. I just wanted to, Commissioner Ball brought something up, and then and I kind of didn't mention it. But speaking of that dynamic, and I know that everyone knows this, that you know this, but that only works. Let me first give an illustration before I go into my bigger point. If I'm about to, if somebody's making a cake and it's in the oven and it's about to be done, and they say, well, okay, here's a cake. Do you want to take it out? Well, you don't let the cake burn, you get it out of the oven, right? But I think if it's at my house and it's my ingredients, and I'm putting together the party that everyone's going to be eating cake at, I'd like to have some input before that point, right? And so what Commissioner Baugh mentioned, and I do think I'm going to take the opportunity to echo, is that for the dynamic you just spoke of if we give you a call, it immediately goes back to Dr. Hope's, for me to be comfortable with that always being the dynamic from here on out, I do want more input when we're talking about the ingredients and what kind of cake we're going to make, to use the illustration. I want more input earlier on before there's all this momentum and time and effort and money spent in whatever the project is. And so I'm not saying that somebody has not done that in the past, but I think everyone will be served better if they keep that in mind moving forward, because being asked to take the cake out of the oven over and over and over again, you move on the first couple of times, but eventually you say, okay, next time I want to be involved earlier on. And I think that we'll be able to do that with the new board and the new commission and moving forward. But the bottom line is, to borrow a phrase, we, the citizens, elected us for a purpose. And that purpose is to set direction and to let what we believe are their wishes be made known, what they want to see from their county, from their city, from their area. And if we miss it, we have test time. Every 4 years, we have a test if you're on the county commission, right? So I have to go before 90,000 people in parish and say, I concentrated on this road, this park, this national issue, et cetera, and I get graded by the votes that'll come back, right? Y'all have the luxury, right? You've got 7 voters if you work for the county. And so there's fewer people, in all honesty, to communicate with and keep their direction straight. And so I hope that we can do that in the next 2 and 4 years. And I'm not saying we haven't in the past, but I think it is worth mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yeah, I would agree. I think administration in some of these cases here and in the past as well has gotten out over their skis before coming to the board with things, and I would like to see that change. So we open this up to public comment then. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on any of the items that were discussed during today's workshop? Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Janine Amick, resident of Manatee County, CEO of Florida Cultural Group, main campus, Manatee Performing Arts Center. Thank you. I'd love to talk about an agenda item, but I did not see the arts listed. as an agenda item in regards to tourism, not giving Elliott a bad name. We work very well a partnership. I'm here to give you an update on Manatee Performing Arts Center in 3 minutes' time. We are extremely thankful for the partnership of the TDC, as well as the commission at large and how they have allowed us to evolve. In March, already, you may not be aware, but Manatee Performing Arts Center will be celebrating 10 years open. And just some keynotes, in the last 7 days, 2 of our performances of Music Man have been sold out. We have 13 events in the facility over the next 7 days. So almost averaging 2 events a day. So as part of the partnership that we do have moving forward, we're very excited about the opportunities that are being brought in the market of sports, because we have been tracking for the Convention and Visitors Bureau how many people, after they've been out either on the beach or they've been participating in something that is happening at Premier Sports Campus or even at IMG, are finding the time to come to the theater in the evenings because there are activities after 8 o'clock in the evening. We've also committed to the Convention Center that there will be something every weekend, 12 months out of the year, something different every weekend, but we're promising something every weekend other than the weekend that the boat regatta is happening and traffic is horrible. But every weekend other than that, so that we can be a good partner, so that it does provide something for someone to do and encouraging them to come back and enjoy more. We're hoping over the next year with some leadership in the community that we'll be providing our tourists a package deal where you can come and stay at a hotel, buy a ticket to a show, and see the museum in the same weekend. So that is something that we're very much working on and hope to bring that forth and let you know how that can also be marketed. But again, just here to say thank you. We, as an organization, really appreciate the the commission and the TDC coming together and really starting to strategically think future out. But as an arts organization, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on any of today's agenda items? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there anything further for the order today? All right, we're going to adjourn this meeting, and the County Commission will open a new meeting at workshop at 1:30 today. We're adjourned.
That was weak.
Wait, you're right, Joe.
Thank you.
Where are we?
Story of my life. Good morning, and we will call the Thursday, October 20th Port Authority meeting to order, and we will start with our invocation. Do we have an invocation?
I think it's you, Mr. Chairman.
We're always back.
Or Commissioner Satcher.
Lord, we thank you that you are good to us. You've been good to us. Lord, we thank you that no matter what comes our way, you see it coming, and we are still in the palm of your hands. Lord, we pray that you'd bless this day, that you'd watch over each one of us, lead us and guide us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
But I call it smell good.
I know.
Okay, at this time, we will open the meeting up for any public comments on Port Authority. Do we have any public comments? Going once, going twice, there are no public comments, so we will close public comments and we will pass it over to our Executive Director for the consent agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We have a relatively fuller agenda today, but we'll try to get through quickly because we also, for those of you available,
Yeah, I know, for the court, for the clerk.
All right. I'll repeat. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Welcome to the Dover Port Authority meeting. We have a relatively full agenda today, but we'll try to get it through quickly so we can go down to the ribbon cutting for our latest container terminal expansion. We can also want to announce that we have just about matched the Port of Tampa's container throughput. And next year we will. We're at 0.07% or less than 1% difference. And either way, we could put in an extra ship and change that. Only one ship would mean the difference over thousands of ships. So that's good news, and our master planners will be telling you more about what the future holds on that. We'll also have my annual evaluation. And then after that, again, for those who can join us, we'll go down to the berth for the ribbon cutting. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for your consideration of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes. We will go to the legislative priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Sanford, going to do the priorities, right? Or Virginia? Dan's going to do them? Very good. Dan? Come on, I'm Dan. Okay, here, use this. Are you mic'd? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. Dan Fitzpatrick, Director of Planning and Project Development for Manatee County Port Authority. For fiscal year 2023, staff recommends 5 legislative priorities. These priorities are described in more detail in a one-pager briefing sheet included in the meeting package. For state priorities, the port works very closely with the Florida Ports Council, our professional association for the 14 active deepwater seaports around the state, to develop legislative priorities for the following legislative session. And the Florida Ports Council's top priority for the next legislative session concerns the regulation of drones and the modification of Florida statutes to specifically include a definition of seaports as regulated areas. It's hard to believe in 2022 that the statutes haven't caught up, but that's something that Florida Ports Council is very interested in remediating. For federal priorities, there's 4 items, and some of these are reoccurring themes from last year that we continue to work on. First one is reimbursement to the seaport. And this includes the inclusion of $6.3 million in the Army Corps of Engineers fiscal year 2024 work program to reimburse the port for work that the port advance funded over a decade ago. The second item, increased security funding. The Port Security Grant Program has had funding levels about $100 million for at least the last 5 years, and they have the authority to have that limit pushed up to $200 million, and so we're advocating for that. And then a similar item, the third item on the briefing sheet, is remove the funding level cap for security construction projects, and this is tied to increasing security funding. Because funding is at $100 million, the feds have a policy that's in U.S. code that you can't have a construction project with a value of $1 million because they want to make sure that they can spread that $100 million around. So pushing up the overall funding from $100 million to $200 million will allow the feds hopefully to get rid of that cap on construction projects and for ports around the country to actually get important security projects done. Because most security projects, it's not feasible to do with just $1 million to get a capital project done. And then the fourth item is bivalve and seagrass funding, and this is to support groups in the Sarasota Bay, Tampa Bay, and Charlotte Harbor with seagrass and bivalve mitigation projects. And that concludes the legislative priorities, recommendations.
Do we have any questions or comments?
I have one question.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. One question, please, about the bivalve and seagrass funding. Is there an amount of money we're going to advocate for?
Thank you. I can get back to you with an actual number, and
Okay.
I don't know if we can include that in the final recommendation, but I believe it's about $13 million.
Okay, and are there matching funds that we're also targeting for that?
I believe how the advocacy is working with our federal advocacy group is that the state provided $2.5 million of funds in fiscal year 2023 that became available on July 1st. And then I believe Manatee County provided another $500,000 in August. And those funds are part of the story of how this regional initiative is trying to leverage federal funds.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, and you're doing a great job, thank you for all of this information. The Army Corps, have we had any luck? I know that for years now, every year we're trying to get reimbursed funds, and I know that I can tell you that the port has lobbied hard in the past for that. Have we had any luck whatsoever last year, or are you seeing anything this year to make you think this might be the year? Okay. He's looking at me smiling. Okay.
That was the short answer.
Oh, I liked it. It was a good answer.
You know, reimbursements are probably the most difficult items to get in the federal budget because, in essence, it's dead money from the agency standpoint. There are no ribbon cuttings, there are no new projects, there's no salaries to pay, et cetera. So every year there is a negotiated amount. It's really a three-way negotiation among the Assistant Secretary of the Army, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Energy and Water Development Committees. And they determined what percentage of the Corps' budget could be made available for reimbursements. And then the assistant secretary is then free to include reimbursements in the Corps' work plan. So, you know, this is it's a marathon, and we have been blessed to be able to get this now all the way to the assistant secretary's office. This past year, we got the approval of the division commander in Atlanta, the report recommending the reimbursement, then went back to the district submitted it up to the headquarters reviewed it, they approved it, it's now sitting on the Assistant Secretary of Army's desk.
Wow.
So we've had
Closest we've come.
we've had a great advancement. We also have Senator Rubio and Congressman Buchanan going to bat for us on this. I believe they've both made phone calls to the Assistant Secretary's office. The 24 budget is what the Corps is working currently. So we're very hopeful that it'll show up in the work plan
Well,
after many, many years.
I just want to say thank you to all of you for your diligence on this matter. I know it's been many years that we've put this on our priority, so.
Yeah, I know,
if this
Dan
is the year
and-
you need to celebrate.
Dan and Jocelyn have been working this. We also have another consultant in Gahagan and Bryant that has worked with the Corps and the Assistant Secretary's office that's allowed us to get to that level.
Great priorities
Yep.
this
Okay.
year. Good, thank you.
Any other commissioner comments on the legislative priorities? Okay, before we go forward for number 3 with our master plan presentation, we did not do audience introductions, so take lead to that. So we can know who everyone is.
Dave Sanford, Port Staff.
Jennifer Cowan, Port Council. Also, real quick, Mr. Chairman, before we leave item number 2, we do need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And it passes unanimously.
Denise Stuffleby, Port Staff. Virginia Zimmerman, Port Staff.
Steve Abernathy, Gulf Steve Norton.
Denise Tuck, Del Monte Fresh Produce.
Mike Burton, Stantec.
George Eisenminger, Port Staff.
Malcolm Edwards, Port Staff.
Dan Fitzpatrick, Port Staff.
Amanda Tyner, FDOT Seaport Freight Coordinator.
Abby Linda Camp, Port Staff.
Dustin Peebles, Manatee County Clerk's Office.
Good morning, John Corley with Atkins, North America.
Mel Scott, Atkins, North America. Philip Herblund, SNME.
Adrian Seba, FMT.
Dan Kern, Ash Grove Cement.
Carlos Diaz, World Direct Shipping.
Good morning, Andre Dubois, Logistec USA.
Good morning, Charles Tillotson, Port Staff.
And that concludes audience introductions. We'll go to number 3 now, the master plan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yes, we have just about completed the master plan. The master plan planners are here. They're going to present to you the outlook, foreseeable future. It looks encouraging. You both, I believe, have received kind of the draft master plan report. And so with that, I think I'm going to ask John. John, you're going to present? Right? Go ahead. Okay.
Just for the benefit of the minutes, Dan Fitzpatrick, Director of Planning and Project Development. In November of 2021, the Port began updating our master plan that we update roughly every 5 years. And when we start the planning process, it's important to remember why we're going through the planning process and why it's important. And in August of this year, we released our updated economic impact numbers for the port. And these numbers are from fiscal year 2021, and the most previous economic impact was from fiscal year 2019. And if you take a look at the press release, the numbers are exponential. We're up to $5.1 billion in economic impact that the port contributes to the United States economy. In state and local taxes, $93 million annually. And so when we start this planning process, it's about jobs and creating economic activity for Florida and for the United States economy. And how we do that is we collect revenues, and we immediately reinvest every single dollar back into infrastructure to maximize our impact. And so the master planning process allows us to identify the best path for investing the revenues that we collect to maximize our impact over time. And the planning horizon for our master plan is 5, 10, and 20 years. And we might include projects in there that we know we can't get done in 20 years, but we can at least get started on. We can get started on the permitting. And another benefit is that we can make sure that we put stuff in the right place now so that we're setting ourselves up for future success. And so prior to November, the port went through a selection process, and we were very fortunate to bring Mr. John Corley of Atkins North America and his team on board to facilitate that process. So Mr. Corley is Director of Ports and Maritime Sector for Atkins Global, and before this meeting, John was asked the question, how many plans has he worked on? And John has worked on more than 25 plans across the globe on a variety of planning topics for seaports. So we're very fortunate to have him work on our plan and facilitate this process for us. And so I'd like to welcome John up here.
I think you'd probably turn that one off. Good morning.
Carlos, turn yours off.
Mine is. I think it's coming from here.
Okay.
There you go.
Is that better now? Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Dan. Carlos, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for inviting me this morning. Been working on this now for about 10 months or so, and worked very, very closely with many of the port staff, and it's been a really nice process. What's really exciting is that Seaport Manatee has a tremendous future ahead of it, and we're worked very hard to develop a plan that is very implementable, that's tangible, tactical, and something that responds to the market. Today, I'm going to talk to you very briefly about our project approach, what the results of the market study were, a little bit of capacity analysis and what's needed, what the 20-year vision looks like, and then how that translates down to a 5-year and a 10-year capital plan, and then we'll touch on economic impacts. The master planning process was a 5-step process where we started with an assessment of the existing market conditions. What does the future hold in terms of volume opportunities across all cargo business lines? And then followed by an assessment of the facilities in terms of what is it capable of doing. And then what do you need? And then how do you translate that into new facilities in step 3? Then we talk a little bit about ensuring that what we are proposing can in fact be implementable and compliant with environmental requirements and other permitting challenges, and then at least develop a pathway towards that. And then lastly, finalizing the plan and the report. This is the master plan document. It's a little different than what you might have seen in the past. It's designed a little differently, nice and big, colorful, easy to read, and I think it has been distributed by PDF at the moment. The market study is very exciting. In simple terms, your container business is going to triple in the next 20 years, approaching 400,000 TEUs. The biggest drivers are consumer goods and steady continued growth in your perishable market. Your break bulk and your general cargo market, which is largely driven by forest products and steel and aluminum and other metals and bagged salt, is going to see a significant sharp increase just over the next few years, and you're experiencing that now, and then steady out with organic growth over time. In the end, it's going to double or more than double in the next 20 years. Your liquid bulk petroleum and your dry bulk cargoes are a little different. They're much more steady state, organic growth, and they're going to both see cargo growth up about 50% over the next 20 years. On the petroleum side, there is some potential for a little bit of downward pressure from the inclusion of alternative energy as time goes on, but we do anticipate that it will continue to grow as population density grows in Southwest Florida. Your citrus bulk, your bulk citrus juice is obviously a significant growing sector in the immediate term with continued ongoing growth over time. It's going to be at least 2.5 to 3 times current volumes over the next 20 years, and even more if you make some investments in an near dock juice storage facility potentially. We were asked to include some study that was done by one of our peer consulting firms, Brumell Ahimil, who did an analysis on the cruise and ferry sector, and we've included that information in the master plan report. The cruise and ferry sector points to a significant, unique opportunity for niche cruise and ferry passenger vessels to and from Cuba or the Yucatan Peninsula. The analysis at this point shows that with the right types of marketing and partnering with the cruise lines, that 150 ships a year and maybe 400,000 passengers a year are potentially available to Seaport Manatee. We have chosen not to include a specific solution for that because that's going to need to be continued to study, but we've left space for it in the master plan, and we've kept it in the master plan as one of the strategic initiatives going forward. So what do you need? In simple terms, it's about capacity, delivering the infrastructure you need to move the cargo through the port. The way we analyze that is we look at each of the unique port operations from vessel arrival to vessel loading and unloading, storage, all the way through the gate, and we can compute what is the capacity of each one of those elements, and we look for the element that has the smallest constricting capacity, and then we look to identify what we need to do to expand on that. So it's like a series of pipes, and we want to find the smallest pipe and grow the size of that pipe. In simple terms, on your container market and your break bulk market, the analysis points to storage. Storage is the constraining component, either open storage for your containers in the storage yard, and in the break bulk market, it's mostly going to be warehouse space. The other sectors don't have quite as much of a constraint, but what we're seeing is that with your berth occupancy analysis, with the berth occupancy that we're seeing, you're going to be pushing up against available berth space and utilization of berths over the next 20 years easily, and you're probably feeling some of that now. And so berth is something that's going to follow almost immediately, and it's an opportunity to expand capacity at the same time. So think storage space and berth space as your primaries, container and break bulk market, and then what do we do about the juice? Well, the juice isn't, you don't see it's here, okay, because the juice, there's no on-dock juice facility. All of the cargo is trucked off, so there was no way to really compute that, but there is a strategic opportunity to grow the juice business with investment or development of an on-dock or near-dock juice facility. How quickly do you need it? Well, break bulk containers, you need it now. What you see in these graphs here is the market forecast curve shown in orange, and the blue horizontal line is existing capacity, and the blue bars represents revenue that's captured. And so you cannot capture any more revenue beyond the blue line. Is it a hard number? No. I mean, if you handle 100,000 TEUs in a year, doesn't mean you can't handle 100,001 or 100,002. It's a little bit of a fuzzy line. But what it does actually mean is that the incremental cost of handling those additional cargo units actually goes up and your profitability goes down. That's what that line really means. So container and break bulk cargo facilities need to have improvements right now in the early stages of the master plan or in your implementation. And then your dry bulk, the construction materials and your liquid bulk petroleum, they can be delayed a little bit over time. They grow a little bit slower, but you do have space for them. So 3 times growth in your container business, approaching over 400,000 TEUs. That represents at least 70 acres of container space, if not a little bit more. 70 is a good number. Seaport Manatee, by the way, is the highest productive port in containers in Florida. We did a side analysis, and we were showing that in 2021, on your footprint of container operations, you were between about 40% and 70% greater than your other peer ports in Florida. In 2022, if you hit your numbers as forecast now, they'll be over 100% greater in terms of productivity, which is TEUs per acre per year. So, you know, that's a great job.
Yay.
Your break bulk terminals, you need to have warehouse space, and open storage space. Your juice business, we need to find a way to give a dedicated berth to the juice vessels and develop an on-dock juice storage facility or handling facility to handle that cargo. For those who don't know, the juice ship currently discharges and it can be there for 10, 12, 14 days. And that takes up berth time and takes up gate transaction time and a variety of other conflicting operational, there's a better way of handling it. And then on your dry bulk and your liquid bulk business, it's not urgent, but we've left space for expansion of your liquid bulk petroleum tank farm, which will be developed by the operator probably over time. And we're looking to actually relocate some of the dry bulk storage and make better use of the property in zones B and C. The opportunities are storage space, growing the bulk business with the liquid bulk business with the juice storage facility, and talking about deconflicting operations. Let me skip this slide here. As part of our planning study, we did engage with port users and port stakeholders. We met right here, I think 3 times over the course of the planning exercise. And at some points we had some exercises that the port stakeholders participated in and to help give us some ideas and thoughts. One of them was the use of these planning modules that we call that are sized to represent different types of terminals. And we know exactly how much capacity they are and how many you need. And we gave the requisite number out to each of the groups and they developed these plans. And what you see when you look at them is that there's some variation between them. But by and large, the results were, there's some common themes that came out of there. One of the common themes was keep the container terminal where it is and continue to grow it toward the south. Try to move the bulk terminals toward the north. Break bulk maybe more toward the middle. It's okay to have some warehouse space, maybe a little bit remote. Cruise, nobody really could find a good place for it. There was a discussion on a yacht MRO, maintenance, repair, and outfitting facility. Couldn't find a space for that anywhere. And so we don't include that in the master plan. So the 20-year vision, what is it? Well, it's based on these following tenets. One is expand berth and storage capacity, provide the bulk juice facility, deconflict operations. We have cargo that crosses over each other during the day, and finding ways to actually create zones and lanes for cargo flow and deconflict the cargo is a key tenet that we were trying to focus on. We wanted to avoid rebuilding anything that we already have today. We have assets that we've invested in. We wanted to expand and make best use of everything. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. We do have some opportunity to make some improvements on some very selected facilities to what I call unlock hidden capacity or create better utilization. I'll talk a little bit about those. Lastly, we want to provide a flexible means for implementing the master plan. The forecast curves is economist perspective. Opportunities will pop up independently, and we want to be able to have a master plan that you can respond with quickly. But most importantly, ensure that the facilities that are developed are in the right place so that the port and your customers can best capture and prosper from the opportunities. I missed the last one. The last one was the opportunity to try to reduce the number of TWIC interchain gate moves with certain types of trucks that enter the port facility. So what does the master plan ultimately look like? Well, your port operational footprint roughly looks like the black area to the left there. In the future, what's happened is we've made it bigger. We've essentially expanded it. And the projects that are done are really on the fringes with limited impact on any existing internal facilities. The only places where we have some activity on the inside would be at berths 10 and 11 at the corner. To take that kink out of the corner, we get significant benefits out of that. Filling in at berth 6 gives us other significant benefits. These are the unlocking hidden capacity projects and taking advantage of open space in zones B and C. Here is the master plan. the master plan in 20 years, what we look at, it consists of 23 different projects that we've identified, plus one more, which is the Twix zone realignment, and I'll talk about that separately. Getting rid of all the background noise, I'll just run through them real quick. You know, we're looking to relocate bulk storage out of zones B and C. We'll be adding a new cargo complex. We'll be extending Reeder Road. We'll be expanding the drop trailer lot for the north gate, expanding the rail marshalling yard, creating some access improvements at Zone C to a new intermodal yard, which is a near dock ICTF. Near dock meaning it does need to go through, cargo does need to go through an interchange gate, but we'll create a new interchange gate to be right next to where we are now. And then we'll need to expand the south gate because we're going to dedicate cargo flows for containers to the south. New warehouses in Zone B, a new maintenance facility for the container terminal, juice storage in the triangle area. I want to create it, left it available to create a new non-TWIC access road into the petroleum facility area. We've had a lot of discussion about that. It's probably going to take a little bit of time to sort out how that's done, but we've left it in the plan as an aspiration. Expansion at berth 1, new berths 2 and 3, expanding berth 4, filling at berth 6, upgrading berths 10 and 11 to get rid of that kink and getting additional berth utilization. That's a great project because you get a lot of things out of that, especially essentially being able to shift the ships. Say that 10 times. By shifting the ships out into the basin, you actually free up berth 8 and gets better utilization there. And then there's a container yard and expansion of berth 15. Or if you're looking for better matching funds, call it extension of berth 14 rather than new berth 15, okay? By expanding out rather than looking to reconstruct any existing facilities, several things happen that we think are real exciting. We're able to create zones that can be dedicated to cargo and unlock some of these, deconflict some of these operations. Your container operations will generally just flow to the south, your break bulk operations through the middle, and your dry bulk operations and your liquid bulk operations toward the north. And with some thinking about the TWIC zone realignment, we can take our dry bulk, over-the-road trucks, the dump trucks that handle construction materials, as well as potentially the liquid bulk petroleum trucks, take them out of the TWIC zone and reduce the number of gate interchange moves as much as possible, and create just a quick turnaround without having to enter into the port. The same is true with the liquid bulk juice potentially. So the proposal on the TWIC zone is to move it up closer along Reeder Road and take out the triangle area. And by relocating the bulk components up outside the TWIC zone, we can avoid those truck gate interchange moves, and it actually frees up, it'll improve your operations at the gates as much as possible. So we've got this kind of concept sort of phased in over time, and there's some logistics to be managed and work with security to make it work, but we do believe that it's the right aspiration and directionally the right way to go. The container terminal that's planned, you see there, it's shown as 85 acres. It is assumed as a reach stacker operation as you are today. It's assumed to have space for both reefer cargo and dry cargo. It's flexible in its design. Right now you see lots of reefer space, and the reefer space could be dry space and then converted to reefer space over time. That'll be responsive to your customer needs. 3,000 feet of marginal wharf, that's ideal. 3,000 feet of marginal wharf. Your wharf utilization is tied to length. The longer wharf you have with multiple berths on it, you can maximize your utilization up to almost 80–85% occupancy, and get better utilization out of those facilities. So by unlocking or updating berths 10 and 11, you get that straight line, and that's a big step forward to get some better utilization along that length. And then berth 15 adds about another 800 feet to it to get to 3,000 feet. I'm assuming continued use of mobile harbor cranes for your lift-on, lift-off operations, radiation porta monitors on site. And this facility gives you easily 450,000 TUs, if not more, over time. And it can be phased in 5 and 10 acre expansion areas over time. It doesn't have to be built all at once. In Zone C, we're proposing the near dock intermodal container transfer facility. This is a rail facility for moving containers onto rail cars. It takes up about 14 acres. It's right behind us over here. And it is arranged with 4 loading tracks, 2 bundles, 1,200-foot long loading tracks, and will be paired with expansion of the rail marshalling yard by adding 2 more staging tracks at the marshalling yard for arrivals and departures of trains. In the end, we're looking at a facility here that has the potential to accommodate 52,000 lifts per year, somewhere around 130,000 TEUs. What the intermodal yard does is it actually extends your market reach farther into the hinterland of the country and also reduces cargo dwell time on your terminal and can reduce the interchange moves at your gate all at the same time. You get a lot of benefits out of an intermodal yard. Traffic flow is planned basically for containers along South Dock Street. We enter right through the south gate, go to the container terminal, be 2 entrance points on either side of the warehouse, and then your intermodal flows will go back up Reeder Road and loop around and create this kind of circular pattern and avoid some of these interchange gate moves at the South Dock Gate or the North Gate. In the north side, in the triangle area, we're going to take the dry bulk stores of construction materials and move them up along Piney Point Road. And that will free up space in Zone C and Zone B. And we're looking at creating this as a space that has a potential to have non-TWIC access. So I've extended Piney Point Road, and we're showing, this is just conceptually, a road network that goes into the triangle area to provide access for your dry bulk, potentially your liquid bulk, and your citrus juice storage space. And the traffic flows look something like this, showing with the TWIC zone in there. Theoretically, we are thinking that your citrus bulk juice facility, if the drayage from the vessel during vessel discharge is continued by truck, the cargo could enter into the facility from North Dock Street through a temporary secure gate, and then closed off when you're not discharging the vessel, and then you can have non-TWIC access on the outside. And the same could be true with your dry bulk, as well as your petroleum facilities as well. Storage space for warehouses. We've got 3 new warehouse facilities that we are showing. Expansion, the construction of warehouse 12, which will be 150,000 square feet, accompanied with acreage, about 11 acres next to it. And then new warehouse right next to it. I didn't give it a number yet because it would have been 13, and I don't know. So I just left it as a new warehouse, and we'll left some open space adjacent to it. So 350,000 square feet of warehouse space in at least in Zone B. And then up near the fish hatchery area, or in the fish hatchery area, a new cargo facility that is located outside the TWIC zone. It's a sizable piece of property. We're showing here up to 400,000 square feet in a single warehouse. It can be multiple warehouses. It can be a variety of different things. But 400,000 square feet of warehouse plus about 15 acres of storage adjacent to it, or open storage for cargo. So this looks like a fantastic P3 opportunity. I'm hoping you've got some tenants that are looking at that, but it's an exciting location. The North Pier will be extending berth 4, 600 feet to the north, and then going directly east will be expanding berths 2 and 3. They'll add another 2,000 feet, and then eventually berth 1. This area will end up becoming the core location for your dry bulk business, as well as break bulk business. And again, we start to get that separation. What's nice about doing those expansions is we get open space behind the port, or behind the docks, that give you areas for staging cargo and temporary storage, things like your scrap metal operator. They don't have much of a staging area. This is a great location for that. It's another location there where berth 1 will be, where we can create this temporary security gate access for truck trade cargo from vessel discharges right to the dry bulk area that we're going to be positioning right next to it. So a temporary swing gate, again, avoids some of these interchange gate moves. So how does that all translate into a master plan? Or that's the vision. That's what we're looking at. What do we do next? What do we do in the next 5 years? Out of all of that, where do we start? Well, we have to start again. Go back to the beginning. We said we need berth space, and we need break bulk storage and container storage. So those are the initial projects that we're talking about here. I'm not going to go through all of these, but in the master plan report, which I have here, we detail Each individual project, provide a description of all the projects and why it's important, and a recommendation, at least in which time frame to do it. Berth 4 is a project that we should be doing right now. The berth 10 and 11 corner, if we can get that done in the next 5 years, I think that's an important thing to do, because we start to get assets improved, and I think there's good matching funds available to make those projects occur, and you get some immediate benefits out of them, not just some additional berth. You get better utilization of berths. You get the right sized berths, and you actually unlock another berth with berth 8, all at the same time. So those are pretty important projects to do. The drop trailer parking lot is an easy thing to do right away. The container terminal expansion, well, that's ongoing now anyways. You'll just continue to respond to that. The warehouses in Zone B, Warehouse 12 and the new warehouses, those I think need to be done in the next 5 years, and for exactly the reasons why I said. And we need to relocate the dry bulk cargo out of Zones B and C and start looking at building the new intermodal yard and building the new bulk juice facility. These are a lot of projects to do in the next 5 years and pretty critical. It's not an inexpensive thing, but there's various opportunities for funding, as you all know. We do provide some analysis. We've got a comprehensive financial model that we put together. There are millions of different iterations of doing things when you do a model like that, but we can show that they are doable. What you get out of that is you get an increase of about 20 to 30% in cargo handling capacity. The port right now can handle between 8 to 10 million tons per year. And there's two different metrics for that. There's what we call maximum and sustainable. The maximum is when you're building, build a facility to handle peak demands, like during the, during like the Christmas season, for example, or at other times. But you cannot expect to operate at that peak level all the time. So the sustainable number is what we plan for. We measure at the maximum number. At any rate, so we'll have between 12 to 14 million tons of operational capacity, which is about a 20 to 30% increase. In the next 10 year, the 5 to 10 year plan, again, now we'll start looking at once berth 4 is done, doing berth 2 and 3 expansion, and maybe getting into berth 1. That's probably more in the 20-year horizon. There's actually fewer things to do, but by doing berths 2 and 3, you get the space behind the North Pier cargo area that would give you more storage space. We'll look at doing berth 6 at that time frame. Continued expansion of the container terminal as required, probably another 10 or 20 acres. Maintenance facility, and then we'll start looking at that access road, and I'm hoping that within, it's going to take a little bit of planning, but in the 5 to 10 year period, I think, if we can solve that logistical problem for security, that would be something to aspire to achieve. From that point, that will give you up to between 15 and 17 million tons of capacity. And then the other projects that are on the list that I'm not going to go into detail on, that'll bring you up to 18 to 20 million tons, which is double the size of the port. And I'd like to borrow a phrase from Carlos. I think it's, you say supersize the port? Is that what it is? Okay.
I know where that came from.
I have a bet with Mel that you'll say supersize 3 times today, so. Obviously, it's all about creating jobs and creating economic benefits for Southwest Florida. As Dan pointed out, the 2021 fiscal year, the results of the economic impact study that was done by our partner, Martin Associates, showed $5.1 billion in net economic impact just for 1 year. We've computed, and I won't go through all these numbers here, but we are showing what are the economic impacts of the 5-year and 10-year period for each of these different projects being done, and they're all incrementally additive to that baseline number. So it continues to grow. And the same is true with actual construction projects. There are benefits in the tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars for actual construction during the construction phases of these projects, and those are all quantified in the report as well. So, in summary, Seaport Manatee is poised for some tremendous growth. It's really, really exciting, and I've been really proud to be a part of it and help study it. You do have some immediate needs for facility improvements for the break bulk and the container and your bulk juice operations, and you have the opportunity to introduce some new service lines, particularly with the intermodal service, as well as supporting the bulk juice as well, and potentially cruise and ferry, which I know is near and dear to Carlos's heart. We also include in the plan opportunities to unlock some of the hidden capacity there without necessarily rebuilding a lot of infrastructure. And obviously, Seaport Manatee continue to be a major contributor to the economic benefits of the region. So with that, I would like to just turn it back over and say thank you very, very much for giving us the opportunity to do this study. The report, I think, is available, is online. I'll let Dan take it from here then.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. That very good summary for what we've been doing over the last year at the port. Hundreds of hours of conversations with our tenants, with our stakeholders, with port staff, about lessons learned over the last 50 years of the port, things that we would have done differently. And it's all boiled down into this plan that's reasonable and achievable. So in terms of next steps, we posted a PDF of the plan on the port's website. It's marked as draft. We post that on the 14th. We're asking for comments through November 14th to give 30 days. We're going to actively be reaching out to our tenants to make sure that everyone's comfortable with what's in there. We want to get this right. We don't want somebody to come back to staff or the board in a year and say, man, I wish we would have changed that in the plan. So we're trying to get this right, and those are the next steps. Thank you.
We do have some questions from some of the commissioners. Commissioner Whitmore is first.
Thank you, and I'm glad we're back here at the port, because when you're at our county commission meetings and we're sitting there waiting to continue with our regular meeting, we lose a lot, and we get a lot more information when we're here. So I'm glad we are back at the port. First of all, I think this is maybe my third plan, and I want to compliment John and his organization. It's probably the best presentation I've ever had and most comprehensive, and he is shockingly so familiar with the port. And I just want to thank him for that, and I want to thank Carlos for the great job. There is a couple questions I had. First of all, as you were talking, I was looking at our map that we have in the back of our agenda book, and berth 14 is an intermodal yard right now. Isn't there a berth there?
We have berth 14 already. We would look to
Right,
extend that berth, and that's our intermodal.
Because to me, the funding, like you had mentioned, the funding would be easier to get with matching grants if we expanded 14, but that's up to you guys. You'd even mentioned that, depending how ways to get funding, either you make an all-new berth or you expand the current one. So you had mentioned that. And do you know what your thoughts are, Carlos?
Well, again, what's logical, and this has been discussed with the master planners and internally, is that we need more berth space.
Right.
And it's equivalent to runway length, at an airport. You can only land so many planes, with a shorter runway. So it just makes sense if the passenger and the volume is going to grow, that we need to expand both north and south, and that's what we plan to do.
So good job. Also, I wrote down when you said we're leaving space for the cruise industry. And so you've kind of got a place in mind, you're just going to leave that, correct? Because I know we've had people throughout the years. I know Congressman Buchanan has had people here to talk to us.
Yes, he has.
So we're still kind of looking at that market, correct?
We are, and I think that it's a logical extension that we are, it's a diversification that makes sense. Just about every port in Florida has some cruise component.
Right.
We're not talking about a Miami-sized cruise facility or Everglades. We're talking about one or two cruises that complement what we do, bring in additional revenue, additional excitement to the port, and really that's really what we're looking to do now.
And I remember years ago you did have one, because I'd gone out on it years
Yes,
ago. From the
that was
terminal.
before my time, but yeah, not the Regal Empress, Regal Empress, right? Regal Empress had short cruises to Yucatan.
Right, right. Also, eminent domain, okay. In the previous two, maybe three master plans, we've always talked about purchasing lands north of us, and that would be the future. And I noticed that wasn't in this. I mean, it looked like you're expanding a little bit of number 4, and you're going out a little bit more north. But I know in the future, we've always talked in the way future that we were going to acquire those properties to be able to expand the port north. Is that not on this plan?
It's not on this plan. This is just what's within our footprint now. That doesn't remove the possibility that we could go north further. But I think in terms of growth, because we're not like, if we build it, they're going to come. So we want to make sure that if we do build it, we are going to have business for it. And the cautious thing to do now is to stay within our footprint, which, as John Corley said, provides, triple the amount of volume as it is without going even further. Because we want to time the purchase of land to what can be, let's say, brought into a business environment a little sooner, as opposed to banking land for 20 years ahead.
Plus, we have seagrasses in that area that we mitigated, which is like 1,000 acres, so we'd have to mitigate that.
Correct. Yes.
It was a wonderful presentation, thank you. And I would like a copy of that book, and I'm going to keep it in my office for the person that replaces me. I always keep it in to reference to, and I've got your old one in my office, I think. So anyway, I would like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Servian.
Yes, thank you. It really was an excellent presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the details. So I have a couple of questions. I imagine the FDOT is here, and there's always good coordination with DOT and the needed improvements. I'm not sure who at the local county level is our port planner these days, but I hope that there's coordination there for any improvements that are needed at the county level. So that's just a comment. I haven't heard anything about port planning at Manatee County in some time. So just make sure that we give you, as the county officials, what you need. So the funding is in place for the 5-year program, I'm imagining, but not the 10, right? Or do you have funding in place for the full 10 years? And then is it dependent on the federal reimbursement? I mean, we're all hopeful we're going to get that. No, it's not good.
Not dependent on.
Okay. All right. And then also in terms of the expansion that's planned in the master plan, is there something that the county can do as far as, supporting that with the gateway overlay? I know that's been kind of slow to really develop, slower than we had hoped. But are there changes needed at the county level that will help to support this expansion?
Well, that's for maybe, I don't know, John, if you looked at that with the county. I don't think so at this point. We pretty much know, but we know we're going to go over the fence. We notify the county. Of course, we do that with other departments of the county. But if we coordinate it, because as you pointed out, Commissioner, many of our customers are also on the other side of 41. And there's a growing footprint, port-related, on the east side of 41, and Salt County, right. In fact. So we need to coordinate that. But at this point, I can't think of one where we, if we do something, we would have to have a major powwow or issue with the county. I think we'll do that as projects warrant to make sure that we coordinate that, like we did with Air Products, for example. Come on up.
I could just add.
Hello?
So the 2016 master plan had a significant discussion about the encouragement zone and growth of the county business opportunity. Within this document, again, this is identified as an update to the 22 plan, or the 2016 plan. Rather than restate all of those types of goals and those objectives and take up a lot of real estate in the document, what we have done is we have augmented the report by referring back to the 2016 plan that all of those goals, all of those objectives still apply now. And this is a deeper dive into what we do in the next 5 years and 10 years to help achieve those continued goals. So it's more focused on, instead of a really long-term aspiration, the focus was more on, okay, what do we need to do tomorrow and the next year to sort of get there? What are the key steps? And that was the direction on this master plan.
Finish. Thank you. Commissioner Ball.
Stay up here, John. Yeah, maybe just better. Might as well stay nearby. Here.
Great report.
Thank you.
It was fantastic. And I got to tell you, all I could do was kind of giggle
about the supersize comment because I was in a meeting in DC with Carlos, and I think you were there as well. I know you were. And we had a congressman that was really hitting us hard about Port Manatee being supersized and how important it was. So here it is again. And this time it's going to happen. So that's even more exciting. I'm glad that Commissioner Servia brought up the county. I think that's a good point. Interestingly enough, when you've been here as long as Commissioner Whitmore and almost myself, you know, you realize and you remember the days when the county was very involved in the port. Well, you know, now it's kind of like y'all have grown up and y'all don't need the county too much anymore. In fact, I think it's kind of shift. Now the county needs you, so that's really good. And then we get to be both, so it's perfect. But I would like to recommend, after the first of the year, when, you know, because there are changes that are coming, I think that we should probably, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend that we have a workshop with the Port Authority so that we can all really deep dive into this, get a better feel for where we need to go in the future, what we're doing, how y'all want to handle that, so that we know where you are in reference to this plan. Because obviously I know, I've been here long enough to know that this is definitely something we need to pursue today and not so much really tomorrow. We need to prepare for tomorrow by working today. So I think it was very good. It puts us where we had been wanting to be. I think it's really, it's nice to see the success that this port has had in the last 10 years that I'm aware of by sitting up here. And I think it's a very doable plan with a lot of staying concentrated on that plan and improving and getting there. And I think the funding will be there. DOT is a great partner, and there'll be other grants that are possible as well, I'm sure. And we've got some great legislators in DC and in the state. So I'd love to have that workshop sooner than later after the first of the year. It'd be awesome. Thank you. John, thank you. It's about the most productive plan I've seen since I've been on this board.
Thank you for your compliment.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just a quick question, kind of piggyback off of what Commissioner Servia said and so forth. This is a great plan. I love it, and we had a briefing on it. But it's all within the borders of the port, as Carlos said. We're not focused on expansion of land. We're not. This is internal. My question is this being dual tracked or considered associated with the fact that it's great, you can keep expanding the port and putting more containers here, putting more Jews here, bringing more boats in here, but at some point you got to get it out of here too. Is there a consideration of a joint timeline that's going to facilitate ingress, egress? I know there's talks with rail, which is certainly hugely beneficial, but to your point, a lot of stuff's going east of 41. Is there that's a effective death trap trying to get across 41 with these trucks? And if you achieve what this plan is hoping to achieve in terms of expansion of doubling cargo, doubling containers and so forth, that's going to make that all the more difficult. So you're going to get to a point where there's only so much you can cram onto this port, even with capacity, before you start running into logistical issues of getting it back out of the port. So we may end up with an underutilized port if we don't dual track that at the same time. And simultaneously, talking about land, it's great figuring out a lot of ways to import more and more. But again, it starts there creates more and more inefficiency if we're not facilitating ways of exporting as well and taking full advantage on both sides of this additional capacity, which has a lot to do with the land and with the gateway and the enterprise zone here. So are all these being done simultaneously? I know there's talk, how much are we dealing with the county, but I think that the county would 100% want to work there. I know we do, but to make sure we're dual tracking everything, because the last thing we want to do is supersize a port and then realize, okay, it's another 20 years before the county or the state or whomever it is gets around to catching up to you. It'd be better to catch it all simultaneously.
Want to take some of that?
I think it's probably a good question for Dan. I think maybe addressing some of the FDOT programs on Piney Point Road and South Dock Street.
Well, let me make some general comments first, and then maybe Dan can give some more specifics. So yeah, it is. You're right. We have to first. It's better to export than to import. We have, of course, Air Products. That is the mammoth exporter because one little thing is $1 million. So our numbers are going to look good because it's major technology being exported. There's other land acquisitions. One possible comment that I can give you that is interesting in Port of Palm Beach, quite a few years ago, was only 16 acres on the land on the water side. What they do? They elevated US 1. You know, maybe for FDOT, I don't want to give them a heart attack, but elevating US 1 is not unheard of. That would open up free without having to cross the 41, but elevate 41 to do that as an example. Exactly. It's been done before, and Palm Beach is the latest example. So that's one. Obviously, we always want to do exports as well, you know, because it's like a plane coming back empty or a plane going out half full. You know, you want to do it. It's in the best interest of the shipping line and the exporter to have that round trip. So that's a priority too. You know, with the county and coordination, yeah, as soon as we see something that's going to step on any, let's say, authority or opportunity of the county, we need to do that. You know, we need to make sure the county is ahead of us or at least join with us and not lagging because that will kill our business. And the great thing is that, for example, Port of Miami, in total, their total acreage is 600 acres. Just inside the fence, we have 1,100 acres here, plus across the street. In fact, the Port of Miami now is thinking of having some facilities all the way down to south of Lake Okeechobee to expand their capacity, to be able to capture containers from there. They're so desperate for land. And we are so lucky we have it right behind, you know, 41. So, any comments?
Hence the workshop.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can address staying in the boundaries and also US 41. So with staying in the boundaries, something that we did in this plan that we didn't realize in the previous plans was if you take a look at bursts 3, 2, and 1 in this plan, we messed around with the angle, and when we had the angle of berth 3, 2, going in a southeast direction, it actually gives us 2,000 feet for berths 3 and 2, and then berth 1 is another 1,000 feet, and we get all of that. We get 3,000 feet more of linear dockage in our existing boundary without having to go over Piney Point Road. And the beautiful thing about that is we need 3 more berths, and we have room for 3 more berths in our existing boundary. And then to talk about US 41, FDOT is extremely proactive about taking a look at ingress and egress from seaports across the state. It's actually a statutory duty that FDOT provides access to seaports. It's their responsibility. Many might know that Piney Point Road up to our gate is a state road. It's a strategic intermodal systems facility, and so that's their responsibility to provide that access. And so one thing that FDOT is doing right now is using our updated data from that came out of this master plan, taking a look at all of the moves through 2041, and being proactive and planning. Do we need to, and these are examples, do we need to expand Piney Point Road by a couple lanes? Do we need to have Piney Point Road be composed of a different material, cement instead of asphalt? Or do we need to take a look at South Dock Street, and instead of having one access road that's a state road, a CIS facility, do we need to have 2 for this port? And and do we need to have a light on US 41? So those are some of the things that they're looking at. And I've got to tell you, we're really lucky in Southwest Florida to have District 1. They only have 1 port. So we're extremely lucky that they're focused on us, and they're going to make sure that they get it right. There are a lot of lessons learned from across the state with other ports like Palm Beach that needed to have an overpass, and that overpass probably came a little bit too late, and so FDOT is trying to make sure they get it right for us.
Commissioner Whitmore.
This was before me, but when the encouragement zone was started, it was for exactly what Cruz was talking about, Commissioner Cruz. It was because we were hoping that if we opened that, and also the TIF area, if we opened that port business would come flocking and we wouldn't have housing. As I was driving here this morning, you know, I see that the residential is creeping closer and closer to the port because that didn't happen. So the whole intent for years now has been to utilize that property across the street to do exactly what you said that they're doing in Miami, because we figured that would be another feather, and that's why the rail goes across the street and across the street of 41, so we could actually do that. So, you know, we have the space, it's just we haven't had the customers, except we just now got Transmontane, right, across the street, or?
No,
What
we
was
have
it?
Allied New Technologies, Air Products.
No, the new one that has property here.
World Direct? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's, I was going to say, that was my
Yeah.
last one.
That was the vision a long, long time ago, that we were trying to get
Yeah.
more port-related business to expand over there before Miami happened, or whatever.
Do we have any more comments? And I'll just wrap up just a couple of things. I like the approach of having the master plan out on the website up until November the 14th. I think that's very important. You know, for the record, that gives some opportunity for some community engagement, as well as the entities that obviously do work here at the port. I will say this right here: we quite clearly we have a bright future if we're walking around talking about supersizing. That's always something good to look at. One of the things that I wrote when the report, when you first brought the report forward, is, you know, the environmental challenges. And as far as looking at those, I'm not necessarily sure at this point, you know, whatever those challenges are, they are out in front of us. But, you know, obviously I would be interested to hear some of those challenges and identify, you know, how we're going to mitigate that. You know, I'm a juice guy. In dedicating, you know, a berth for more juice business, you know, that's always a great thing. I will, and the other point that I wanted to make from Dan, when we were talking about identifying whether or not, you know, we want one access point or two. You know, with our growth, this is just me, and I'm sure my colleagues will chime in if they want to. But just all the projections with our growth, you know, I think some way, somehow, we need to be proactive and consider that second access point, because not only is the port growing, you know, Manatee County is growing, and with all the things that we have to deal with on a day-in and day-out basis, if there's an opportunity for us to get in front of that, I would definitely recommend that. So those are my comments on the master plan. Commissioners, do we have any more comments or anything on the master plan? Great job. Thank you, sir, for your work. Dan and Carlos, that's great. And again, you know, the port is, you know, moving forward, but we'll find a way to use that supersized terminology to get some good things out of it.
Mr. Chair, do we ever solidify this plan and vote on it in the future?
Yeah, then we need a motion. We don't need a motion right
Because it
now.
says presentation on the agenda, that's why I was wondering, shouldn't it be codified by a motion?
At this point, you're still.
In the planning process.
So, after November, right, got it, okay, got it, good.
Okay. So that concludes comments on the master plan. Carlos?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, we'll be back to you, and as Commissioner Law mentioned, I think it would be beneficial to have a workshop.
Yes.
I think it deserves a workshop, given the context and the whole importance of this going forward, not just for the port, but for the entire region, the county and the region. You know, we are a port that serves all of Southwest Florida and part of North and Central Florida. So the impact of this port and what you all do reaches way beyond the footprint of the county. So it's important that we better understand what you would like to see, you know, as it relates to us, and as well as the county and as well as the region. The next item, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, would be my annual review that's going to be given to you by your county attorney, port attorney. All right.
Good morning, Port Authority members. As you know, each year, pursuant to his contract, the Port Authority conducts a performance evaluation of its executive director. This year, I received written evaluations from 5 of the 7 Port Authority members, and I'd like to thank you all very much for your time and effort in providing those. The review evaluates on 8 criteria, or 8 different categories, and it has you rate the executive director either as outstanding, meets the standards, or needs improvements. It also provides an option for comments. In summarizing the reviews, I'll go through each of the 8 categories briefly. The first one being business development. There, Carlos is ranked outstanding in this category by all of the members. The comments included that Carlos always works to bring new business. His continued success is reflected in the expansion of the port, and he's exceptional in all aspects of business development. The second category is relationship with the authority. 4 members ranked Carlos outstanding and 1 that he meets standards. Comments included that he provides the authority with the information they need to act, and that he maintains open communication and excellent relations with the Port Authority. The third category is financial management and regulatory compliance. Again, 4 members ranked him outstanding and 1 meets standards. Carlos is constantly looking for ways to improve performance, and the current performance of the port is impressive as usual. The fourth category is public image and community relations. All of the members ranked Carlos outstanding in this category, stating that the port is doing a great job in disseminating information, building its brand as an economic generator and location for employment, and that Carlos is the face of the port and has a general public image in all categories. And then category 5 was strategic planning and goals. Again, all ranked Carlos outstanding in this category, that he looks far ahead, which allows us to prepare for future growth and success, and is outstanding in communicating the goals for the port. In category 6, leadership, all ranked Carlos outstanding for this category. Comments include that they've never heard a complaint, only praise, and that he has the complete respect of all that he works with because of his leadership. Category 7, job and industry knowledge. Again, all ranked Carlos outstanding in this category. Comments included, I can't imagine anyone knowing this industry more than Carlos. We are so fortunate to have Carlos with the knowledge base that he brings to the Port Authority. And finally, in the 8th category, judgment and decision making. 4 members ranked Carlos outstanding, 1 ranked meet standards. Comments included everything has worked as planned so far, excellent problem solver, and decision maker. There were also general comments at the end of the review that thanked Carlos for everything, said that it was a great year as we continue to grow, and that we look forward to touching base about goals and vision for the upcoming years, and appreciate all the hard work of both Carlos and his staff. In conclusion, these rankings represent an overall improvement from last year's evaluation. There were no rankings of needs improvement, and Carlos was ranked outstanding by the majority of members in all 8 categories. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
We do not have any questions. We have one commissioner that will have a comment.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to reiterate that fantastic evaluation. And Carlos, it's your leadership and your interpersonal skills that really make you exceptional. It's clear to us that you care about the team, you support your team, and really that great communication is what makes you stand out. It's very easy to evaluate you. And great communication in how many languages?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. I don't know. Lost track.
We're growing.
Yeah, great job.
We're growing.
Thank you for all you do.
Commissioner Whitmore?
And I wanted to thank you. If we all have to, next time you see Michael Gallen, you need to thank him, because Carlos was in Argentina, I think, when our applications for this job came about, and he missed the deadline. And somehow Michael had found out and gotten the application and brought it to the board. And so Carlos is here because because of Michael Gallen, so you really need to thank him. And as always, you've done a great job. I was here maybe a year when Dave McDonald was here, maybe two, night and day. And what we did learn is we need to diversify. And I was thinking on the way to work, at one point I think our reserves were $400,000. And then that's when the county would have to save us if it got any worse. So, good job.
And I'll just say ditto to everything that you do. I always make sure that I acknowledge your team and your support staff, and just in some of the meetings, how prepared they are and how the meetings flow so we can move things forward. I mean, just bringing the master plan forward today is an indicator of your leadership and understanding of the great things that's going on here at the port. And in order for us to supersize, obviously your professional performance is supersized. Thank you for all the things that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I do want to point out that this is not my evaluation. This is my port's evaluation. This is the people that work with me day to day. That's their evaluation also. So I would love to hear that. So they are encouraged, that they don't have to look for a position, that they, we're doing it as a team, and that their efforts are being reflected in this evaluation. I cannot take credit for this. It's really, a team effort, and we had to improve things here. We all improve them. So thank you on behalf of the port.
Okay, that concludes conversation on the evaluation. We will go now and open up to public comments. Do we have any public comments? And obviously we do not. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Carlos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go quickly because we're a little bit behind schedule, right? On the ribbon cutting, on some comments. Okay, so hurricane recovery was not a huge impact for us. We went through it, like most of the county, pretty well. We didn't have any major issues. We were up and running quickly. The main issue would be that the gas immediately started to flow again. That happened. There was sufficient reserve, and so that went well. The FY numbers, again, as you heard, they're doing great. The revenue is outstanding. The container numbers, as you see here, this got stuck with a little pointer. Okay. Have grown again, confirming what the master plan is saying, to be able to quadruple those numbers. Those numbers are the same essentially as Tampa did this year, with maybe 4 or 5 times the capital investment. And so we like to be efficient. And as John again Corley said, we are doing about 4 times the normal amount that a container port is expected to do. That's again a credit to our operations people and our tenants that are making sure those containers don't sit idle here. They're moving out because they are commodities that you want to buy in the stores. Continue to grow the petroleum, very important. Every new house with a 2-car garage, that's a new customer, okay? So we're making sure that the fuel continues to flow, and getting delivered to those stations that, again, continue to grow every day. And another Wawa on Manatee Avenue now, they'll need a full truck or 2, so we're keeping track of that. We continue, again, to grow forestry products, whether it's fences or any kind of lumber, to grow what the demand is. We're demand driven. If nobody wanted to buy these things, we wouldn't be here. We're not buying it ourselves. We are trying to meet demand, and the users of those commodities, meaning, let's say, the distributors, Home Depot and Lowe's, are buying it on behalf of those clients. As we heard before, a lot of juice, a lot of growing juice. And in fact, I read this morning that unfortunately a lot of the crop was damaged. The citrus crop was damaged. That will just tell me that then, of course, I better raise those numbers because it's coming through the port. Yeah, it's going to be through the port. 23%, increase, almost 24 in operating revenues. Again, though unaudited. And again, now I want it to be short. From the start to the birth, we'd like to have you join us for ribbon cutting. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any commissioner comments? All right, y'all know I am going once, going twice, third time. That concludes the meeting.
All right.
Check, check, check. I can see the. Check one, check one, check one. Check one, two. Can you test your Zoom call? No, I'm not here. No, not you. We were trying to get the Zoom participant on the call. She's a presenter for this part of the meeting. Yes, she is. So we might need a few more minutes to wait to get this going. Anything for Amanda. We'll put everything on hold and we'll just wait forever. No problem.
When you asked the question, that was when we did the work session. Well, if you really do I don't usually do, but.
Check, check. One, two. Can the Zoom caller hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the second half of our day here. It's Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. We had a workshop this morning with the TDC, and now it is just your Board of County Commissioners. And we are going to start the second half of our day, and we're going to discuss our legislative priorities for calendar year 2023 for the legislative session. And I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Administrator Bob Reinschuttle.
Yes, good afternoon. As many of you know, we have a special session going on in Tallahassee right now. And as a result, our lobbyists were not able to be with us in person. We're having a little technical difficulties trying to get them on the screen, but we will have them with us very soon. If you're new to the commission, our Tallahassee lobbyists are Johnson and Stewart. That's Jeff Johnson and Amanda Stewart. They're both very excellent at what they do, and they've been very, very helpful to Manatee County during the past year. If we don't have them yet, I'd like to go through a few things. I'd like to kick off this discussion of legislative priorities by saying that I think you've seen the second draft of the priorities. What we tried to do is not put them in a particular order, not try to prioritize them. We feel that that's your job, and it is. You've all been briefed on many of these, but there were a couple commissioners that said that they wanted to expand the list, and we tried to do that. So we've added some items on that you may not have seen previously. You're welcome to, as you know, to add your own or to take them off. And in the end, we hope to achieve consensus on the top priorities and what belongs on the list and what doesn't. I would like to, if we don't have our lobbyists with us quite yet, I'd like to have our subject matter experts and department directors.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I have a feeling she'll be joining us soon.
I have a feeling too.
You entered 8457459. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise,
having a technical difficulty.
Okay, so just bear with us a moment. A little technical difficulty, but our lobbyist is logging into
you have entered the
Zoom.
meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
Okay, welcome, Amanda. I was just telling anyone who's listening or watching that we could hear you typing in your code and explaining what that was. There's no other way to do it, but that's okay. You're on, I assume, Amanda?
We've been on, so we can see you by video and we can see ourselves on video, and I don't think that was us calling in.
Oh, well, we heard lots more people joining then. That's great. We're waving to you, Amanda. We're glad to have you on.
Well, just to introduce you again, it's Amanda Stewart, Jeff Johnson, our excellent government relations firm in Tallahassee. And I know that the new commissioners have not had an opportunity to meet them, but you will enjoy meeting them and appreciate the work that they do, because they do an excellent job for Manatee County. So I have Amanda, and I think Jeff is there too. You're behind it. Okay. Okay. They're in the midst of a special session this week in Tallahassee. I would like them to talk about what's going on in that special session, because I think it's relevant to Manatee County. If they'd also mention what the leadership in the House and Senate, and also the governor, what their priorities are, and talk about the committee weeks and how important they are, and particularly in January and February, because this year the session starts March 7th. It runs through, I think, May 5th, if I'm not mistaken. And these committee weeks are very important because they advance bills during these weeks. And, you know, some of them are right at the starting gate. So when they go into session in March, there are bills that will start moving through the, you know, the main body. So I'll turn this over to Amanda and Jeff and let them talk about what's going on in Tallahassee.
Thank you, and I hope everybody can hear us, and thanks for allowing us to join via satellite here from Tallahassee. But we do have a special session going on, primarily about property insurance, but there's also several other issues that have been included into the fall. So the first bill, and everything should be, everything is passing the Senate floor today, will be passing the House floor tomorrow, and it will be on to the governor by tomorrow afternoon for signature. But there's several bills, and we can get, you know, we can go knee deep, or we can just kind of talk at a 50,000 foot level. But first and foremost, is property insurance reform. A couple of things, AOBs that have been used by contractors are now outlawed in property insurance claims, and one-way attorney fees have now been outlawed in property insurance claims. Those are two major court reforms that the legislature, meaning the governor's office, wanted to take care of. As you know, we have a property insurance crisis in Florida. We have a lot of companies that have gone out of business. We don't, and Citizens is growing rather than decreasing. There are some other things that is included in this bill. Citizens is going to be allowed to have a rate increase, so we are going to see premiums going up. The hope is that the overall bill and the bills that have done previous sessions will eventually settle things down here in the market, but that remains to be seen. They are also tackling reinsurance, and there's going to be a $1 billion fund into reinsurance. And then there's some other things that are in part of the bill that insurance companies are going to have to abide by, and hopefully, you know, it'll help consumers in the end. There's a couple of other bills that are being discussed and will pass. There's a disaster relief bill, and this is going to be for folks that suffered damage in the hurricane. There's going to be a fund set up that helps them, but also helps them with their property taxes and gives them some relief. And then we also have a toll relief bill, and this is going to be for any consumer in Florida that travels via toll roads. There's some criteria that you have to meet, you know, such as, you know, 35 trips in a calendar month, and there's some metrics that you have to meet. But if you do meet those and you frequent toll roads, you'll get some credits as well back to you. So those are some of the bills that they're working on right now as we speak, and that will pass here in this week. And then we will be back up here January 3rd to start our committee weeks, and which will be January, February, and then our full session March and April.
Right. So just to talk a little bit more about that schedule, typically we only have 2 committee weeks in January, and then we traditionally have 3 in February. This year, because the governor's inaugural events are kind of following that first week in January, there is a committee week slotted for that January 3rd week. We don't anticipate a ton of meetings, probably a lot of presentations. We have a lot of new incoming freshman members in the House, several new senators that might have previously served in the House, but the Senate obviously is a different chamber. So we'll see a lot of those new members kind of go through crash courses of the different committees, what the committee oversight is, get to know their chairs and their staff. We'll see a lot of that in that week, and potentially into that second committee week in January too. So we have January 17th and January 23rd are the final 2 committee weeks in January. First 3 weeks in February are committee weeks, and then, like Jeff said, we hit session. March 7th is the first day of session. We go 60 days until May 5th is the last day, and hopefully we end on May 5th and we don't extend. We would all be very grateful for that. It's going to be a long couple of months, but Bob is right. Committee weeks are where we try and get the majority of our work really started and almost halfway done, if not to the finish line, so that when session starts, we can get, all of our priorities hopefully are well in play, and we're ahead of the game as opposed to starting when session begins. So while they can't do any final passage of bills or meet on the House floor, as you all know and have seen and certainly saw last year, we're in full swing once committee starts. So that's doing this now, having your priorities really being kind of talked through ahead of the end of the year is great for us. We're super supportive of that because it gives us as much time as possible to make sure that we have sponsors lined up, make sure that we have our support lined up. Any questions that we need answered, we can get answered early. So thank you for doing this now. Bob, is there anything that you wanted to go over just sort of generally before we get to the legislative agenda?
Well, again, and you may have touched on it already, but the leadership and the speaker, the new speaker, and the new Senate president generally have priorities, and certainly the governor does as well. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about those and how what we've identified as priorities may fit into that generally. So
thank you. So I would say first and foremost, affordable housing is the top of the conversation when we talk to the Senate president, who's Kathleen Papajomo out of Naples, and then Paul Renner, who is the Speaker of the House out of Jacksonville. Both will consistently discuss affordable housing, and that's certainly on the agenda. It's what we've heard from. We haven't been able to work yet with 3 of our new commissioners, but for the commissioners that we've had the pleasure of working with, we know affordable housing is something that is a concern to all of you, and it's that's replicated throughout the state. So they're in discussions now. We don't know exactly what that will look like. They're trying to determine, certainly there's a crisis. They're trying to determine the best way to go about that. So I think any thoughts, any feedback that you'd like us to share, this is the great time to do it because these conversations are happening now without really any official legislation being filed yet. Aside from affordable housing, budget is always, obviously, that's a big topic. It's the only thing that constitutionally they have to do while they're here. We still have a fair amount of non-recurring funds that the legislature is able to use. We are seeing them, obviously discuss that. So things that would normally be used for non-recurring funds like capital projects, I think they're going to be taking a hard look at throughout the state. But they're also, we're hearing these slight warnings of we don't know what the future looks like, and we could be maybe already starting a recession. We could be heading towards a bigger recession. So, there's already the discussion of we're trying to be conservative, especially with our recurring funds. So that's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing about now. Clearly, property insurance is something that we're working on this week. Hurricane issues will continue to be something that we discuss throughout session, certainly considering the fact that the state was hit. You all saw what that did, for you all, and then, we have Senate President Papajomo, her house was gone. She's in Naples and her house was under 4 feet of water almost immediately. So these are issues that are always important, but certainly are hitting, a different coast this time. So I think we'll see more about that conversation. I know I'm just rambling now. What do you want to add?
Yeah, I would add, Speaker Renner is going to be looking at infrastructure, transportation, some of those things.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen, anything rolled out yet, but that's some of his focus. And then obviously we have a governor who is extremely active. He's active in policy as well as the budget world. I know he wants to cut taxes. I know right now he's been doing a press conference today around COVID vaccines and damages that it may have caused any folks, and trying to set up a petitioning this Florida Supreme Court to do a grand jury and set up a panel regarding that. So it's going to be very active for the governor. I would not be surprised if the governor is really gearing up for a presidential run. And with that said, there's some he's going to want to get done, and the legislature is going to work with him and get whatever he really wants to get done this session prior to any announcement.
Okay. How does the budget look this year? Are we in good shape?
Yeah, the budget is actually in very good shape. It has been exceeding estimates when they do their estimate reporting. And also remember, we still have a good chunk of non-recurring dollars here that can be spent. So I think, with a very ambitious, tax cut plan that the governor wants to do, he'll be able to accomplish that. I think it's really depending on, how much they want to spend and how much they want to save. But yes, the good news is we're still doing very well in Florida.
Okay, well, that's good news. I want to take the opportunity to see if any of the commissioners have questions for you or issues that they'd like to pursue at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ron.
Jeff and Amanda, thank you very much for being here today. I have actually two questions. One, Jeff, you hit on the insurance, homeowner insurance bill that's coming up. Is there any discussion there? What our citizens are very concerned about is the roofing. They're talking about last session. They were talking about age of roofing, the age of the roofs before they had to go out and get reinsured or they were uninsured. Has that come up in any conversations that you've heard of?
It has been talked about. There's a couple of things that I do know that some of the policies have now been able to put fee schedules in their policies, which is kind of taking care of that, age of roof type of issue, but also getting rid of the AOBs and the one-way attorney fees. The folks think that that's going to take care of all of that roof litigation. I know in certain areas there's roofers going door to door and saying, if you want a brand new roof, we'll guarantee you a brand new roof. Well, without the ability for them to have a homeowner sign up for an AOB, which obviously allows the homeowner to give all of their rights over to the roofer, and then the roofer can sue basically on behalf of the homeowner to collect all of any monies that they may charge the homeowner. And with that gone and one-way attorney's fees, they feel like they've now solved the roofing, if you call it a roofing crisis issue or roofing litigation issue.
All right, thank you very much. Also on the budget, do you see, we receive a lot of SHIP money from Tallahassee. Do you see them raiding Sadowski again this year to raid Sadowski and put it in the general fund?
Yeah, that's a tough one because if they ever need any money, it's an easy one for them to raid. But there's a very, very, as you know, one of the priorities of the Senate president is affordable housing. I think the will, as we sit today, is to keep Sadowski whole, not touch it, and they really do have the money that they don't need to dip into that.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner? Okay, thank you. I don't have anyone else on the board, so if you want to move on.
Okay, well, Jeff and Amanda, thank you very much. I appreciate you taking time. I know you're busy today, and appreciate you being with us. And
well, if we're getting rid of them, hold on, then I do have questions, and so does Thatcher. Okay. So, Commissioner Thatcher, why don't you go ahead, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I have a question. Are you hearing anything about a constitutional carry bill? What's the likelihood of that getting through this session?
So we have heard about it. That's going to be, those are the type of issues that that if the governor wants to pursue, they will pursue it and it will get done. As you know, we have supermajorities now in the House and Senate. So really anything that the Republicans want to get done, there's really no issues getting them done, and they can get done very, very easily with very little resistance. We have heard about that issue coming up. We've also heard about an abortion bill coming. Nothing definitive yet, but don't be surprised to see these. This would be all part of, if the governor, wants to get these things done this session, like I said, ahead of any announcement.
Right, and there's multiple legislators on all of these issues that Jeff just went through, but certainly on constitutional carry, you would have no shortage of members. There might be a little bit of a brawl to see who could file the bill first. So we do expect something like that, and there might be, you see one sponsor win, and then a lot of co-sponsors sign up for it.
But that will be decided at the governor's office level. We're in a little bit different time now, where the governor is dictating policy maybe more than we've ever seen before.
And then, go ahead, sir. And this would be something I probably will just need to get back with you offline, but I will go ahead and mention it. I've seen where the governor is doing a lot to help homeowners that were hit by Hurricane Ian. And the disappointment with the federal government apparently knows no bounds. They really haven't come through for any of the residents that I know of here in Manatee County. And so maybe offline, I'll ask you how I should go about getting, Manatee County is shaped where the southeastern side of Manatee County dips down to really being level with Sarasota County. And so that's MIACA for us. And I know that some of the bills and initiatives I've seen exclude Manatee County altogether, which, I can understand. I'm not saying I agree, but I can understand. But I would like to maybe see if we could get that southeastern portion of the county included in some of the relief for those residents, because so far FEMA hasn't really come through for many people from what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. We'll send you all, obviously, a summary of the disaster relief bill that's passing now for session, which really has to do with, giving relief to folks that were affected, really property tax relief. But yes, let's please have that discussion, because there'll be several bills this session regarding hurricane damage issues, and we want to make sure that we're included.
All right. Anything else, sir? Okay. Have you reached out to Senator Boyd about that? Okay. I would recommend he is at the epicenter of the special election right now as an insurance guy. So maybe wait till next week or the week after. But anyway, that would probably be a good place to start there. So my questions were more on your advice when it comes to our trip up to Tally. We have no as always, we have no shortage of requests and asks, right? So we could add 3 more pages to our packet here easily. But at some point, you reach a point of negative returns, and it's sort of like speed dating when you go up to Tallahassee. You have like 15 minutes. Sometimes we were very fortunate. We met with the speaker 2 years ago, and he sat there and hung out with us for like a half an hour. But oftentimes you have like 15 minutes and you're moving on to the next person, and whatever you deliver at the very beginning, it's like marketing, right? Whatever you come at them with at the very beginning, that's usually what's going to stick, and that's usually where you're going to put most of your emphasis. So I guess I'm making a statement instead of asking a question. I guess I should rephrase that and say, what is your advice when it comes to, 1, the packet, how much attention do people really pay to the packet, and then 2, our presentation and delivery and that sort of thing, and then how many items do you feel we should comfortably put in this packet, and how do you feel we should lay it out? Any guidance there?
Yeah, first, what I think we're going to say is, obviously we'll be meeting with different folks. So, and we just have to be strategic and knowing who we're meeting with and what we're going to discuss. We'll be meeting with some appropriation folks, and really we should just stick our comments to appropriations. And when we're meeting with other folks, we may want to talk about our policy. So that may be a good way to break this out, so we're not inundating them, because, the appropriations folks, while we could talk about their policy, they're just, that's not really their wheelhouse. So I think that will help us in being strategic about what we talk about in each meeting.
Yeah, I'll say that your trip last year was you all just did it so wonderfully. You really assigned, Chairman, I know you kind of took the lead on it, but throughout, depending on the issue, you threw it to a different commissioner. And I just think the way that it was organized was so great. I am so grateful that you all came to the office first, so we could kind of do here's the lay of the land. We can give, and we'll do this well ahead of the trip too. As you all know, we change meetings up until the day, sometimes halfway through the day, because the legislators, that's what happens. But for the most part, we'll have a good idea of the meetings that we'll have. You'll have bios on all of those members. We will do it in sections, so we will make sure that we're doing, ag and natural resources. Those appropriations we'll be having with ag and natural resources chairs. We'll break it up by subject matter so that you don't have to worry about hitting everything. But then there'll be some members too, right? So in the speaker's office, in the president's office, full approach chairs, depending on who we're meeting with that day, we'll kind of prioritize those issues. I think it's important for them to see this packet that Bob sent over to us is great. You know, so we're looking at this packet. I think we ask for everything that we need this year that's in this packet. Will there come a point where we have to start prioritizing, and we might come to you and say, all right, listen, we need your top 3 or 4. You know, yes, that could easily happen. And it just depends on what happens throughout session. There's always some sort of unknown where that takes the attention away from everything else. And, you know, we have to be nimble with that. But I think that and I know that we could always add, so trust me, I know that this is not it. We have a lot more things that we need. But if this is the packet that everyone is comfortable with, and this is the packet that we'll start with, and if we have to narrow it down, then that's what we'll do as we go through committee weeks in session. As far as timing, I mean, I know how busy you all are. I think it is great when you come up, though. And so if you all could find some days that work for all of you, I mean, we obviously highly recommend that. I would say that January is on some years, I would say January is a great time to come because it's early in the committee weeks and they have more time and they're more willing to meet. We have just so many members, and that first January and potentially second January committee week might be kind of chock full of committee meetings just to talk about the presentations that we mentioned earlier. So I would say if you all could look at maybe that last week of January, the committee weeks in February, and then if those months are just off the table, then I would say let's focus on the first couple weeks of March. Maybe not the first week of session, but the second and third week, only because we just have more time. Once they have more time on the floor, it's harder to see them. It really is speed dating always, but it gets to be super speed dating once we get really into session. So the earlier the better from our perspective. But with that said, we'll make any day work. We'll make it as fruitful as possible for you all. So I think that we're comfortable with this agenda. A lot of it is policy, and some of it will kind of cross over to policy and budget, but that's okay. I think
so then with this agenda this packet is literally just what everyone threw at Mr. Reinschuttle, so he put it all on a packet in no particular order and handed it to us. So that's what we're here today to decide, is sort of prioritize these things. So from what I'm hearing, you saying put it all in there. There's plenty of money to go around this time, but why don't we just make multiple packets? I mean, do you have an issue with that? And then when we go meet with, say, the Secretary of Transportation, we just hand him one that's specifically transportation only, right? And sit down with him and talk, and that's that. And then we go meet somebody that's a policy person, we bring something specific on that. Commissioner Baugh's shaking her head. Okay, so I have Satcher, Cruz, and Baugh. I mean, what do you think about that from a, sort of simplification standpoint? Then we're asking for everything we want ultimately, but we're sort of hyper-focusing on that individual when we sit in that meeting.
So yes, I think that we should, if we can see the agenda and break it up so that it's within each silo, that's always helpful for the meetings that we're having.
Okay.
From our perspective, and just to generally speak to the, from the commission, I think it's good for us to know really what that priority looks like, because even though they're in different silos, we could have a speaker or a Senate president or an approach chair at the end of the day come to us and say, okay, it's Manatee County, the same will be asked of, Senator Boyd will ask you the same, your representatives will ask you the same thing. At the end of the day, no matter what silo it's in, what are your top 2 priorities? And then what are your top 5? And then what is it like? So
we can make a master packet, and then from that, we can make a few others for specific folks if, we feel that there's some key issues we really want to talk to them about. Like when we went to talk with Veterans Affairs last time, right? Or if we go to talk to the FDOT secretary, which hopefully we will. Just though, we still have the master one, right? But then we have some like hyper-targeted ones for them. You want to chime in? I got Satcher, and go ahead, ladies first.
Amanda, in the past, we were always instructed that it's really best, as I think you said, where you pick out like 3 of your most important funding requests and you put those on the very front page. And then you can add in the same, thing. You can add other things, but you really, when you go in to meet, you really focus just on those 3 items because generally you don't have that long. And is that what I'm hearing you say, basically? Pretty much?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Overall, we definitely need a priority list because we also have to know what we need to accomplish as a must-have. But I think, going back to Commissioner Satcher, or whoever brought it up, Van Osterbridge. I think like if we're in there with TED, we're just going to maybe speak about our TED issues.
Right.
If we're in there with health care, right? So, but yes, at the end of the day, we definitely need a priority list.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it might just be more of a point of discussion that I wanted to bring up. I feel like our projects overall, some of these are bleed over from, my first day in 2020. And inflation and project cost have gone up, but what we're asking for hasn't necessarily. I understand this is kind of a grand negotiation. Whenever you're in negotiations, sometimes people, if you just go too hog wild, people just walk away. I don't want to do that, but I also don't want to leave anything on the table because we're, like say for Moccasin Wallow, we're talking about 8, and I think we were asking 7.5, a few years back. So I just want us to take a look at those numbers and be sure that if they need to go up, because our prices are going up. I mean, our parks are costing, millions of dollars. So anyway, I think that just, once again, maybe a discussion to be had offline, but let's make sure that we're in line with what it's going to actually take to get these things done.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ryan Shuttle?
Yes. Commissioner, I think Jeff and Amanda will verify that sometimes, we've had some of these items on previous legislative agendas, but it takes 2 or 3 cycles sometimes because of the short nature of the legislative session to get these items through. And, I'm sure that they can talk about that a little bit more, but it's not that we didn't get it last year, we're throwing it up there again. Sometimes it just takes that time through the process to make that happen.
And I think on Moccasin Wallow specifically, we were pretty smart because it's set up in segments. So I think we have gotten money for Moccasin Wallow already. But I wonder if segment 3 is really only going to be $1 million more than segment 1 was. It might have gone up even more, and so we might need to change those numbers. And then looking at the other, projects as well may be in a similar situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you. So I think what I would just say to that is, I think we do have to take into consideration that the price of materials and just inflation generally has gone up. It's always helpful, I think, and obviously taking into consideration that this is our second session with you, and I know some of these budget requests have, I see a lot of these in here that we worked on last year, and we were able to get fully funded for the amount that was requested last year. Maybe if you all, as you're putting it together, the things that are the same as last year. So like, for example, Green Bridge, the fishing pier, Moccasin Wallow, if we could see what the overall project cost looks like. We know what we were able to secure last session. If there were funds already given by the state, it's just helpful for us to know as we're having all of these conversations throughout the next couple of months, what we know to be the need to finish some of these projects that you've already received funding for. Because we can ask for an amount and sometimes we'll get less. But if we know that, you're at, I'm just going to pull out a number because I have a lot of papers here, but let's say we got 7.5 funded. That was our full ask for Moccasin Wallow for the expansion for segment 2 last year. Let's say you're asking for 8 this year, but we know that it's going to be, you really need 11 to finish it. That's always helpful for us to keep in our back pocket in the event that we're in conversations behind closed doors about, what's really necessary. But then again, taking into consideration that there might be some things that you're good to just have another year, another phase done, and you don't want to put all of your eggs in that basket because there's a couple of other things that we want to get accomplished too. So I think we would always caution to be thoughtful of the fact, that we're one of 67 counties, and then, obviously a lot of municipalities, and then on top of that, all the other funding needs. But if they're important, we're going to go ask for all of them. We just, like Jeff said, we just want to have an idea of what the tiering looks like what's a must-have take-home for this session. And then we can work on the rest as we go. And yet, to Bob's point, that's a very long way of saying it does take several years sometimes to get something accomplished.
All right, thank you. And we're all ready to Commissioner Cruz, sir.
Already? Man. Man, that's just, all those people that you put in front of me just flew right by. Yeah, one, I just didn't want to lose touch. I was trying to get on when we were talking about what weeks were good weeks, and I'm afraid if we kind of just completely drop that conversation, it's just going to drag until we miss half the weeks. I'm looking at this form we have here with the interim committee weeks. This week, obviously, is out. We're sitting here. The first week of January is week of the 2nd, which, let's be honest, that's inauguration week, so people are going to be preoccupied. So that's out. The week of the 16th is MLK week, so Monday's already out. So that's a short week, so people are probably gonna be busy. So it looks to me like if we're trying to get there early, so we can get our priorities at the forefront, that week of the 23rd, to me, it looks like it makes the most sense. And all we have is one board meeting, and we have the very next Tuesday available. So if we move the 23rd to the 31st, we can get up there, and that's the first real full week of these committee weeks to try to get our priorities in before everyone else does. That's just my recommendation.
I agree. Yeah, I like that as well. Does anyone have an issue with that?
Well, we don't have to go up Monday. We can do Tuesday through Thursday like we normally do.
Jeff and Amanda, how do you
not the
feel
whole
about
week, but
the week
whatever.
of the 23rd?
It's a good week. So
Okay.
Yeah, as far as timing and early, but a good week to have their attention.
Okay. And our Chamber of Commerce takes a large group up every year. They're going up the February 13th week. 2 to 3 days. I don't know.
2 nights, like 3 days, 2 nights.
Now that we have you in Bearden, it'll probably take
You're allowed to go
longer,
up more
have
than
use
once. I don't think
smaller
they
words,
restrict you to one visit per
speak
session.
slower.
All right. Second thing, relative to the packets, I hear what you're saying. This is more to you, but with the exception of, for the most part, the two you mentioned, with DOT and Veteran Affairs, most of our meetings are with legislators in general, and they're all going to be voting on all of this. So I don't know if we want to make a special packet just for DOT and basically have the transportation up front, or a special one for veterans and put veteran housing on the front page so it looks like it's a top priority to them.
It could even be singularly
But
focused,
I think that may be a little much. But my question was, the last 2 years, this is a third year now, most of our legislative priorities are kind of like a money grab. I've gone and read an insane amount of these legislative priority things from counties and municipalities to see what other people do, so I can kind of get a sense of what we do and is it the same or different. A lot of them are talking about, here's a bill you didn't pass last year, and we as a board approved that bill. It seemed like there was a lot of actual legislative priority. Our thing should just be renamed like 2023 state funding priority, because we don't really have a whole lot of legislative. Last year we put foster care in there, but the year before, I don't recall. I know it is. My point is, the year before, I don't think we had anything but money. And this year, we've added some stuff since we all met with Bob, but at the beginning of it, I think other than foster care, there was no legislative. Since most of our priority and focus is on money, at the end of the day, we're talking to people in the House and the Senate. Do they really know the difference, much less care, other than our delegation, between what Moccasin Wallow or 44th or Fort Hammer? Do they know the difference? Does it make sense to have all of these on here? Is there ever a chance we're going to get all 6 of these things funded in full? When they don't know the difference one way or the other, and we're almost muddying the waters, are we better off saying, this is our road request this year, this is our bridge request this year, this is, and hyper focusing on 1 or 2 things instead of just throwing scattershot funding requests to a point where people are so numb by it that nobody really knows which of the 6 requests we have are an actual priority for Manatee County?
Right. Those are great questions. So what I would say is that it comes back to Commissioner Bob's point of, don't we need to have a, 3, these are top 3 priorities, and then we go down. So the answer to that is yes. And I think it does muddy the water when we have a lot of different ones. So if you're sitting, with let's just say with a appropriations chair, a sub-appropriations chair, and natural resources, and we have 6 different ones, that's a lot, right? So I would say let's pick our 1 or 2, or the top things that we have to get done, and do it by silo. This full list is for us to know what you all see as priority for 2023, because if we have the opportunity when, maybe it's not in those meetings, but later in session when they come to us and say, listen, we have extra funds here. We were given, a bigger allocation in this funding pot than we thought. What do you have? We know to go in and say, these are the things that are important to Manatee County that are separate and apart from the priorities that you have listed. In addition to that, we do have to fill out forms. So we don't have to, the House has decided this year to take away the rule that you have to have a specific budget bill filed and then go through like the budget process as like an actual piece of legislation almost. We don't have to do that anymore, but we do have to do House forms and Senate forms like we have in the past. So for some of these, they're going to ask us, well, do you have a form filed? So, and we'll have to say, yes, we do. And it's the name of this. So in that case, to your point, Commissioner Cruz, it's important for us to have the titles of those with the specific amount. Those forms get really intricate. Your staff is incredible about being able to answer where every penny is going to go, because that's what's asked of us when we put these funding requests in. But for the purposes of conversation, I would say, yes, let's focus on what you all deem after the end of this meeting, what those priorities are in each silo, and then the rest of us are for us to have. Unless they say to you in a meeting, what else? Okay, great, you have these 2, that's great. What else do you have going on? And you can talk about a couple other things. But as you all know, you've done this a lot of times before. 15 minutes is probably the max amount you have with most of these members, and to go through a laundry list of things will seem pretty cumbersome. So you're right about that.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'm going to add, Commissioner, is this is going to have to be a little bit of a living and breathing document, because bills are going to get filed, and there may be some that we really, really, really need to engage on, whether it's something that we have to oppose because it's doing something detrimental that could, adversely affect us, or if there's things that we need to get added to or amend, so we're part of. So, the priorities, we definitely need these, but I think things are going to get added to it as well.
Does that answer your question?
All right.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, just quickly, as you mentioned, these are funding requests that we're talking about now. The foster care touched on policy. We will be bringing to the board shortly some policy concerns that have come out of the most recent year's legislation, like that affect development services and things like that. And those are separate issues, and those are the ones that we would just have to be prepared for. So if a bill or an amendment opens that chapter up and we have the board's support, to think of it as a glitch bill to fix certain things that over time the board has mentioned, well, this kind of, is a local rule issue, or like agritourism, we'd like more direction or more flexibility, things like that. Those are the types of policy issues that we'll get into, and those are really separate from the funding issues. And as Amanda mentioned, there, at least for the 35 years I've done it, and I'm sure for every year that they've done it, there ends up being sprinkle dollars as they go through the budget process where a few $1 million open up. And if at least they have a list of projects by ranking, if a member comes to them and said, hey, it looks like we might be able to provide a little bit more funding for Manatee County, is there a project you would like to get into budget conference? And that's the reason to have the list a little bit more, but definitely focus on 2 or 3 priorities, and that's where you put your horsepower in early in the session.
Commissioner Cruz, you still have the floor.
I didn't have anything, but just so you're saying we're going to get another version of this that's priority related in terms of policy? Is that what you're implying? Or are you saying it's just going to be an addendum to this, we haven't gotten to it? Because we do have things like HB 1339 is something that we've been internally complaining about because it's a great policy, but it's poorly written. It needs to be cleaned up for any county can actually use that. And so that's going to be something we can include in here that shows we care about more than just money. We actually pay attention to what you're doing and how it impacts us and other counties, and we'd like you to fix it.
Correct.
Okay.
And Development Services and is working on preparing that to have the discussion with the board.
Perfect. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Scott, when do you think that you'll be getting that list to us? We need to have everything, now so that we can have that major discussion.
I
When
will
do you
get with
expect
Mr. Paul. There were some issues that were already brought up. They're going back through the meeting minutes and things where the boards had discussions, like in the Planning Commission and all. So I would say before probably the end of the calendar year.
If nothing else, can you just give us kind of a list of what you're thinking so we have it in our heads over Christmas?
I will get that from her and we'll get it out to you.
All right, and
So you can
then,
begin thinking about it.
Right.
and then the other thing is that I think it's obvious, what we're hearing from our lobbyist. We're going to need to sit and have some good conversation about what our top 3 items should be and how to go about moving all this forward. That's why we need that other list too, so that we're all on the same page.
And a
So-
lot of it on these policy issues, it's just as bills come up, because we know that they're going to be, a glitch bills to fix things that were implemented, this past year, that other counties have recognized too. So there's more to it than just the funding items.
Well, I know there is. That's why I know there's a few things on this that are not quote unquote funding items, but we need to get that together so that Jeff and Amanda will be able to have time to figure out how to move forward as well. So, okay, thanks. I was just curious.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions for Jeff or Amanda before we let them go? And then I assume after we let them go, we'll start working our way through this packet. Okay. Any other questions for Jeff or Amanda? All right. Thank you two so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Ryan Shuttle.
Thank you very much. I would like to try to work our way through the packet if we can, and utilize our subject matter experts and department directors. This is primarily transportation, some environmental. There's some other areas that I can cover. But I'd like to have Chad, Mr. Debonair today, come up and talk about transportation issues, and we'll see where we can go from there. So.
You say you got slides for each one? Well, I'll look at the same time. Good afternoon. I almost say good morning. I was keyed up to be here this morning. That is nice and red, though, isn't it? It doesn't quite... It doesn't pixelate out on when we go forward. So we've all briefed on this, so I don't know how in-depth we want to review, but I'd like to cover a number of things, at least just to make certain things key, along with what we heard from the lobbyist. The 3 key road projects that are leased are Manatee County roads. Let's call them, they're regional in nature. They're game changers in some ways, because Mox and Walla will get us all the way from essentially the port in 41 all the way to US 301. Our long-term plans are to essentially connect that with State Road 62. So that roughly gives us a road roughly across the state straight to US 41. So that is definitely a regional in nature. Our Fort Hammer Road as a priority. It takes time to get that much money and get it in line together, but certainly in our immediate future, it gets us all the way from Moxonwalla all the way to University Parkway within Manatee County down to Fruitville Road in, if you can include Sarasota County. If you think in terms of long-term with the potential of a new exit up in southern Hillsborough County, it can cross 3 counties depending on that. And our long and awaited 44th Avenue as a project is an item that is regional in nature because nobody's really got the money, the wherewithal, or just the electability to say we want to widen State Road 70 or 64 anymore where they're at. So 44th is that given extra capacity from all of our growth out east to get back to Cortez Road and out to the west. So, we call them unique. They might be just county projects, but they're really important in for everybody as a whole. Mox and Wallow as a whole, I want to remind 2 good things that are happening. One thing's tomorrow night, our public meeting that had to get rescheduled from back in November because of Tropical Storm Nicole is happening tomorrow night at the Parish Community High School, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And it is
focused on the two jobs that we've awarded. We've awarded the widening job from 41 to essentially the interstate. And we've also awarded Moccasin Wallow Segment 1, which is from 301, the roundabout, west to just west of Copperstone's driveway there at 115th Street at Barbara Harvey Elementary School. That's what we're really focused on, but we'll talk with anybody that wants to talk about segments 2 and 3 as they move westerly back towards the interstate. Over time, Moccasin Wallow has been an ongoing effort to recash. We initially, way before prices started going up, there was an initial request of like $3.2 million. Originally, that was for segment 1. We started seeing how prices were really escalating. We went back to the well with another request for 3.2, also for segment 1. And so we got that. That is what money, 7.2 from the state, has been applied to the contract award that's currently going to start turning dirt come January. And just on a recent board, I believe it was either December 6th or November 29th, we accepted the $7.5 million from this year's appropriation from DOT, specifically for Segment 2. Our intended plan with Segment 2 is to be bidding that project in the June timeframe. When I say bidding, it might be it's getting on the street. I'd prefer to say I hope it's being awarded. I don't have all the exact details. It's a little far out, but that's still our intention over the summer. We would be potentially in the process of trying to bid and award Segment 2. Speaking of where the request is. So the next request that's been in line, because they knew our goal was, and that was the reason for breaking it up into segments, was to make a request for each segment that's east of the interstate. So as far as expectations, we did include that we were saying roughly something, $7.5–8 million would be a next request. But on this form, we would be able to check. We wouldn't be coming back for more because it's the last segment that we would be asking for funding. On previous forms, we couldn't honestly check. We wouldn't be coming back to the well again on Moccasin Wallow. So we see that as a difference and maybe a big pluser because, yes, they've already invested almost $15 million. But one more time, and maybe this project will be considered itself finished.
So I thank you for the presentation. It's all good and accurate information. I agree with you. I supported Moccasin Wallow, the 2 years I've been on the board. My question for Mr. Reinschuttel, and I guess for the board as a whole, is that we have a citizen who, and I want us to get this funding, obviously, but we have a local citizen who goes to Tallahassee every year and is very well funded, and Moccasin Wallow is his top priority when he goes to Tallahassee. He has a pretty good friendship with the governor as well, and let's be honest, Neil is going to lock up the Moccasin Wallow money. So then my question is, how much real estate do we want to give that on our packet, and how much time do we want to give it when we go to tally? Should we obviously include it in here, but basically make it like a bullet, because in the end, it's not going to make any difference. Not to put all this information out there, but he raised the governor $650,000. I think we'll get the Moccasin Wallow money, without us including it on our paragraph on our packet. That's kind of where I'm going. So I'm wondering feedback from the board on that, or from Bob, either way. But Commissioner Ballard.
I think your point is very well taken, and I think it sounds like we're going to get that money, and we could utilize our wherewithal in other places.
Yeah, I certainly would keep it on there, right?
Yes.
But just not much real estate. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the prudent thing, maybe we can look into that. If it's a guaranteed thing, then fine, we can move it down. But if it's not, I get the real calls from the people, and I see the messages and the life lights, and the parents that don't know how to get their kid across town. Their 16-year-old don't know what way to tell them to drive. So because Moccasin Wallow is so bad. And so I would just proceed with anything like that very carefully. And I would ask the commission to consider that as well. Because, you got to figure the legislators are similar people to us. We all, would definitely consider if one citizen comes to us with a reasonable request. But we also would like to know that it's going to make more than one person happy. And so our kind of the voice of the people is what we bring to the table and still might be important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I don't want you to think that my level of commitment towards the project has changed. That is not. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I don't hate Moccasin Wallow as much as the chairman does, but I understand. I 100% agree with what you're saying. I mean, especially if we have to pick one priority. First, let's take advantage of these presumed public-private partnerships, for lack of a better term. And if we have people on the private side going out and fighting for things that already are priorities, I agree. Make it a point of kind of backing their requests, but it doesn't need to be top. Like if I look at, because we were talking with Amanda and Jeff, making sure we're setting our priorities. Just looking at the infrastructure side of this, I think that the number one priority infrastructure-wise is Fort Hammer Road, and by extension, the bridge. And while it's more of a federal thing than us, I think we need to start laying the groundwork for that I-75 exit up there, albeit in Hillsborough, but at least lending support behind it. Because I think the biggest game changer, for lack of a better term, for a regional road here is a Hillsborough to Sarasota north-south major road that's contiguous. I think the ability to get off at an exit up on Hillsborough and take it straight shot south down Hillsborough, straight through North River Ranch, cross the bridge through Lakewood Ranch and all the way down to Sarasota is massive for this community. So, I think that's more of a big picture look, and the fact that nobody's fighting for that like other people are already fighting for Moccasin Wallow, and a lot of the funding's already there for Moccasin Wallow. So if we were setting priorities, I think that Fort Hammer from the bridge up to Moccasin Wallow would be my personal top choice on where we should focus attention, because it's not being focused on. And I think it builds on things with the bridge, with the 75 exit, that we can really grow a meaningful process in terms of funding with both the state and the federal level.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
I would have to agree with Commissioner Cruz. Moccasin Wallow, we know, is going to be taken care of. It is every year. I mean, it's not going to be any different this year. So yeah, Fort Hammer needs to be done.
Thank you, ma'am. The only thing I would add to that, because I agree with you on the north-south aspect, the north-south connector aspect, is as we turn the page here, I think it's the next page. Yeah. The DeSoto Bridge replacement has to happen, and we know that. And not just it has to, the DeSoto Bridge replacement is going to happen. It's PD&E study is complete or near complete. They're going to come into town with some regional meetings, FDOT is, and it is our esteemed FDOT district secretary has lined the funding for that project up to coincide with the Senate presidency of Senator Boyd. So that is going to be replaced. The question is, what will the DeSoto Bridge be replaced with? Is it going to be replaced with the identical bridge that's there now, or are we going to, or is FDOT going to replace it with something that increases dramatically the capacity of that route, that north-south route? And it was on our funding priority list last time. So, and the reason I bring that up is I don't want these two to compete with one another. And I thought that we had, that we were in a direction where they were not going to compete with each other, because we were looking for our hopeful Ways and Means chairman to federally fund the Fort Hammer Bridge. That's what I thought we were doing. That was our target for funds, was federal funds. So that's why we brought Sam Graves to town, and that was the direction we were going, which still can be. But I just hate for these two to compete for funds. That's my point. Is that I thought we were going to try to get the state to fund DeSoto, and we were trying to get the feds to fund Fort Hammer, because it was an interstate reliever, which created a federal benefit. Commissioner Sasher.
Yeah, I think it's sad for me to say this, but I just feel like every conversation I have with someone from our time in DC and then afterwards, I don't get any confidence builders from people in DC. They're talking about applying for these raise grants. I forget if it was $3 or $5 million a piece. I mean, we could do that from now to the cows come home and not end up with another bridge. I mean, that bridge was expensive 10 years ago. And I think everyone here knows that even the commission at the time wanted to make it a 4-lane bridge. It needed to be a 4-lane bridge, but we were fought by some Commodore of the Navy or something. So I don't know about these Navy guys. Anyway, it is true. And I say we, the old commission, but I just say, that's something that does need to happen. And then another fact that I think that we all know, but I will just restate it just in case for any of the new commissioners. When they did studies of our county 2-lane roads, so they did traffic counts, the way I hear it described from Chad is that they were completely blown away by the traffic counts on Upper Manatee River Road. And if you don't have to drive it, I don't recommend it, but it is tough as you're heading north. There's a school there, and it just backs up at that bridge for a long way. So I think we need to be looking. It is what it is. Our governor made some good decisions in the last 3 years, and it has financially been a good thing, and freedom-wise for the people of Florida. I think it might be okay to look for the state for both projects, at least as much as if we get pushback, we can adjust. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
So obviously, I feel very strongly that we need to address the DeSoto Bridge. I would personally really love to see dramatically increased capacity. However, I'm a little unsure what exactly you're getting at, Commissioner Van Osten Bridge, with regard to having the two projects compete with one another. Are you suggesting lowering one on the priority list, or
when we went to DC, we got good reception from Congressman Buchanan and his office regarding the likelihood that the Fort Hamer project was eligible for federal funding. That being the case, how much, and maybe someone else can weigh in on this. How much state money is the state going to give Manatee County for north-south connectors? I mean, we're looking for the DeSoto Bridge replacement, we're looking for roughly $500 million.
Right.
Okay. For Fort Hamer, we're looking for probably another, 150 to 200? So, I mean, is it realistic that we could get two separate projects totaling by the time, and these are today's dollars, right? By the time we get there, is it realistic that we could get $1 billion in state money for two roads? I don't know how realistic. I'm just trying to be realistic about it. I think we deserve it, obviously, right? But I mean, Jeff and Amanda have, they're excellent, but they're not miracle workers. So if the DeSoto Bridge, since the DeSoto Bridge has to be replaced anyway, okay, it's reaching the end of its life expectancy, and it must be replaced, and the state is tasked with replacing it, and they've already initiated a study to replace it. They're going to come back with options for us, and if the community and the governments get behind, whichever option they get behind, that's what they're likely going to do. We also have, I don't want to say verbal commitment, but I mean, I've spoken to Senator Boyd. I'm sure all of you have probably. So he is all for using his, clout, I guess, if you want to say it, as Senate President to help us get that accomplished. So since we have that partner and we have this opportunity before us, I feel like that's, we're much closer to achieving that, and it's the much larger nut to crack. And we have the best shot at that one from the state level. Commissioner Satcher's right. We've heard people say to us that, well, you have to apply for these smaller grants, and it takes a long time, and that is true. I'm referring to Fort Hamer now, and that is true from the federal level. That typically is how things have been getting done, but that's how things also get done for counties that are not represented solely by the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. I mean, there's a reality to that. So again, another opportunity, and we're very fortunate, right? Not many counties can say, oh, we have the Senate President, and we have the Chair of Ways and Means, which hasn't been voted on yet, obviously. But not many counties can say that. Even if he's not chairman, he's going to be a senior member of Ways and Means, and that's, it's hard to acknowledge, hard to ignore. So that was the direction I thought we were going. We need both. There's no doubt that we need both. The question is, how do we accomplish both? and what's the best strategy to accomplish both. Dr. Hopes is sort of twitching his seat down there, so I'll let him
Mr.
speak.
Chair, I think you mentioned the key word, need. And the first phase of this is identifying where the needs are. None of us, regardless of our age, have seen the amount of money that the federal government has been printing and allocating to states for infrastructure, bridge replacements, and things like that. And so the benefit of taking this approach, regardless of whether or not we think we can get it from one source, is kind of like be in the queue with these shovel-ready projects. And like with Fort Hamer, Chad can share with you what we believe will be coming to the board in January, which is the first step in creating the documentation of kind of that need for the Fort Hamer widening and the other bridge. And even though these are major infrastructure projects, and you are looking at half a billion dollars, one way or the other, that future need exists. And like Mr. Reinschuttel and Amanda mentioned, is you keep that need in the forefront. So as the state is prioritizing road projects, much like you did with the bridges. And we've got four major bridges on FDOT's 10-year plan, and those will begin to hit, with the exception of Cortez, when we have a local president of the Senate.
Yeah, that's a valid point as well. There are the 3 bridges that lead to the island, to Anna Maria, are on this list as well, and Cortez was, I think, 87 million. I think it was 120 for Manatee Ave, and they haven't even really priced out. The Longboat Pass hasn't been priced out yet. But so you're looking at, I got you, Commissioner Satcher, you're looking at hundreds more for those bridges as well. And neither of these north-south connectors really greatly benefit my district. So I feel like I'm from a sort of a neutral position here. Yeah, but the great benefit really is to the north and the south. It's mainly to Commissioner Satcher's district for both bridges, and the other would be either to Baugh or to Ron's district,
right,
or Ballard. So
and the key is that the FDOT does it on 10-year cycles, and so they
Correct.
are looking way ahead at what the future need is.
Correct. And we need both. We need to try to. We've tagged ourselves the transportation board here. So I just want to develop the best strategy to achieve both. That's where I'm at. Mr. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Chair. So what are we going to do if we don't get this money? I mean, what is our plan? Do we have even a plan in place?
Car wash fundraiser.
Probably, right?
Bake sale.
No, I mean seriously, that's a serious thing to be thinking about. I mean,
we, as you'll see in the capital improvement plan, we're tackling the roads and the projects which are typically funded locally. And that's in our capital improvement plan. For instance, the Fort Hamer. The Fort Hamer is an I-75 reliever. And so that does make it eligible for federal funding. And Chad will talk about the first real solid step that we must take in order to get in the queue for that federal funding. And that's the key, as the chairman's mentioning, these north-south roads are relievers for 41. They're relievers for 75. So as you look at those projects, and I'm not by no means I have any expertise in roads, but when it comes to funding, as you look at the project, you identify all the potential sources of funding, and the north-south roads principally can be presented as relievers for I-75, a federal interstate, and then 41, which connects to 19. And 275. So there is a valid opportunity on the north-south roads to look at joint state and federal funding, even if the federal funding flows from the feds, down to the state level. And so that's why this board put it on the plan last year to put it on the radar of our federal legislators and state. Because they're massive projects. It would be hard for the next phase of Fort Hamer. It would be very difficult for a local municipality to fund that on their own.
okay. And the reason why I'm asking that is because I don't want to be here 4 years later talking about we still need funding for these 2 projects.
Oh, you will.
You
100% will.
You know what I mean? But I understand that.
funding.
But no, I get that. I get that. No, I understand that, but
Hopefully, we've achieved some of it at that point, right?
Right.
And more, and we've got the snowball effect going, right?
got it.
And maybe Chad, you want to explain that first step?
Several additional pieces of information. I understand exactly the way the chair presented that question. With my humble understanding of working with LK, the District 1 Secretary, and talking about is when we make our legislative requests, ultimately it comes through FDOT, but it's being decided via the legislature. So within the state budget that's kind of getting voted on, it looks a bit different. When LK is allocating funding for the DeSoto Bridge or for what the capacity improvement may or may not be, he's working within his budget, that's the District 1 budget. And in some ways, so my phraseology that I would like to compare or get blessed via the
If we were playing
legislatures.
Scrabble, I would challenge you on phraseology. But
The
go ahead.
legislature from it's loosey-goosey, but it would be, the 41 is LK's top priority. Fort Hammer is Manatee County's project that we own, and we need to find a way to fund, and we need to find a way to get to completion. We want the state to do the 41 job and add capacity, but they're the ones that have to do it. So we would support them in any which way. But so that's where I was saying it may sound in one way competitive, but the funding is coming through different channels
So
to
we're
get
coming
to
from
there.
two different sides here. It's sort of like, to bring it home, it's sort of like when the difference between staff bringing, you bringing us a project and Commissioner Bearden bringing it as a commissioner item, essentially. Would that be correct?
I'm more saying, to me, it's about how the state is going to see that funding, because LK is fighting for a budget for his whole district, and it doesn't get quite that same visibility on dealing with that project level. He's trying to get enough funding so he can run a 10-year plan through all of District 1, and that's where I say it's not quite as competitive. So he's dealing with hundreds of million, and if we were having a request that's in the 20 a year or 30 a year, it may not get that kind of attention compared to a district's budget.
So you think we should just try to piecemeal Fort Hamer from both kitties, essentially?
Our thought was to keep our hand in both cookie jars and see which one isn't empty.
Right. Okay.
Now, to pause on that, I never finished the second half of that statement, so I whispered in the administrator's ear. We were working this fall with the clerk's office. It's one of our meetings in January. We will have the item that we are proposing our own PD&E study for Fort Hammer. So it creates a project number and gives it a minor budget to study the second second bridge and to study the 4-laning from the bridge up to US 301. The purpose of that study, we found when we applied for a RAISE grant design grant that we did not receive last year. There were just so many pieces of the application that we didn't have, so we weren't even able to submit a fully complete application. The results of this PD&E will allow us the parts that we can submit on the next cycle in 2023, a competitive construction application that would request construction money. There's many other requirements at the federal level of studies that we just typically haven't done on, say, our Big Six projects. We just never went and did those. So in one of our 2 January board meetings, we will be having that budget amendment that creates that project number and puts roughly about $1.5 million available to do that PD&E. So that's just like the state's doing. That would be step 1. So a general study component. Then once you've really made a decision, I need to do it, I'm committed to do it, then you do a real design, and then at some point you're able to construct. So those would be the 3 phases we're trying to prepare for Fort Hammer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satcher raised his card a while ago, and I forgot. Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would just put out the thought that I think we're too, I hope we're too early on we'd be selling ourselves short if we start cutting things off at this point. It's always better to have an and than an or. It's better to, upgrade Premier and upgrade GT Bray. That's the best way to go, and we've seen a lot of stuff like that work out for Manatee County. I've seen in the last 2 years, And so I'd love to see both go through, especially with what you're saying, that they kind of see the funding difference since 41 is a state road. But, you know, if we come to a point way down the line where we have to have a discussion on an either or, fine, but I don't think we're at that. I think we can do both. I think we can, you know, walk and chew gum. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And the other point, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but the construction money, as we have this laid out, is actually a future year. It was getting the concept of the plan. Manatee County has a plan. Our priority is to complete our Moccasin Wallow. 44th is underway. It's the next thing that's just going to be under construction, and then Fort Hammer construction here. So if we're wanting to compete in a current year request, I'd recommend it be a support funding for design effort on to actually go right after the PD&E into design effort.
Okay. Mr. Clegg, you're.
Yeah, I'm sitting over here quietly,
Okay.
remembering the different things we went through for Fort Hamer Bridge. And the only thing I would ask you to be cognizant of, Chad, is that they'll make us do an EIS again. And so getting to construction in 25, even whether it's a federal reliever or not, they'll probably make us do one. Again, it may be quicker than last time because
We're
it's-
anticipating significantly quicker because the
Okay.
big question's been answered. It's not if,
Right.
it's what.
Right, but it's not hard for somebody to put a wrench in the wheel. And you don't want to have to go back to the state again and again to get extensions and risk losing the money is the problem. And it got ugly last time, and it could again. So it's my job to let you, to remind everybody that's a possibility.
All right, thank you, sir. Doesn't really, okay, is there anyone else who wants to speak on these two? Okay. Do you want to take us on to 44th then?
Does anybody want to talk about? So 44th, let's give an update of where we're at so maybe everybody understands exactly. Current 44th has been constructed from 1st Street to 45th. It's done. There's a middle section there next to the mobile home parks between 9th and 1st Street. That's it is what it is, and then it's 4-lane the rest of the way out to 45th. The bridge across the Braden River is essentially completed. The water main is still being constructed. It actually sits in the middle of the bridge. We have a meeting, it's either tomorrow or early next week, where the contractor is bringing us a proposal of how we will be able to get at least the first 2 lanes, probably the northbound lanes, where we'd be able to set up one-way traffic, one lane of traffic in both directions prior to the entire project would be done. So we would hopefully in the spring sometime be able to get traffic moving from Morgan Johnson all the way back to across the Braden River, essentially, use the bridge. But then be later into early summer before we finish that project. We're at the point on the last phase, which goes from essentially Creekwood Boulevard over the interstate across the effluent pond at the southeast wastewater treatment plant and connects into what is a stub of 44th over at Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. We're at 100% plans on that project. We are in the last phases of land acquisition. We have been through the procurement process of having a construction manager at risk secured. The main point we did for that is it may not be the cheapest way to do it, but it allows us to do this project in phases because as soon as FDOT approves our bridge plans over the interstate, we can do a partial GMP with that CMAR and start ordering the extremely long lead time structural steel for the bridge that goes across the interstate, and some of the other large piping items for the stormwater. A lot of concrete precast has taken an extreme period of time. So that's why we like the CMAR process for 44th and get started. It still won't be complete for easily another 2 years, but incrementally will be underway. So a lot of these early wins we'll have by doing the CMAR will mainly be just being able to order these parts earlier and facilitate the construction process. So that's why we thought if we had funding from the state, it would line up right about the time we needed to do the actual installation portions of the construction manager at risk GMP at that point in time next year.
I would only make a very minor correction to this. On the first sentence, it says that it is a continuous connection from Holmes Beach. It is actually a connection from Bradenton Beach to the east edge of suburban Manatee County. Commissioner Ball.
That would be
Thank you,
Manatee Avenue
Mr.
for
Chairman. I
Porches.
just want to mention, Chad, that, if come January, I think it's the first week in January, we should probably hear something about DC with the appropriation or Ways and Means Committee. And I've had conversation, I don't know if I'll be here, I might not, but I've had conversation with our congressman, and he'll be helping us with 44th. So hopefully, maybe we can get it all taken care of.
44th is a wonderful project for us because it shows the determination of the county to complete. But unfortunately, that last phase will be actually the one that hits us the hardest with where we really see those cost increases that everybody's been dealing with recently. That's why also potentially asking some help from whether it be the state or the feds getting us to the end, because we anticipate ourselves probably being short on that one when the final numbers do come in.
And thank you for all your hard work on this, Chad. You've been a real trooper. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on 44th? What is our ask? Is there a monetary? There is 10? Oh, there it is below. Okay, funding request in the bold.
It sounded odd to us because we had done it previously with Senator Galvano. But I mean, in this way, it's not just coming back, but it is the real part of the game where literally many things are 50% to 100% more. Structural steel is one of those major things. Our beams that are going across the interstate to meet the design request of the state are almost 7 feet tall. They're pretty good sized beams.
All right, you want to take us on to? We've kind of banged over Fort Hamer and DeSoto. Does anyone want any further discussion on either of those?
Does everybody understand the whole concept of what has to happen there? Because there's two parallel studies. It's the bridge is going to get replaced, just like the chairman said. And then there's a separate study that's trying to determine what's the best place to cross the river to add capacity. If they all finish at the same time and they say the same requirement, extra capacity gets added on First Street.
They will?
So the stars align and then the project can move forward.
And they will. Okay, so it's 2:57. We're an hour and a half in. If no one has anything, let's take a 10-minute recess and then resume after that. Sound good? All right, we are in recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 3:08.
They might want to move faster since
economy of
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue our work session discussing our legislative priorities, state legislative priorities for 2023. I will turn this back over to the festive Chad Butso.
Good afternoon again. Where we left off was within the slides was potentially just reassuring the priority of the state. You have plans to replace all 3 of the intercoastal bridges. Please keep them there, keep them that priority. The PD&Es are done and or in the process of being completed. Stay the course. Use the federal stimulus money that came out of COVID relief for any of your cost overruns, and please keep them in the work program would be what the priorities or what we're recommending on them.
Thank you.
That's, I mean, it's a state program, their program, so please don't think to defer the project.
Yeah, this is sort of what I was implying. I thought we should do with Magas and Wallow, like make it a bullet. You know, it doesn't need to really take up much real estate, but we at least want to be able to say it's on there. Okay, continue, sir.
Our next topic makes a shift. It's still transportation. So in Manatee County, we've done recently some really intriguing things with transit. We're trying to get the opportunity to use the public to use transportation, the fixed route transit as much as possible. Just recently with the pilot program to go fare free, try to rip down one more barrier from people that either couldn't use transit because they couldn't afford to, or if it was whatever, what was stopping you from using it. So there's no excuse because of the free fare for an 18-month trial here. But Route 99, whether everybody knew it or didn't know it, that is our route that goes from downtown Lemon Station to the downtown Bradenton Station. It also serves very conveniently all 3 of the colleges, Ringling, New College, and USF Sarasota Manatee, as well as State College of Florida. What everybody may or may not have known, it was before COVID, it was running a close second as far as the amount of ridership that it had compared to actually the trolley out on the island. As a whole, the numbers get hard to prove that with our route efficiency we implemented in 2016, where because we're running the runs across the Green Bridge into Palmetto, so Sarasota's running 3 buses, we run 2. So it's a little hard to pick up that ridership, but that is still by far the best ridership route. If all of our routes had the same riders per hour that Route 99 had, you'd have a good transit system. It's what transit is meant to do. So the request is, because it's still a regional route, is to consider the state, because of the things we've also heard the board wanting to do the redevelopment in the TIF. Much of the TIF is along the Tamiami Trail area, where we're looking for redevelopment. We're looking for mixed use. We're looking for all that. One of the ideas is where people want to use transit, or especially riders of choice, it comes into, I don't want to worry about a schedule. So can this grant support the enhanced service to get us from the current 30-minute service of the buses on Route 99 to the 20-minute service? General studies have supported the concept that not as many people worry about the schedule. They just go to the bus stop and are willing to wait 15 minutes to get to the bus because they know they won't wait longer than that. But I mean, that's the idea. If successful, we're trying to find out if this is interest at the FDOT level as well, because they're who actually we get our funding from directly to transit from the feds. But it would probably be something that would benefit both us and Sarasota.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Cruz and then Ballard.
Yeah, when I had my briefing on this legislative priority list, this was something I wanted to make sure we put on there. One, because it's different. It's not just asking money for roads. It's showing that we're thinking outside the box on how to work on our infrastructure and looking at something different. But second, this transcends transit in terms of the narrative. I mean, a lot of this has to do with when we sit in front of the House Speaker and the Senate President and everybody else up there. What's the narrative that makes what we say different and unique that's going to catch their attention and have them remember it going forward? And while this at the heart and soul is a transit request to help make transit free and more efficient, as Chad says, it's more than that, especially when we incorporate the Route 99 into it, because it's also a development and growth plan that's being covered from this funding. Because if we can make 15-minute time on this route as opposed to the current 30, if we can make it free long term, then we can seriously, as a community and as a county, start looking at huge redevelopment along this corridor, which is ripe for redevelopment. It helps pull back on some of the urban sprawl out east. It encourages higher density, higher height restrictions, and more development and more employment base along this corridor, because now we have transit. We can pull back on parking ratios and other things that are an impediment to that development. So I think the narrative here of this is a 2-point front, both in terms of making it free and speeding it up so it becomes more efficient, could really create a strong argument for this funding up in Tallahassee and really stand out from the typical request of just give us more money for a road or something. So that's why I want it on here, because I thought it was a unique aspect that we can be asking for.
Commissioner Ballard is, you want to respond. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just, out of curiosity, you're right, this is a totally different ask than what we normally do. And I guess maybe that's my question. You know, it's 1.1 million and 1.7 million annually with a reoccurring, correct? Yeah, appropriations in 24 and the following years. So, I mean, I'm just curious, most of the time when we make a request for funds, it's more than 1 or 1.7 million. So that, I mean.
I didn't come up with these dollars.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying maybe because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question, but it should be directed to Bob or Chad or Scott, because my request was just, hey, we just did something that's a little unique for the state of Florida. We're not by any means the only one, but something unique at least. And it's along a corridor that has a unique opportunity for us. So I thought it was a unique priority to put on here. Mm-hmm. That may be one step removed from, this gives us the opportunity to ask for something infrastructure related without asking for something infrastructure. No one's going to say, should we do Moccasin Wallow or Fort Hammer or this? My point is, nobody's going to say, okay, these things are all the same, so pick one. This is almost something different where we almost get two things.
So
maybe we get Fort Hammer and this because they're not looked upon as the same request.
So do I understand then that basically we know that this probably wouldn't be one of our top 3 per se, but it would be in there in the package. Is that correct?
That's up to everybody else's decision on what they're.
Well, no, I was asking where you felt.
I think it's important, again, because it's not just the couple of bucks. It's not just the transit. I think if this gets funded and we know these funds are available, not only does it help us with Sarasota, because part of this request is this 99 route, which is a Sarasota route as well, so we could try to ask them to help with that side of it. But it does encourage meaningful redevelopment along this corridor, which is the corridor that probably has the ability to get the most infill, mixed use, retail with residential over it, 8 to 10 story height. If you can get the transit there to get people up and down to employment bases and the airport and the port and downtown Sarasota, I think this has a transformative opportunity for Manatee County at what seemingly is a reasonable request from a dollar standpoint.
So I'll wait and see where we're at with this.
Okay, Commissioner Ballard, and then Commissioner Ballard, Bearden, Hopes.
So I agree with Commissioner Cruz. I do think it's an important request. I think it's a unique request. And I think that if we tell the story in the right way, as I do think it's something that we can get funded, and it's not an outrageous number.
Very low amount.
It's a very low amount. And so I think it's an and request. I think it's, I think it's a top priority, but I don't think it's going to be a big stretch for our legislature, especially in a year like this year. I will also say that I would like to see us working with Sarasota on this. They're going to be benefiting as well. I'd like to make sure that they are also putting this as a priority and asking for the funding as well.
That was good. Chad, because he wasn't paying attention. Have we talked to Sarasota? Are they going to also make this a priority?
When my turn comes up, I'll tell you about the conversations and the contracts and things like that.
Commissioner Bearden.
So, I'm just trying to understand this right. How would you essentially present this? So are you saying because we're giving this fare-free service, we're going to be able to get some type of funding in regards to some of the infrastructure that we need because of the reasons that, hey, because we're offering this free service?
We're talking about Route 99.
Correct. But you're saying that there's a possibility that we could get funding for that route?
I think we're all saying that about literally every page in this document. We're discussing whether or not we can ask for funding. That's literally what this conversation is regarding. We're doing the fare free anyway. We've already voted on and approved it. It took effect November 1st. It's been active for 4 to 5 weeks now.
Correct.
We're now saying we're doing this program. We think there's benefits to the community for this program. So we're looking for support from the state to help fund it because we're obviously not collecting the revenue from it. I think the 1.2 is excessive for the ask, but if we can get it, then let's get it. It's still a nominal amount of money.
Do we know any other counties that have done this and have leveraged that same concept to the legislator? Have we done any studies on that to see how we can position it in that same manner or that way?
Hold on. I think that we're confusing the issue right now because I don't think that we've moved to that ask. I think
And technically we haven't. I apologize. I lumped the two in because they're basically one and the same as transit improvement. One being making it more efficient relative to 99 routes, speeding that up, and number two, covering the cost of the fare free so people can hop on. I lumped them in as one. Technically, you are correct. We were referring exclusively to the 99 route, and going from a 30-minute turnaround time to a 15-minute was technically the topic on the table. And there is a cost associated with that because you got to run the buses a lot faster, but that route also covers Manatee County and Sarasota County.
Okay, Hopes and Satcher.
So for the benefit of the new commissioners, as far as precedent, the beach trolley, I think we get, what, 50% of the operating costs?
Correct. That we get what they call a corridor management grant. Every year it shows up in the transit details of the FDOT work program. We're allowed to bill up to 50% of our operating costs.
And then on Route 99, we already get state funding, grant funding for 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, which are the peak times. The importance of this is that we have an interlocal agreement with Sarasota County because Route 99 runs from Sarasota County all the way up to, extends to the port now, right?
We
hadn't
stopped
done that yet.
Our system
to
will connect to the port, but
Palmetto.
Bradenton.
And we have an interlocal agreement. We went fare free November 1st. We have an interlocal agreement between Manatee County and Sarasota that requires us on our buses to charge the fare that Sarasota County has published. We went fare free. Sarasota County raised their fare. So we have met with Sarasota because they will experience a revenue loss by us not collecting fare in their county. Likewise, on Sarasota's buses, the agreement requires them to collect the fare that the Board of County Commissioners has set in Manatee County, which means by that agreement, they can't collect any fare on their buses. We run 3, they run 2, so we run 4 sometimes.
During peak hour, we're the ones that add the extras.
Right.
So under standard hours, say high noon, if Sarasota runs 3, we run 2.
So according to the agreement, they have a revenue loss. One of the fixes for this is, given the fact that we're running an 18-month pilot program, is the opportunity to use it as a sort of state demonstration project of fare free all the way from Sarasota into Manatee County. But if the ask would be recurring, kind of like what we have with the beach trolley, so it would be recurring funding every year.
Commissioner Satcher. Okay. Okay, so we're all good with, I'm assuming, we're all good with keeping the 99 route on here and keeping fare free on, since we essentially bundled those in that conversation? Okay.
I would like to, when I work with Bob to finish the final write-up here, maybe with the transit help, to get the right terminology here, there's a tie-in to, say, the legislative request would be to approve DOT to provide to us either a pilot or an ongoing corridor management grant for the Route 99. So that way, it's kind of like it directs the state agency to work with us and provide us the funding, rather than the legislature just giving us the funding.
Commissioner Bearden.
So is oh God, the 1.2 million, I mean, are we already, when we were charging, is that how much we were kind of already losing in revenue?
No, we were generating like 1.1 or 1.2 million annually in revenue, but our operating is what, 12 and a half?
I studied for the request. So, I mean, Commissioner Cruz, this was discussed in September. So we did not have final numbers on the FY22. Commissioner Cruz had referred to the dashboards, had the most current previous year of revenue loss was 2021. That was $681,000 at that point in time. That was a tweener year in COVID, so it's slowly coming back over time. When we developed this request, we looked back in time at what the last good year was, so assuming somewhere in the future it would be covering for a full year. That is where back in 2019, our last non-COVID year, revenue was roughly $1.2 million.
Okay. I think we can move on to the next thing. Thank you very much, Chad. Appreciate it. We don't want to keep you from building roads, so back to work.
Mr. Chair, the next item on broadband probably should have been lumped under the human needs category along with affordable housing and community-based
Do you want
foster
to
care.
skip it then and come back?
We can come back to it.
Okay.
If we can go to environmental issues.
Yes, sir.
There are some on here that, have appeared in the past again. But there are some new things, and there is an item that I think that is not on here that Mr. Hunziker would like to, I think he passed out information on and would like to talk about. So I'd like to have Mr. Hunziker talk about some of these environmental issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Charlie Hunziker here with Natural Resources. Well, we can start with the Green Bridge Fishing Pier. And a little history here, in the early 80s, the FDOT decided to replace Business 41 Bridge, which was Green Bridge at the time. And a lot of people in the community proclaimed that this was a valuable recreational asset as well, not only for walking and hiking, but for fishing. And so in about 1984, then State Senator Pat Neal brokered a deal with the state, and which allowed the state to remove effectively half the bridge from the Bradenton side and leave one half of the bridge standing on the Palmetto side to support those recreational amenities solely. The state, though, then said by part of this agreement, though, the county would then remain responsible for its initial and eventual demolition and removal if we wanted it to remain. They gave us an appropriation for what they would have spent to demolish it at that time, and it was less than $500,000, certainly not enough today to meet that target. So as we continue to look at the useful life of this bridge, its own dead weight of concrete and spalling and things are going to put it at risk into falling into the river. We're going to have to reach a time very soon that the bridge needs to be removed before it falls in on its own, and in fact replaced with a fishing pier, a real fishing pier. And as a recreational amenity related to the coast, this project was eligible for funding under that BP oil spill that occurred back in 2010. So the Manatee County put in a nomination for allocation of our funding to be applied to the demolition of this fishing pier and a replacement with a real fishing pier. And we've been able to set aside $3.1 million towards that effort. But the construction cost is going to exceed $6 million by the time it gets ready to be built. And that's in the year, next year, the year thereafter, the year thereafter. It's one of those very gray but flexible timelines that we need to be prepared for. This request effectively asks the state to support the design and permitting of that removal and leaving the construction funding to take our BP money and match it with an eventual and future state appropriation that we'd like to request. Last year, this appropriation was approved by the House and Senate, and it was vetoed by the governor. I would like to think it was vetoed in anticipation of the hurricane season that was coming up, and some concerns over about funding on all aspects. But I think it's worthwhile to continue to make this ask. I think it's always received support from our local delegation, and we should make a continued request to keep it going. Next one, yes, sir.
Are Jeff and Amanda still on? Okay. I'm wondering on this particular item, having done this for a long time, if we shouldn't separate these. One is the completion of the demolition, because that's really what we're talking about first, and then follow that probably at a later date with the replacement of the fishing pier. Because I think what kind of got us this past year is it looks like building a new fishing pier. And really, for the new commissioners, the completion of the demolition of the old Green Bridge didn't occur because there was the thought that we could have a sustainable fishing pier for some time. And now we've got a situation where the demolition needs to be completed. And the demolition will probably take at least a year.
What's the price tag for the demolition?
Chad did an evaluation of that earlier, and it was approximately $1.8 million in 2015.
So
and now
your BP oil money, is that eligible for, that can be used on the demolition?
It can be if we make a commitment that a fishing pier will follow, because it's designed to provide coastal recreational amenities.
So
the pier does that.
Okay, and so personally, I feel like if in writing, obviously none of us was here, maybe Commissioner Baugh, but 6 of us at least for certain were not here when this agreement was made. But if the county committed, I'm being a smart aleck because it was in the 80s, Commissioner Baugh, but if the county made the commitment that we were responsible for the demolition and we have the funds for the demolition, I feel like we should just pull this for now. Let's go ahead and proceed with the demolition with the money that we have on hand, and then make the commitment. I have no problem making a commitment to build Palmetto a pier, and then come back and start asking for money for the pier once the demolition is complete, or at least underway.
Well, it's underway, yeah.
I mean, I personally, if I was a legislator and if I'm Jim or Will, right, and I find out you're coming to me to ask for money to pay for the demolition when you have it in the contract, and the state lived up to their end, right, and gave us the pier, and now we're coming back saying, well, now we want money for the demolition when the county had committed to paying for the demolition, and we have the funds for the demolition. I feel like we should proceed with the demolition.
Mr. Chairman, I'll put my full effort along with the administrator to making that happen, but remember, the U.S. Treasury Department will rule on the ability to continue that course and trust that we'll have the commitment to build a fishing pier along with it. We'll have to work out a type of agreement that's acceptable to them to do that.
So why don't we bring this then in an actual regular meeting so that we can make a formal vote, an actionable item out of this, and discussion and debate. But I'm saying just nothing but nodding heads right now. Commissioner Satcher waved his card at me. Maybe he disagrees. I don't know. Commissioner Satcher?
You were just running it seems to me like a high risk. So if we demolish the one and the other one's not coming pretty close behind, then we're going to have a whole lot of upset voters. But I mean, if we already have it set aside and we're ready to go with demolishing,
from start to finish, what would our timeline be on completely, dismantling the existing bridge? Or maybe this is something
between 1 and 2 years.
Yeah, so I mean, and we'd still have money left. And you're still going to have $1.5 million left in that kitty for your new pier. So then you go to the state and you ask for more. Maybe the TDC pitches in, right? Maybe we get the city of Palmetto to pitch in. It is, in their city. Just some ideas, not Commissioner, Mr. Clegg.
And that was the point I was going to make, that it is a TDC, it's a tourist tax eligible project, and that the state's going to perceive it that way. the state's going to perceive it as something that we should be, some people up there may say, why aren't you doing that with local tourist tax dollars? Because that's how most of them are built. So it's a harder sell.
Yeah,
with the
that's,
state
that's
for
why I
a
think
fishing
that the
pier.
demolition of it is one thing, the replacement of the fishing pier, I mean, we're going and we're asking for roads, and then we're asking to replace a fishing pier, and I think that's,
Yeah.
my understanding is that where it got a little bit mucked up in the
Sort of
veto
makes
list.
me feel like what Commissioner Cruz said earlier, that, and this is just a money grab packet, right?
Yep.
Um,
And this doesn't seem like that top priority issue that's going to be approved when people are just asking for really basic infrastructure type things.
Okay, so does anyone disagree with removing the Green Bridge Fishing Pier from the list? Okay, I think we can move on, sir.
Okay. Next item is beach renourishment. And
Does anyone disagree with removing that from the list?
Yeah, wait.
Okay, we can move on, sir.
Okay. I was going to say this is more of a policy description for support.
We can move on.
Okay. Gulf Coast Recreational Trail Partnership is an item that we added, again, to ask the legislature for their continued support for the interconnections between Hillsborough and Sarasota County. This item focuses really on continued funding to construct that segment of the trail in and around Lake Manatee through Rye Preserve Park as an amenity, and joining that with the state park system and moving to the north side of the reservoir, knowing that the trail segment between University and State Road 64 along Birdside Boulevard is effectively complete. And this is the next phase as we move from south to north. And I think building these segments and getting people on them and enjoying their utilization will spur more support for as we move into the future. The last item I wanted to add, which is inadvertently left on this list, but is one that I provided at your table. And it relates to doing something that I believe is effective for red tide remediation and being proactive in that area. It's well known that tributary creeks to Sarasota Bay carry a large amount of nutrients, such as nitrogen from residential developments and stormwater. And wherever we can, where we have public ownership or owner permission, we can improve those channelized tidal creeks and incorporate some holding basins, some stilling of water to let the nitrogen be removed prior to its delivery into Sarasota Bay, where it's really too late. And we've been speaking with the Sarasota Bay Estuary Program about target projects around Manatee County where this could occur. And one project exactly is right behind King Middle School. In fact, incorporated within the ownership of the school board, it is a tidal creek that drains older parts of northwest Bradenton and delivers them into Palma Sola. This effort would actually then provide the construction funding for this effort, because the Sarasota Bay Estuary Program, with their own resources and their contractors, have agreed to do the design and permitting of this improvement. And Manatee County would follow with construction funding through a legislative appropriation like this or other grant sources. So this would be a good start to be proactive about what we can do about red tide at Manatee County level and reverse this course that we're moving down. Not to mention the outstanding educational opportunity for the kids who matriculate through that while the construction's underway and the project thereafter. It's a great location for all of that as well.
When I went to King Middle School, we played capture the flag in these mangroves. That was the educational opportunity that it provided then. But we'd probably get arrested now. So I do know these mangroves. I know these mangroves extremely well. And what Charlie's saying is right. Essentially, where you have these drainage ditches, we call them creeks, but they're drainage ditches, right? There used to be creeks. As they get close to the bay, to where they discharge, you essentially create sort of essentially like a pond that then it collects. A lot of the material is going to, drop down into it, right? And then you put a lot of vegetation in it, so it's very shallow, and that hopefully helps to pull a lot of this nitrogen out of it before it ends up in the bay. We've talked about doing one at GT Bray Park for Cedar Hammock, and the estuary. I sit on the estuary program, and the estuary program is very interested in helping fund that. And I like this one too. I wish I was hearing about it before today, but I do like this one. So those are my thoughts. Maybe it's something we want to hear more about. I don't know. Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm also very interested in the project. I mean, it sounds worthwhile. I do think that we need to do a better job of getting those high nutrient levels out of some of the drainage that's going into the bay. I wonder if there are some private grants or federal grants that could handle this type of project. But I do think it's very worthwhile.
Thank you. And obviously, the two biggest that I thought would be coming up next would be Bowley's Creek and Wares Creek. And I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Ron. I'm sure that's where he's going.
Well, yes, thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't the governor some time ago put some money away for, specifically for red tide? And don't we have federal dollars that I think Congressman Buchanan got specifically for treatment of red tide coming?
It's research, though. I don't know.
It was only for research. It wasn't for remediation or anything like that. I thought it might have been that. But yes, sir, I'd like to see some, if we're going to go after this, let's put some money into Bowley's Creek. I would love to see that.
And that might be, maybe this is something we should workshop later or have a larger discussion on, because I like these and I think everyone likes these concepts. And I talked to Mayor Brown at lunch today because we wanted to come back and have another joint meeting with the city of Bradenton. He wants to wait till the end of the first quarter when they have selected a project, a bidder for downtown for City Hall, so that we have something a little more firm to talk about. But Wares Creek is an obvious candidate as well. So maybe this is something we should talk about later as a board, and maybe the board wants to make a greater commitment to 4 or 5 of these to make a greater impact. I don't know what everyone, and then maybe in the next year's state, legislative priorities, we come back and we say, hey, we're going to do 4 of these or 5 of these, and all of our major tributaries now help us with that. And so instead of asking for 1.75, maybe we're asking for 10. So and we'll be in DC as well. Oh, it would be a great ask with the current administration.
So I agree with Chair Van Ostenbridge. I think it's something that we need to address. It sounds like the will might be there on this board, but I think we need more information. We need to do more work. I think we could make this potentially a bigger legacy project for this board.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes?
Yeah, I'd like to add, I think a separate discussion around this is certainly warranted, because you approved amendments to the agreements with SwiftMud for the updated studies to the Wares Creek Basin and Bowley's Creek Basin and all that. So it's a big issue that also ties into the whole stormwater issue, risk mitigation with flooding. District 4 certainly has a lot of that. Commissioner Ballard up in District 2, you've got some situations like that. And so I think we can be prepared to bring, the updates to these various studies and where we are. And I think you're right. It probably is a candidate for both federal and state funding.
Yeah, and Charlie, maybe even SwiftMud as well. I mean, I think we all like where you're going, but let's go bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair and board members, the remaining items on your list are very important items, but they do tend toward the policy area again. Affordable housing, I know we have several experts among you in this area. This is a funding stream issue of you're not getting adequate funding from CHIP and having the legislature tap into the Sadowski Fund and use it for other things, the trust fund. Community-based foster care, this really deals with a funding formula. And, I know I put these out here because I know that Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Ballard certainly are experts in this area, and I'm sure they'll facilitate a discussion on this. The last item is broadband. The broadband was put on there because, again, it's a kind of a policy issue, but, it just encourages investment in rural and underserved areas to broaden accessibility to the internet and so forth. So put these out there. I'll let you discuss them. And
Okay, and so in the interest of expediting this, does anyone have an issue with including expanding broadband accessibility? Anyone have an issue with keeping that on here? Okay, so that's a check. Commissioner Ron is on the floor, so we'll see if he's going to go housing or foster care. I'll let you decide.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'm going to do both. Real quick, first off, I would like this board to take a stance that when we meet with our delegation and other members of the House and the Senate in Tallahassee when we're up there, that we tell them that we do not appreciate them raiding the Sadowski Fund at any point. The Sadowski funds, I tell them that every year too on the other board I'm on too, believe me. But I think it needs to come, I mean, in today's, where we're having housing crisis in Manatee County, Sadowski and SHIP funds are ever more important to those low-income folks that need those down payment assistance programs. And I know every year they rate it. I know in the past, Senator Boyd tried to get a legislative to pass to protect all the trust funds, which they did not do. And but I would like for us to take a stance when we're up there and press our delegation to not raid Sadowski. On the community-based foster care, Commissioner Ballard and I are very familiar with this. I appreciate this being on the legislative priorities for Manatee County. As we know, we have thousands of children that are in Manatee County that are disadvantaged and that are in the foster care program. And the funding mechanism for Manatee County is we're at a way disadvantage in compared to other counties that have less children than us in their foster care program. For example, Miami-Dade has way less children than us, and they're way more funded than us. And our group, the Safe Children's Coalition, does an amazing job for the children of Manatee, Sarasota, and DeSoto counties, and getting them into foster care and on the adoption services side. Commissioner Ballard could talk more about what goes on in protecting those kids in the 12th Circuit. But I thank the commission for allowing us to be back on there, and it's very much needed that we get DCF to change the funding mechanism and their formula on how they calculate the funds that we get here at the Safe Children's Coalition.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, Commissioner Ron, I think you'll find that the majority, if not all of the commissioners sitting here today, totally agree with you. And I'll tell you that last year we had a meeting with now Commissioner of Agriculture Wilton Simpson when he was president of the Senate, and we went through this entire conversation. And it was interesting because actually some of the rates were changed for some of the other counties, but just not us. So we did try hard last year, so I think it should stay on this year so we can attempt it again, because it is a major problem here, especially in Manatee. So thanks for saying what you did.
So thank you, Commissioner Baugh. I would just real quick before I go to Commissioner Ballard, Senate President Simpson, when he was in office last year, but he and his wife were foster parents for a period during their earlier years. And so he gave us probably a half an hour, close to it anyway, on that subject, and really got into the weeds, and we appreciated that greatly. And perhaps this is something that we need to be focusing on with our local delegation. And so if that's the case, if you all would, because when they're eventually going to come and they're going to have a delegation meeting, and instead of like years past where just the chair went up and spoke, I think I would like for us to divvy this up. And so instead of one monologue, it's one commissioner after another coming up sort of saying our piece, and that way this issue would get its own commissioner. Probably I'll let you two fight over that, but this way this would get its own commissioner and sort of have its own time in front of our delegation, which I think is important. Commissioner Ballard.
So I think the issue has been hit. We know that the funding right now is not being equitably distributed, and that Manatee County is at a disadvantage. Our kids are suffering. Our case managers, social workers are suffering. We are bleeding social workers because of that, because their caseloads are out of control. It's something that, working as an attorney in the foster care system for almost a decade, I saw year after year after year. And I'm so grateful that this board has decided to continue to prioritize this issue at the state legislature, make sure that our most disadvantaged kids are put first, and that we're getting the funding that we need.
Thank you, ma'am. We received good advice. People could disagree with it, but I thought we received good advice from Senator Simpson when we were there, because we at one point were considering, as we got deeper into the conversation, essentially dipping into our operating to compensate social workers and case managers additionally. He discouraged that because he said, once you do that, right, you'll be stuck doing that, not just stuck doing it forever, but that essentially that will also spread, and the state's attitude will then be, well, to every other county, why don't you do it in Manatee County? They care about their children. So I thought that was good advice. But then the other thing I would bring up is whomever ends up presenting, I used the line, and I thought everybody seemed to like that line, that foster children we spend money on all kinds of things, right? Some of them needed, some of them not necessarily needed, some of them responsibilities of government, some of them not. Foster children are wards of the state. They are literally the responsibility of the government and of the state or the county as a whole, and no one else. And so if anything should be funded, along with public safety, some of your core basics, that foster care is an absolute fundamental, essential function of government. So Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you did a great job in the lobbying on that last year. I was under the impression, I have a, sometimes stuff gets lost in translation. I was under the impression that while we did not succeed in getting a change to the overall formula that they use, that we did get some appropriations to, he used some cool word but to make it equitable for the year. Is that not, am I inaccurate on that?
Commissioner Thatcher, yes, Safe Children's Coalition did get some funding. It's called Back to Bill funding for this year. It's not continuing. The governor can veto that anytime out of a budget that he wants, but he continues to give us a little bit of money. It's a couple million, but it's still not get us to the point where we need to be at to continue to support our caseworkers and support the foster parents that are out there.
Okay.
So, but yes, we did get funding from the legislature for this year.
So, won a skirmish, but not the war.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, that also gives us a little bit more firm ground, I think, to make our arguments, which is, it's coming every year right now, and it would be a disaster if it didn't. So, for these kids, and so hopefully we can get some movement on the overall allotment for Manatee County and the kids there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd be remiss, our delegation has done a good job for us. They continually go up and battle the DCF, the Secretary of DCF to help us get more funding. Representative Gregory and Representative McFarland and Senator Gruters have gone up and taken several arrows for this issue. So I do want to give them a shout out and say thank you very much to them for what they've done.
Before I go to Commissioner Bearden, is there anyone that either of you feel that we should meet with when we're in DC? I mean, obviously, it's funding is and appropriations are legislative, but is there anyone within the administration that you think that we should meet with on this specific issue?
As far as the administration, I mean, we continually need to meet with the Secretary of DCF and try to work on the formulas. But I think that our delegation, Representative Gregory and McFarland have done a great job for us on championing this issue for Manatee County.
Okay, you got that, Mr. Ryan Shuttle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Bearden.
I completely agree with you guys on this, and I think the way that we need to present this is in a way that we look at different areas in the state and say, hey, look, these guys, just like or Commissioner Ron was saying, that, we're inadequately funded compared to other counties within the state, and, we have more, and really leverage that, because I think that's going to be a big helping factor in us getting the funded for this, so.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else on affordable housing or foster care? Okay. So I think we are good there.
I just make one more comment.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Every year, some of you know this, every year there's a state delegation meeting with our reps and senators, so forth. This year it's January 12th. It's important for us to have this lined up and approved by the board prior to that. The 10th? Oh, okay, we can take it to the board on the 10th, but the delegation meeting is on the 12th. Yes, ma'am. Yes, January, yes. So it's important for us to collectively decide, what our priorities are and how we want to move forward. And I appreciate all your input today on this, so.
Okay, so you'll meet with, you'll get to put something together and then start sitting down with commissioners, with Amanda between now and January, individually, obviously, to make sure that everybody is good with this, so that when we sit down on the 12th, they can essentially be on the consent agenda, basically. There shouldn't be any more. The idea is there won't be any more discussion or debate by the time we get to the 12th. But if there is, obviously, then, then we'll put it on
Yeah,
as a
Mr.
regular
Chair,
item.
if something comes up in the individual briefings that we believe we probably need to bring back to the full body, we can do that.
Okay, Cruz and Baugh. Commissioner Cruz.
This is real quick, since we're gearing up to finalize things. I know we can't vote on anything, it's just a work session, but do we have kind of general consensus to direct to Bob and Scott, and let Amanda and Jeff know that sometime in that week of January 23rd is when we're thinking makes sense for us to be up there, so they can start planning. So the aides can start planning rooms, and Jeff and Amanda can start looking ahead in terms
I
of.
think we agreed on that.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Yeah.
January 23rd week.
Yeah, like
Okay.
that Tuesday through Thursday, kind of, right?
Yeah.
People get up there Monday and they leave Friday as soon as everything's over. So.
Right. And if any of you have someone specific you want to meet with while you're there, let Bob know, because it's not the end of the world if we divide and conquer, especially like with our own delegation. I mean, everyone knows Will Robinson,
I'd
right?
prefer it after 2 years of the field trip thing we did, where all 7 of us would walk single file into a room and we get laughed at, and they joke about how we had 9 people crammed into their office. Because nobody trusted each other to be in different offices.
But they remembered us. Okay. Yeah, so Commissioner Baugh has a very valid point to bring up.
We haven't really discussed on what the 3 or 4 priority items are going to be. Personally, I think they need to be high money items because that's going to be what they're going to look at initially and what we need to really strive for. Second of all, I think we should also have a discussion on what might be more appropriate, if anything, on this list to work federally on rather than state. So I just wanted to mention those couple of things.
Do you want to throw your ideas out now, or you have the floor?
Okay. I was kind of wondering at first if maybe our transportation items, we could just kind of put them together, but I don't think that would be appropriate. So, well, it is, but that's our main priority because we don't have enough millions to cover it all. Fort Hamer Road, I agree with Commissioner Cruz. I think that should be number 1. Number 2, absolutely 44th Avenue, let's get that done. We've been very fortunate in the past years to get monies, I think it was $10 million a year when Senator Galvano was there. And we knew that we were probably going to hurt in the future, but maybe with the budget being so well, we can do something about that this year and maybe get another $10 million. That would be great. I think those are the 2 main ones that I'm seeing on here. I can tell you, I know Senator Neal is working and going to handle Moccasin Wallow. I just verified that to make sure that he is doing that. So I'm not concerned about that because he's always been successful. The bridges, I think we could link them together. And I can tell you that if you're on the MPO, number 1, on the DeSoto Bridge, you know that the PD&E is funded and they're going through that now. So it is in the process and it is happening. And to get funding for that at this point isn't going to make any difference because it's already in the works. So that's not really a top priority, I don't think, that we need to talk about at this point. Not really. You know, I'm just looking at, I think broadband's really important, but I think as far as one more funding source, I'm kind of up in the air on that. Maybe we could, you know, link the 3 bridges together. I mean, those are the 3 biggest financial ask.
So, Commissioner Ball, may I dialogue with you?
Yes, please. I'm not.
So in my
prepared to-
conversations with LK Nandam, and I've had a couple regarding the Fort Hamer Bridge, he has stated multiple times that there is a sense of urgency on the DeSoto Bridge, that that in the 2023, a decision will be made on what the replacement is going to be. So you're right, the funding doesn't fall in, in the next year or two. But the decision will be made in the next year or two. I'm not saying it has to be number 1, but that's pretty
Has to be
damn
maybe
important.
the 3rd one that we say.
Yeah, and maybe,
But we're not asking for money for that, so can't that just be part of the narrative of why Fort Hammer Road is number 1 or in a top 3? Because we need to widen that road in anticipation of
I
the
think that's
urgency
a
of the bridge?
Great idea.
okay, and I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure we know that when we go up there and we meet with Secretary Perdue or, whomever, that we are really emphasizing the importance of maximizing the capacity, whatever the replacement is, that the capacity of that route is maximized,
And the best thing to work on that, you're on the MPO.
right?
You got LK in front of you once a month. We can push it every time. And then keep having those private conversations with LK. And we can always go back to Tallahassee again. Or, again, I think we're probably looking at January with federal funds.
Okay,
which
so
would really help with that.
What if I would be totally good with this compromise. We make Fort Hamer number 1 in the master plan, but we make a separate transportation only packet for the FDOT secretary. You're not okay with, you don't like
Well,
that?
I'm okay with it. But I
Okay.
mean, it's
And then when we sit down with Purdue, we really,
use that.
yeah, we use that
knowing
opportunity to
that
say,
your
hey,
legislators aren't going to go by that. They're going to go by our regular priority list.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But it's an FDOT decision ultimately, which way to go with that, as Chad was explaining earlier.
And I missed that. Can you tell me, did Chad say, have they started any,
He essentially said that LK has a lot of discretion with this as to how much of his funding from District 1 he puts into DeSoto Bridge, and that LK
well, the
is.
DeSoto Bridge, for
Yeah,
sure.
yes. Well, I'm sorry, specifically on the DeSoto Bridge. And LK is pretty committed to the DeSoto Bridge. There's a change, there's a change in the last, as we all know, right? There's been a change in the last 2 to 4 years in the leadership around this community. And the mayor of Bradenton now is a strong proponent of this bridge, of the maximum capacity alternative.
Yeah.
And as is the mayor of Palmetto. It's now, my district borders this road on one side, and Commissioner Ballard borders it on the other side. And so now I can speak for at least one of the district commissioners that I am supportive of it. Okay, so both district commissioners are now supportive of it, where the district commissioner prior to was not. So
Right.
there's been a lot of change, and FDOT has said they want to hear that, vocalized, because they got a lot of pushback the first time they came.
terrible?
Right. So could we at least say when we go to meet with Purdue, we'll try to focus on this?
Yeah,
Then I
perfect.
would be totally happy with that. Okay.
And
Okay.
thank you for coming into my district for that. I appreciate it. Commissioner Satcher and I, we appreciate your assistance.
Into your district for what?
Well, part of that is in Fort Hamer Road, that's part in my district.
Oh, yes. I'm happy to help
That's
your
why you're
districts
doing it.
any way I can. Yes.
That's why you're doing it.
These are regional projects.
Right,
Which benefit the
regional.
whole county, and that's my
Yeah.
concern.
Now, if you could only do the same thing that, to Premier that you did at GT Bray with all the palm trees, it'd be great.
Premier.
Just thought I'd mention
Okay.
that.
All right.
See?
Palm trees all around.
All
Okay.
around,
So,
all around.
all right, Commissioner Thatcher, I'm going to put you on, I got 2 pieces of paper going here. Okay, so Mr. Clegg, go ahead.
Just wanted to make one quick comment. Whatever dialogue the board wants to have in a work session about what its priorities are. I do hope those come back to the board for a formal vote at some point so that it's clear and everybody knows what they should be following
The
within
10th
the organization.
Well, the 10th of January, we're going to put it all together, and the
Okay,
10th of
just wanna
January
make
is
sure
our vote.
that is the intent. All right,
Correct,
thank you,
that's our
sir.
intent, is
All
to
right.
vote on the 10th. So number 1, Fort Hamer, does anyone have an issue with that? Okay, let's do that. We've heard from 5 and 3. We'll start with 7 and go down. We'll start with 7 and go down, sir.
My two I want on Fort Hammer, transit.
Mike.
Is Fort Hammer and the transit. The transit's unique. It's something different that they probably haven't heard a lot of. It gets a foot in the door. It's not a big dollar ask. And it shows that we're willing to think outside the box and not just try to widen roads endlessly. I don't really care about a third because there's thousands of things we need in Manatee County. The fact that we narrowed it down to like 10 means these are all equally important in my mind. So when I think of what we put ahead as a top 3 priority, I think of it more as what are the 3 things that will be interesting to people to talk about in front of them while we're in their office, because there's not a whole lot. I mean, we can put 44th, but I mean, my question is, if Fort Hammer to me is so much more important at this point in time, am I hurting my chances with Fort Hammer by throwing another large dollar road on there and splitting a vote effectively? That's why I hesitate. As a top 3, I'm not saying don't put it on here. I just think saying we need 10 million for this and 10 million for this and 10 million, we're not getting 30 million. It's like now people are going to be picking and choosing. This is still my opinion, not your opinion.
Thank you, sir. District 6.
Don't talk over me.
It being Fort Hammer,
Had enough of that today for one time.
I think that's a major priority, obviously. I think we all agree to that we definitely need to hone in on that. And I know with DeSoto, you guys spoke that we have that covered, but my main thing is just going to be all the definite, like the infrastructure that we have that we need to work on, and 44th. That's kind of my 3 right there, and Marcus and Wallow obviously is being taken care of, so.
Okay. And I would only say that we don't have DeSoto Bridge covered. I feel like we have a 1-point lead with 5 minutes left, and everybody's like, it's good, we're fine. Like, not quite. But we're in a good position. Yeah, we're in a good position. Okay, Commissioner Satcher, can you close this out? If I'm going down, is that okay with you? I have you on the board, but I assume this is what you wanted to be on the board for?
That's fine. Am I last? Are we already to me?
I'm going down in order, and since you're 1, I was wondering, are you okay closing this out when we get to the end? Okay. So we heard from 5, so we'll go to District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm following the same way. I mean, Fort Hammer is probably the number 1 priority for us right now in Manatee County. I also, I don't disagree with Commissioner Cruz. You can't go in asking for everything at one time because you never know what pushback we're going to get. But I do believe 44th is a big issue for our citizens right now. East-West Expressway for them, which is 44th kind of is a big help moving traffic. So those would be evacuation also. So those would be my big 2 would be Fort Hammer and 44th.
Okay, thank you, sir. We've heard from 3, although I do like the transit. So I'm okay with Fort Hammer, transit, and then 44th. I'm okay with that. And I almost don't mind treating DeSoto bridge replacement almost like a policy decision because it's which option do they want, right?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Okay.
So
Commissioner Ballard, District 2.
I agree, Fort Hamer, but I want DeSoto Bridge to be an integral part of that discussion, and I want it to be a policy discussion that we're putting forward at every opportunity. Obviously, there's not an ask for money there.
There's not a monetary ask.
But I want us to be hammering it and making sure that they understand how important we think it is. You can go, yeah.
Commissioner Baugh.
Okay, just to dialogue. The DeSoto Bridge has been a high, target now for several years. And I really thought a few years ago we were almost there.
I know.
In Palmetto, some of the people went crazy. So here we are, whatever. Here we are now. We're close again. And as I said, the PD&E is already being done. They're looking at it. I know that DOT has the funding, I believe. I just checked it the other day, and I think it was like 3 years out for the actual construction to start. And it's something we really do need because the lifespan of the bridge is gone.
Right.
So it needs to get done ASAP. So if you go to Tallahassee, and we're talking to not just the DOT secretary, but also, who, by the way, I have a meeting with in January, it's something where we really should try to push it as a policy, not so much an ask for funds at this point, but
Agreed.
definitely to try and push it forward.
Agreed. And so I just want to make sure that even though we're not asking for funding, that it's kind of at the center of those transportation discussions that we're having. 44th, I also think it's important. I think somebody else mentioned, you've got a north-south, you want an east-west as well. The other, and I agree with Commissioner Cruz about the Route 99 and the transit. I think that that's unique. I think it's not a big ask. I think it's something that we can get, and we can possibly be a model for other counties. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we're united on a lot of these. I mean, Fort Hammer would be number one, with the understanding that Moccasin Wallow is already in the works and been appropriated and doesn't need help. If that changes, my vote would change on that. DeSoto, to support the chair. If we find out that it needs our help, then fine. But if the MPO and LK and those things can carry it through, that'd be ideal. So that would put me at number one at Fort Hammer, and then 44th for number two. What I had raised my comment card about earlier, I hate to not have this fleshed out more, and so it may just get shot down, but I just want everyone to consider it. Little background real quick. In 2020, when I was running for election, and I was on a group of, basically firearm enthusiast page on Facebook, and I put something about running, and you would not believe, it surprised me how much kickback I got on that group. Of course, a lot of us just, we hate all politicians, but right next to that was people concerned about water quality in our bays and in our beaches. And I wonder if we could work out something with the Bowleys Creek, some type of tidal water, and loop in my proposal, which is for us to be able to, currently, if there's a big storm coming, Bradenton, it is what it is. They have to dump a lot of nutrient-rich storm water and treated water and semi-treated water. I'm not getting into the science of it, but stuff that we don't want goes into our river. It goes into Manatee River, and then we're swimming in it and fishing those fish. And so I have proposed in the past that we set up something, because we do have the excess capacity to be able to relieve them before storms that we see coming. And so they've looked at it a little bit as far as what it would cost. But what's exciting about that is that it's quantifiable. We can look at 4 years past and how many, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water went into the bay, and we can say, but because of this action, it was not anymore. And so it'd be a water quality thing that we could, kind of hang our hat on and say, look, there's a lot of things where we're hoping that they work. We're all kind of trying, but this is something that was real. This much sewer water is not in your waterways and in your fish because of an action that we took as a board. So way too late in the game to throw that out there, I know, so I do apologize for that. But I think it's worth thinking about, everyone, and maybe talking to each other, or the administration, each other in a meeting, obviously, if that's something we might be interested in doing. And I threw in Bowleys Creek there, Commissioner Ron, but I don't know that he heard it. But anyway, there you are, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting concept, and I will tell you it's one that the Board of County Commissioners has had many times in the past. And this board, well, not this board, but the Board of County Commissioners actually about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, had a discussion because we had lift stations that did not function because they didn't have power. And it ended up, water, and we had a sewer release. Well, the problem is, at that time, the board said, and I can't remember, Mr. Clegg, if we actually had a vote on this, I can't recall. But anyway, we had discussed it and said that we wanted all of the lift stations to have its own generator, so that if the power did go out, we could start those lift stations and at least try and help that situation. Now, with the storm that we just had with Ian, we find out that, all the lift stations didn't have generators. And, a lot of it, well, it was so much maintenance to have to keep them up, blah, blah, blah. So the bottom line is, I think that from what I have been told by the administrator, which I'm assuming is happening, that is being taken care of so that we don't get put in that position again. That will help. And the other thing that I want to say, I don't know of a good, solid solution to that problem that you're referring to, other than in that regard. So, maybe the administration, the building department, or utilities rather, could look at this and give this board some solutions. Because I don't really know of any other than that.
Yeah, they looked at it some and got back with me, but I kind of wanted to make sure that there was the support there to follow through on it. The price tag was relatively high because of the connecting the pipes and their infrastructure versus ours. But I find that when everyone's united and committed to something, sometimes we can find a way to get the price tag down.
Even
And
beyond ourselves.
I mentioned bullies, but
do.
where? I'm just looking for votes. So so just be honest. But
Well, it is a problem.
but
It is an absolute problem.
Right.
And I will tell you that, you'll see a lot of times, I don't know if you get the reports, I do, I'm assuming you do. I know the city of Bradenton's had a lot of the issues. And Sarasota County actually got fined by the state, because of it. So it is an issue that we need to look at, and I just don't know what all the solutions are in that regard.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Reinschuttle, if you feel comfortable, I heard a lot of Fort Hamer's #1, a lot of 44th, and a lot of transit. Do you feel comfortable with the direction you have from the board as a whole?
Yes, I do. I've been
Okay.
taking notes.
Okay.
But, and you may want to consider having a top couple of appropriation issues and then a couple of top policy issues. And,
I think pretty I think our policy issues, anyone's interrupt. Yeah, I think,
Those are 1, 2, and 3. What do you?
well, if we're going to throw the DeSoto Bridge into policy.
Okay, then it's 4. So pick
Okay.
3 of the 4 is what
So
you're
I
saying.
think-
So we're basically.
We go 4 policy issues, that's fine.
Yeah, I
That's
think
all
we're
of
good
them.
with 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
And does anyone have an issue with foster care and DeSoto Bridge being the top 2 policy issues?
No. In fact, foster care needs to be #1 if we're separating it. I almost said it in terms of regular top 3, but there was too much.
Right.
Only because last year, in part similar to what we're talking about with transit, because it was something unique, we made that a top 3 policy issue last year, and we didn't get it. And now we're going back to Tallahassee going, it was one of the 3 most important things in Manatee County last year. You said no last year, so we're done. It's no longer even a top 3 for
No,
us.
I
So-
agree.
But so if you made it #1 on a separate list, then it's still showing full support and seriousness.
I also think it'll be tough to differentiate between our lists if the top priority is a transportation infrastructure item on each list, right? So that creates some separation. Okay. Commissioner Satcher.
Just a thought on strategy. I feel like if we are too adamant about the, per capita, how many people are how many children are out of the home, I feel like speaking to conservative legislators, their alarm bells go off, because, they're not necessarily looking for more children to be taken from homes. And we understand that there's the epicenter of the opioid crisis and all those things. There's other reasons behind it. And so I'm not saying that anybody's doing anything wrong. I'm just saying we might not want to lead with that while we're talking to legislators that don't know the background.
Commissioner
Not
Ballard.
that,
Commissioner Ballard.
I'm not saying don't leave with foster care. I'm saying go for what we're going for. I'm just saying when we are discussing it, it might not be.
Commissioner Ballard.
I think that what you're saying right now.
To clear the record, it's Commissioner Satcher she's talking to.
Yes,
right.
Commissioner Satcher, I think that what you're saying right now, I think it shows a little bit of a misperception of the way that our child welfare system works. There are children who are in out-of-home care because they are in dangerous situations with parents who cannot care for them. By adequately funding our system and making sure that those kids have what they need, we're not creating incentive for more kids to be removed from their parents. What we're doing is providing for children who are abused, abandoned, or neglected in Manatee County. And I think that to suggest anything other than that is incorrect. That's all.
Commissioner Satcher, would you like the dialogue, sir?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I'll look at the tape. I must have misspoke. I vehemently, completely, 100% agree with everything you said. I'm just trying to strategize how to get us what we want and need. And sorry if I suggested anything other than I want to figure out a way to help kids. And I agree with what you're doing, and I don't disagree, at least as far as I knew.
I'm very hopeful that our legislators do not have that perception. If they do, it's something that needs to be corrected.
Well, and I think that the wards of the state statement that I made earlier, hopefully, brings someone around on that to say, this child is the responsibility of this government and this state, wholeheartedly. Okay. Anyone else on the legislative platform before we move on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Shuttle.
Okay.
I had a couple quick things. One is I just hope we could kind of give some direction to staff here. Gene is interested in doing a joint meeting with us, with the city of Bradenton, after they choose a bid, after they select a bid for City Hall, sitting down and meeting with us again. Is everyone okay with that late first quarter, like March? Okay, there you have it. And then, since we're talking about joint meetings, Sarasota County, we had talked about waiting until we had our new commissioners on board and Sarasota County had theirs. Okay. Commissioner Cruz had transit, I think, or was I put transit? I put transit. Transit was one of the subjects for the agenda for Sarasota County and Manatee County. And homelessness, I think Servia put on there, but I think it should stay on, right? Okay. And then if you come up with anything else, you just want to reach out to Mr. Ryan Shuttle?
Yeah, okay, I'll reach out. There's no sense of time.
Okay.
Because we do need to talk about how we're working from a recruitment of higher wage jobs as a region, because both us and Sarasota are getting hammered because we've got million-person towns like Pinellas and Hillsborough over us, whereas we're effectively a million-person region with 5 universities and an airport and a seaport that should be recruiting major corporations down here. But instead, we're bifurcating ourselves into 2 420,000 person towns. So we need to be working how we can work together to recruit, because even if you're working in Sarasota, you may be living in Manatee and vice versa. So
that's something Sharon should be.
I've had many conversations with Sharon about that.
A joint economic development?
I've had many.
Which we had at one point in time. That's why the
that's gonna
the snarky
comments.
Okay, so that's a good item. And I did talk to Casey Welch, and USF would be they would love to host in their auditorium, and they have everything we would need for METV.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
It's right on the border. No, it's Manatee. It's Manatee. It's at the Crosley there at District 4 on the Manatee side. Everybody's good with that? Okay, there you go, Bob. I don't know if there's anyone else has anything else they want to cover.
So we didn't do something that I didn't even know was on our agenda until yesterday afternoon. Strategic planning. When are we going to do that? hate this microphone, so y'all know. We didn't get to the strategic planning. So are we already coming up with a new date? That is very important.
I agree.
Especially right now for this board.
And could ARPA be an agenda item on there? Because we came up, we had a workshop where we all threw what we wanted into ARPA, but now some people are gone and some people are here.
So
Right? I mean, I think that should be
that's why I was glad
readdressed.
when you chose the 23rd of the week of September, because we have scheduled for the 31st a work session on ARPA and Washington Park.
When? January 31st? Not before? Oh,
We're pretty full before
Are we?
31st.
is this stuff we want to
Well,
talk about? or-
But I'm more than willing to add an extra meeting,
Scott,
so.
don't forget, the 24th is currently a scheduled regular board meeting, so we'd probably have to move that to the 31st. Although I don't know why we need a whole work session on Washington Park to explain how there's contaminants there and we're digging it out. I think I just had the work session right there with that sentence.
Let me work on that. If you would like ARP earlier in the month.
Yeah, I mean, I think strategic planning should come pretty
need that
right out of the
ASAP.
gate
Oh, no, I
in
agree.
January.
So let me work on the calendar and see what we can do about juggling around, because we did add the 31st as a work session, but you're right, if we have to reschedule the regular board meeting, it'll probably need to be on the 31st.
And can I request one more thing, please?
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
workshops? You need to send out a calendar at the beginning of every month to let us know what these workshops are
We were
about.
prepared to meet with you individually and say, are you okay with these, and get it out. But yeah, we just worked on it with the directors I don't even know what today is, last Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't like finding out the night before a workshop what we're going to talk about. So if we can
Agreed,
get that, it'd be
agreed.
great. Thank you.
Okay, so first week or second week of January, we'll do strategic planning. Okay, awesome. Any other new business, commissioners? All right. Oh, we're going to do public comment before Mr. Cleggs throws his shoulder out, waving at me. Is there anyone from the public, Ian, who would like to come forward? Kevin? No? Okay. So seeing no one, we'll close public comment. We'll close public comment, and we are adjourned.